Oh, hello, 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 hello. How are we doing today, guys? I think today we're gonna do Modern History of Yemen. Okay. Final Fantasy 16 is completely linear. Great soundtrack too. Yeah, fuck. I was thinking about gaming related stuff because I mean, it's kind of sad to quit playing games forever, right? I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I quit forever. I feel like I probably could play games. I just don't feel like the compulsive need to like I used to. But yeah. So I don't know if I would like quit Vyvanse for 2 weeks or a month. Starting again would be really annoying though, because dealing with the insomnia and all that bullshit when you stop and start. But yeah, I don't know. We'll think about it.
Mechanical tree, a machine that can do the work of 1,000 living trees. Could this tower of leaves help pull us back from the brink of the climate crisis?
The mechanical tree can do the work of 1,000 trees. It's an enhancement, an engineering improvement to a natural system, a living tree that can pull carbon dioxide out of the air. Inside each of those discs are...
Too late.
Too late?
Now I'm drinking soy.
Oh no. Do you want me to make you one?
No, it was a light day anyway, so in 2 days I'll need it. You can leave it here if you want though. Be careful.
Table. I need to buy it today.
Okay. Good luck.
All of it? Or do you want me to just take out the crazy and the last thing?
Just all of it. As long as you're back before it's 9.
9? Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay. Careful.
are 6 of these leaves oriented around in a circle, kind of like the slices of a pizza.
The tree's circular leaves are filled with materials that bind to carbon dioxide and pull it from the air.
So zero emissions are not enough. We will need negative emissions, which means the removal of carbon from the environment and their storage in some kind of reservoir. If we have enough negative emissions, we can counterbalance the emissions that we're still producing and reduce the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
There's a lot still to learn about removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. How do you feel about a technology that turns nature's abilities up to 1,000? Meet the mechanical tree.
Okay. This looks way over engineered. Just use algae. Those are busted. True. Spam algae. That's the meta build right now for carbon dioxide emissions. Maybe you can separate days for games and drama and then other days for politics and arguments. The problem is things happen organically, okay? How can you... install Reddit? What the fuck does this button do? How can you choose which days to have drama on? I feel like I don't know what half the fucking buttons in my browser do anymore. Like, what is this? Taper monkey. Okay, let's hold on. Extensions? Manage. Okay, Bandcamp volume. Okay, fuck that. Don't need this anymore. Breakthrough Twitter login wall. Don't need this anymore. Google Docs offline. No. Tamper monkey. No. I don't need a survey on this. Video speed controller. That helps. Sound fixer helps. We don't need Zotero, and Reddit check helps. Okay, boom. There we go. Tamper monkeys for our place. Yeah, it helps you run grease monkey scripts. Whatever the fuck that means. Can I get people to do this for me? A lot of the drama, though, is only when you participate in it. If something comes up, then obviously it's not a big deal to us if you switch to that. Maybe. I need you to explain the phenomenon that in 55-plus communities in real estate, how do these boomer fucks get to do nothing to help future generations, then get cheap-ass homes for retirement? I don't understand what you're saying. Wait, hello? The fuck is going on with my... Oh, never mind. Okay. The fuck is this? What does this button do? What does this button do? Reddit... Oh, okay.
And if that doesn't do...
Like, housing prices for 55-plus communities are generally way cheaper than a normal starter house? Show me one. Link me one. The fuck is this? On Nikki Haley saying the U.S. has never been a racist country. No shot did she say this.
And if that doesn't do it, let me get into Nikki Haley real quick. Presidential candidate for the GOP.
She did? No shot did she say this. I bet there's more context to this. I don't believe it. Let's see it.
Came in third to DeSantis, who eclipsed her. Bullied his way to 20% of the vote because he was really protesting the fact that she was considered in second place, not him. And obviously, Donald Trump beat them all by at least 30 points in the Iowa caucuses. He's expected to do the same in New Hampshire. And Nikki Haley, the former governor of South Carolina, who is of South Asian descent and the daughter of immigrants from India, by the way. I'll tell you why I'm bringing that up in a second. She... is the former governor of South Carolina, who, by the way, is expected to lose there handily as well. Because it's bad enough that Donald Trump has been stomping the whole GOP field. But on top of it all, former Republican presidential candidate who bowed out of the race, Senator Tim Scott, a black man and a senator from South Carolina, is said to be throwing his support behind Donald Trump, which is going to solidify and secure the...
Have you seen the drama with the Fulton County DA and the prosecutor being her secret lover? The whole case may be thrown out because he apparently wasn't qualified to handle Trump's case. Nope. Never. Wasn't that just one detective or investigator? Was it the lead prosecutor? I thought it was just one guy that was brought in to work the case with a bunch of other people. But...
Are you a racist party? Are you involved in a racist party?
No. We're not a racist country, Brian. We've never been a racist country. Our goal is to make sure that today is better than yesterday. Are we perfect? No. But our goal is to always make sure we try and be more perfect every day that we can. I know I faced racism when I was growing up, but I can tell you today is a lot better than it was then. Our goal is to lift up everybody, not go and divide people on race or gender or party or anything else. We've had enough of that in America. That's why I'm so passionate about doing this. I don't want my kids growing up where they're sitting there thinking that they're disadvantaged because of a color or a gender. I want them to know that if they work hard, they can do and be anything they want to be in America.
Are you a racist party?
I understand what she was going for, but I think she obviously doesn't believe this. I think she fucked up, right? Like, well, no, we're not right. We've never been racist. Come on. But I'm pretty sure if you push her on this, she obviously knows it, right? I think this is a fumble, obviously.
The state of South Carolina. I heard conservative pundits saying earlier today, Nikki Haley is done. They're trying to act like that's the reason. Let me give you another. This lady.
Wait, hold on. Is he about to do a whole soy rant on, like, obviously we've been racist? Blah, blah, blah. He is. see how hard we can virtue signal this one. Read super chat. Any opinion on Iran's government being a stark contrast to its citizens in terms of religion? A large minority reject Islam. I don't know. Don't have a strong opinion on it. There were divides in the population of the government of Iraq as well under Saddam Hussein, but yeah, I don't know.
Intelligent.
Can you stand up? I want to see the shirt. This is my Malcolm X shirt. Hello? My guy.
Published. Certainly not beyond her prime. This lady, former ambassador to the UN for the United States under the Trump administration, was recently being interviewed, and she claimed that the U.S. has never been a racist country. This is what she said on Fox News. She says, quote, "We are not a racist country, Brian." She was speaking because Brian Kilmeade of Fox News asked her, "Is the GOP a racist party?" And her response was, "We are not a racist country, Brian. We've never been a racist country. Our goal is to make sure that today is better than yesterday. Are we perfect? No. But our goal is to always make sure we try and be more perfect every day than we can." That's what she said. Haley's remarks were in response to MSNBC host Joy Reid's comments on whether Haley could win the GOP nomination as a woman of color. Again, because of South Asian heritage, and she's the daughter of immigrants from India.
Do people call her a woman of color? Is it just because her hair is really straight? Was that Vosh viewer right? Is the hair the only thing selling it?
And Haley suggested Reid, this is what she suggested about Reid. She lives in a different America than I do, pointing to her own rise from the daughter of immigrants to the governor of South Carolina. Haley continues, "I mean, yes, I'm a brown girl that grew up in a small rural town of South Carolina who became the first female minority governor in history, who became a UN ambassador and who is now running for president. If that's not the American dream, I don't know what is. You can sit there and give me all the reasons why you think I can't do this. I will continue to defy everybody on why we can do this, and we will get it done." We know she's lying about that because they ain't going to get it done. But later that day, here's what her campaign affirmed about Haley's previous statements, just to make sure we're fair on this show. Quote, full screen right there. "America has always had racism, but America has never been a racist country," a campaign spokesman said. "The liberal media always fails to get that distinction. It can throw a fit, but that doesn't change Nikki's belief that America is special because its people are always striving to do better and live up to our founding ideals of freedom and equality."
Oh, there's it's a stretch, but you could make this argument. It would be possible. It's a stretch, but you could make this argument that technically not all of the founding fathers, I think, were pro-slavery, and some of them might have even spoke out against it, and the Constitution provides the framework by which we could get rid of slavery. But at this point, you're this is the other end of the Katie argument of racism is when anytime you say anything bad ever to a minority, right? You're on the other end of autism for this. Why would you even try? Why even try? Okay, this is so stupid. Why would you even try to do this? It's such a dumb road to go down. She should have said, "I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant that at the very least, we were no more racist than anyone else, and we were the leaders in civil rights." I don't know, that's not even true, but whatever. God, fuck, why?
Then on Thursday at a CNN town hall moderated by anchor Jake Tapper, Tapper asked Haley if she stood by the remarks she made during the interview on Fox and Friends. She commented by saying she believes the country's, quote, intent was to do the right thing.
Oh, also, quick random tech update in case anybody cares or not, okay? So after I switched off the iPhone back to the Pixel, because I heard that AirPods don't work well with Android, or at least you couldn't do all the features. Apparently that's not true. Apparently you can. I bought Sony XM1000s. I don't know if anybody remembers these guys that I said. I don't recommend these. Fuck these. They make weird noises sometimes. I feel like it doesn't seal properly. They're heavy and weird and bulky, and fuck these. Highly don't recommend. These are one of the highest recommended fucking things that I saw on the internet. It was why I bought them. I think there is it XM1000s? No, it's not. What are they called? Earbuds. 1000 XM4? Oh, these things. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever these are. I don't think these are good. I don't like them. I'm buying AirPods again. Is there like a new AirPod Pro like coming out? Am I about to buy these and then like the new version is gonna come in like 2 days or some cuck shit? Do you like wearing headphones instead of earbuds? No, I like earbuds. It makes me feel like I'm in the future. Pixel Buds. I think I've used them in the past. The AirPod Pros were just so much better. Wait, what the fuck is the difference between this and this? Hold on. Why is this 224 and this is 189? Is it the same shit? USB-C. Control F, USB. Control F, USB. Are you just making that up? Are you just like typing it because you think it might be, but you have no fucking idea actually, or? That's USB-C, right? Yep. And this is USB-C. RTB, if you're bored, you can go in 1 day ban every fucking retard. Oh no, wait, that's not USB-C. This is Thunderbolt. Oh, USB. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Don't ban anybody. I'm fucking actually blind. You survived today, guys. Okay, wait. Not the Lightning. The USB-Cs are cheaper than the Lightnings? Why? Are they worse? They're like $60 cheaper. No, I'm sorry. They're like $40 cheaper. $35 cheaper. Didn't you have AirPods? I had AirPod Pros the first generation a long time ago. Okay. All right. We'll get that later. Boom, boom, boom. Is it worth watching this? I mean, the statements are really dumb. I don't know what it's worth.
I have to confess to Nikki Haley, I didn't know you could dance like that. I haven't been paying enough attention. I don't know whether Beyonce, Taylor Swift, or Janet Jackson or somebody, but clearly you could give lessons to them. You dance better than they do. You all over the damn place. You say one thing to an audience full of constituencies one day, or constituents one day, another day you say something different. You dance around it, you don't direct it head on. Perfect example, intent. Believe the country's intent was to do the right.
The start of the new year is often a time of optimism. But look at surveys from the past.
Wait, do I just not watch CNN enough? Or is this like CNN International? Or is this some CNN that I don't see? Or... Also, wait, this is 12 days ago. Why the fuck did you link me this?
Few months, and you'll find that strikingly high numbers of Americans, sometimes around 3/4 of those polled, think America is on the wrong track. This profound sense of despair.
He's been on CNN for a long time. Oh, he must just do like what, like the finance section? I just like never see him, I guess.
It's perplexing because I don't find much objective data to support it. The U.S. economy grew at an astonishing 5.2% in the third quarter of 2023. The IMF expects growth for last year to be 2.1%, which is substantially better than other advanced Western nations, such as Canada, the UK, and Germany.
Fareed is pretty well known. Okay, I guess I've never seen a video with him before. I don't know why. I'm not sure.
Inflation is dropping sharply. Canada, the UK, and Germany. Inflation is dropping sharply. Real wages are up.
Because of your anti-breaking news policy. Oh, does he cover live shit? Maybe that's fine.
Manufacturing employment is experiencing a boom. It's hard to find another country where so many measures are pointing in the right direction. The broader picture is even more positive. As I write in the current issue of Foreign Affairs, the U.S. has been besting its competitors in various crucial metrics for a while now. The Financial Times did an analysis of the many ways in which America's economy could be compared with Europe's. And it found that in per capita growth, America has been outperforming the United Kingdom and the Eurozone for 20 years and has dwarfed the economies of Spain, France, and Italy. America's technology sector dominates the world in a way that no country ever has. The value of the top 10 U.S. technology stocks is now greater than the value of the entire stock markets of Canada, the UK, France, and Germany combined. The U.S. is the world's largest producer of oil and gas, larger even than Saudi Arabia or Russia.
Love you, buddy. Do well. Busy days today, maybe. Thanks, Indigo Circle D.
It's the healthiest demographics of any advanced country, and it takes in around 1 million legal immigrants a year, which ensures that while Europe and Japan are expected to slowly sink in population, the U.S. will continue to grow. The world sees what Americans do not. A recent Pew survey shows that the U.S. is now viewed more favorably than China in 22 of 24 countries surveyed. When asked who contributes to peace and stability around the world, America or China, the margins are huge in crucial Asian countries. In Japan, it is 79 to 14. In South Korea, 74 to 13. And in India, 70 to 33, all in Washington's favor. I know that many will raise the numerous global...
What's the point of picking these particular countries? Like, the U.S. and Japan have very close relationships. The U.S. and South Korea has a very close relationship. India, I think, is currently feuding kind of with China over, like, territory, right? Like, what is the big Asian economies? Most powerful countries in Asia? Oh, okay. I feel like all of these countries have really good reasons to like the U.S. or really good reasons to hate China, no?
Favor. I know that many will raise the numerous global crises, the bloody stalemate in Ukraine, the tragic war in Gaza, the dangers over Taiwan. Others will concede the positive points, but argue that America's domestic politics overwhelms them all.
That's kind of his point, though, right? Yeah, actually, I guess it could be, yeah.
Deeply polarized society will be paralyzed by looming court cases, a crazy election that will follow, and a possible constitutional crisis over the results of that election. All of this is true. America has serious problems. What nation doesn't? But it has gotten through these kinds of crises before, and I am confident it will again. Last summer, Nikki Haley tweeted, "Do you remember when you were growing up? Do you remember how simple life was, how easy it felt?" She was, of course, aping Donald Trump's central message, which is that he will make America great again. So let's go back in time to those heady days, say 50 years ago, to 1974. The United States had just suffered its first major military defeat in Vietnam.
Okay, hold on. Defeat, we left, okay? We were done, actually. Actually, we didn't lose, we just quit, because they were playing for stalemate, and that was boring, okay? So, excuse me.
The Soviet Union was widely thought to be on the offense around the world. The German chancellor had just resigned after an espionage scandal. Spain was still in shock from the recent assassination of its prime minister by Basque terrorists. Israel was barely recovering from a near-death experience in the Yom Kippur War, forcing its Prime Minister Golda Meir to resign. The Arab oil embargo roughly tripled the price of oil, leading to a novel combination of slow growth and high inflation that was described as stagflation. Domestically, American cities were still reeling from the riots of the late 1960s, and forced busing was tearing communities apart. Oh, and Watergate had upended the political system. To escape impeachment, the President of the United States resigned in August 1974. A first.
It was literally defeat. We lost countless hours without accomplishing goal. What do you call that, Destiny? We call it, we do a little trolling, okay?
Of the United States resigned in August 1974. A first in history. Ah, yes, the good old days when life was simpler. The truth is, the United States has the power and capacity.
He's super right. I hate that people are so relativistic, and then they suffer from recentism a lot, and then they look back with rose-tinted glasses, and it's like, oh, the country. That's why it's always fun to ask, especially white people. The country used to be so much better. We should go back to then. Really? When? I dare you to give me a date before 1964. Let's do it. Like, what do you mean it was back in the good old days? What are we talking about? Like, come on. Like, what part was better? Like, things that you remember that probably never happened? Like, back when everybody had a house? No. Back when everybody got along with each other? What, because we were racially segregated? Back when we were, we didn't all hate each other all the time? What, because you didn't even refuse to say that, like, gay people were dying of AIDS? It took a little boy dying of AIDS to actually pay attention to it? Back when we weren't, like, what? Like, yeah, like, by what metric? By what standard? And what year do you want to go back to? And why was that you even better? Like, it's always, like, some autistic, stupid shit, Yeah.
Capacity to tackle today's crises, perhaps even more so than it has had in the past. But it needs to regain a sense of perspective and, above all, regain confidence in its own enormous strengths.
True. Nacho died? I don't even remember this shit. Okay. Apparently Nacho was in Breaking Bad too, wasn't he? I don't remember that arc at all. I don't remember anything before Gus, because Gus was the best, okay? This is what the world looked like before mass immigration, widespread racial and gendered guilt activism, and before bankers had totally screwed the economy for their own gain. People were just allowed to be themselves, and they did fun, wholesome things for their own sake. What? Please research 2008 someday. Wait, what about 2008? This has to be a troll? No, it's Sargon. $2 hours? Bro, seriously? On old people? Golf, booze, and guns inside boomer paradise, the bubble. Can you boast your Twitter earnings? Last deposit like $220. I'm getting rich on my tweets, boys. Wait, how old is this tweet? In 20 years, the 25-year-olds with big thoughts about politics and American decline are going to insist that these were typical millennial city dwellers in the late 2010s. Or I guess January was just literally this year or whatever. It's just so... now that I guess it just happened. It was the only time I've ever seen it happen. But now that I'm old enough to see a Gen Zer complain about like, oh, well, millennials could work minimum wage jobs and afford their own houses. That was just a funny fucking video. I'm like, okay, dude. Am I retarded? I don't get this. Because everybody says that, like, oh, back then, everything was so good and amazing, and everybody had a house and a huge white picket fence and, like, a family of 20 kids, and the husband just worked at the gas station for 36 hours a week and got a full pension and retirement and blah, blah. And I was like, bro, really? Are you sure the average person lived this? Are you sure you're not just, like, looking at too many sitcoms? But... I was watching Destiny's reaction to the Houthi interview and I noticed that at one point in the video, a terrifying answer from the Houthi guy went untranslated. And the timestamp I provided...
والله
What's the question? That he was on one of these? He might have been. He might not have been. Ask him the question. That's the point of doing the interview, retards. You literally bought your house at 19. I bought my first house for, I think, $105,000 was my house. So one, it was in a rundown part of the city. I lived in South Omaha. Okay. 4066 Hillsdale Drive, I think. It was off the 42nd and Interstate 80. So one, okay, it was in a not the greatest spot of the city. Okay, number one. Number two, I was working 60 hours a week. And number three, I could only afford it because my girlfriend at the time, Rachel, was also working a fuck ton. And four, it was an FHA loan. Okay, so I busted my ass for that shit. All right, and she was working full time too. Okay, it was not a 40, and it wasn't a 40-hour week minimum wage fucking job. Fuck you. It was a bad part of the city. Did I say North Omaha? Did I say bad part? I just went rundown. It wasn't North Omaha, okay. I didn't have my Malcolm X shirt back then. I wouldn't have survived in those streets.
ما إلها أي رابط بفلسطين شو اليمنية هي إنه ما إلها داعي أو
How much is that 105,000 job? I don't know. This house is worth $220,000 today. Yikes. This. So that's a doubling of value in 15 years, I think. No, wait, I'm 35. 15, 16 years, so not good.
ما إلها أي رابط بفلسطين شو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزة يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزة.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه
How are you surviving with just 20K after living your parents' house? What? I don't even know what that sentence means. But the economy is totally fine, right, Destiny? Yeah, I think it is actually. And by the way, sentiment is catching up. I am right. I was right, and I will be right. Suck a dick, losers.
انه يعني الحوثيين عم بتدخلوا بمرور السفن في البحر الاحمر او عم بيحجز السفن لاسباب غير معلقه بفلسطين فشو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
You need to talk to him. Listen, if anyone wants me to, or if anybody wants to connect me to this guy, yeah, feel. Wait, fuck.
بس
خليهم يعني
What was the question? Was it before the? Well, you guys are making it was before I posted.
Like belligerent reasons is for completely militias are intercepting the wall. Think about
saying, but no,
Jesus
that's okay.
Christ,
get to the question. Shut up, right. Dixtony.
What does he think about the fact that American media in general keeps claiming that the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine? They don't talk about that at all here. What does he? How does he feel about that?
شو رأيك ب
This guy can be heard saying, Jesus Christ, whatever this means. This translates to, all of this is to stop the war in Gaza. Let them suffer so they become aware of Gaza. Obviously, the translator doesn't feel comfortable having to translate this, as the word blank can only be translated as suffer in the plural form. So he reiterates Hassan's question about American media, and he luckily gets a more tame answer. This translates to, this is affecting them. If it hadn't been affecting them, then they wouldn't have bombed Yemen. This was much easier for the translator to spin it in a positive light. It seems like the translator knows what he's doing, as I've caught him a few times doing things like this. This was obviously the most egregious mistranslation he did. I might, when I have some free time, do an effort post where I attempt to write a transcript of everything that was said in the interview. It seems like a lot of it wouldn't be understood by a non-Arabic speaker. Edit, I mistranslated a part that made the guy's statement in a way that slightly changed the meaning. He said, so they can become aware of Gaza, and I translated it so they can feel what people in Gaza feel. This is a mistake that's down to blank having the literal translation, feel Gaza. From the context, he did speak of suffering, so my original translation could be what he wanted to say, but in that case, I'd expect him to say this, which literally translates to feel the suffering felt by those in Gaza. I'd rather be safe with the alternative interpretation, because looking back, it seems to make more sense. TLDR, translating is hard. There you go. Okay. I don't know why. Don't know why I read this. Thank you. The translator is Frogan's cousin? No shot. Is that true? Hold on, fuck. I didn't do my emails or messages today, so I'm trying to sort through these. You need to be babysat for a minute. Low tier god admiring The Last of Us.
This is insane, bro. The fact that you can't skip this shit is just punishing. I'm taking these headphones off.
Okay. What is this? Okay. Don't know, don't care.
Buy a weapon Smith box. He's also going to buy the weapon War Pick. He's also going to...
Austin at Pro Life Summit. Yeah, what was it? But what is it? I don't know. Austin show, Pro Life. Now I don't know what I have no idea what anything is. A Pro Life rally? Why is he there? Is he just going to troll? I don't... Okay. Apparently, production crew left Austin's stream key on in the setup. Okay.
To prompt swap to be able to buy a stack of 9 case discs, and also prompt swap with the remaining souls to get 99 Titanite shards. Then he's going to look at the case disc, which allows him to store a negative quantity. And by heading up to this bonfire, he's going to perform something called a negative quantity brightness dupe, and the way that works, he's going to inject the negative quantity into the drop menu of the Twinkling Titanite. Drop -9 Twinkling Titanite, which actually gives us a positive number of them, and that results in 8 Twinkling Titanite, which he's going to use to upgrade the Black Knight Halberd, along with the 2 Twinkling Titanite he's already picked up. And just before he left the bonfire there, he upgraded his War Pick to +5. Yeah. So,
Jesus, fuck.
So here he's going to buy a weapon Smith box. He's also going to buy the weapon War Pick. He's also going to prompt swap to be able to buy a stack of 9 case discs, and also prompt swap with the remaining souls to get 99 Titanite shards. Then he's going to look at the case disc, which allows him to store a negative quantity. And by heading up to this bonfire, he's going to perform something called a negative quantity brightness dupe, and the way that works, he's going to inject the negative quantity into the drop menu of the Twinkling Titanite. Drop -9 Twinkling Titanite, which actually gives us a positive number of them, and that results in 8 Twinkling Titanite.
Okay. Is this Lycan? I'm relatively new here, but has Destiny always been debating idiots all day, every day? Oh, we have this mod drama. Jesus. Something I often visit is the talk pages to see how potentially controversial some parts of a given article might be, and then he links to one. After one editor questions the lack of coverage for Hamas-led sexual crimes, another editor responds with, "It is a slander, not because there is no evidence for that, but also because the religion and morals of Hamas fighters prevent them from doing so." Sam Hyde is getting rape accusations? Oh, shit. Wait, someone said there was some good DSP drama. And never ask Destiny why his family is anti-communist based. We celebrated the October 7th, as well as we will celebrate the liberation of Palestine, inshallah, as did all freedom-loving people of the world, sister. Gross. What a disgusting fuck. Hold on. Just gonna, you know, have us a little quote tweet. We do a little bullying. Alright, fuck this guy. Wow, Dark Device, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. DSP addresses the troll memberships on the daily crap. Oh no. What happened?
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, snort, snort. Code. Drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip.
Now, I just want to say this, all right? And obviously, I'll mention it from time to time. So the trolls basically now are going to continuously gift these exploited memberships to the channel. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's no way to turn off gifted memberships. There's no way to stop it. The problem is that it basically creates an influx flooding of bullshit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check out the podcast from about 2 days ago, back on Wednesday. Wednesday's podcast, which would have been the 17th of January. I explain in full what's really going on. That there is this exploit on YouTube that people will use. They'll basically lie about where they are in the world. And they found out that there's a couple countries where if you pretend like you're from those countries and you buy super chats or you gift memberships or you do anything like that, that the conversion rate is
okay. Is this like a troll, or do people do this because they think it looks good, like the green screen shit? Is it like a half meme, half real, or what? Like,
it's not correct. So, for example, if you were to buy a membership here in the United States for my channel, it costs $4 USD. To buy it in one of those countries, it costs like 0.0001 cents. Obviously, that's not intended. There's no economic system where that works. It's obviously a glitch or a problem that was overseen by YouTube, but people are abusing it. I'm not the only person this has happened to. Don't think, oh, this is something new for Phil. I know for a fact this has been happening for like a year. People have been talking about it, and every once in a while, I'll notice someone comes to the stream and they do like a big super chat, and YouTube thinks it's big, and then you look at it, it's worth like a quarter of a cent. It's like, what? So this is the problem. So what's happening is now these idiots are doing it over and over. It can't be stopped. All we do is we ignore it. But you may have noticed, you might have gotten an email today saying, oh, you got a membership. Yeah, like, I'm not even kidding. There was like over 300 of these fake memberships given out tonight. The good news is, you're going to keep your everything you get from it. So you're going to keep the emotes. You're going to keep the chat crown badge. It's all yours for the month. You know, and I'm happy. Listen, the community gets something. That's cool. It's just a shame that that was a way to celebrate support for the channel and for me, and literally it means nothing. I'm not kidding. From like 300 memberships that supposedly I got tonight, I'm going to probably make like 10 cents. So YouTube, obviously, this is a broken system with them. I can't make them fix it. They're not going to listen to me if I keep complaining. They're just going to ignore me. So just know that's what's going on with the channel. In fact, I'm not even going to track memberships at this point. I'm just going to say, hey, thanks. If people do give memberships, that's great and all. But I'm not going to waste time tracking. And thank God, here's the good thing. Thank God we do not do member goals anymore.
Thank God, guys.
If we did member goals and this was happening, this would have ruined the whole thing. So thank God we don't do those anymore. I'm happy about that. So anyway, if you got to give the membership today, enjoy. It's probably going to continue for a bit until these idiots just give up and we realize it doesn't affect anything. Just like every other thing they try to do to troll me, it's not going to affect anything. But it's unfortunate that, you know, we're in a situation where, you know, people want to support and be legit about it, and there's others who just want to break the system to be stupid. So just ignore it and don't mention it in chat and don't mention it in stream and everything, because it's not going to help anything. It's just you're giving them the attention they want, you know, and that's the sad is that it's distracting. When you get these idiots coming in, you got major pop-ups on the screen of all these. It's like, well, they're not legit, so I'm going to turn the pop-ups off till they go away, because then you can't even pay attention to the gameplay. It's just obtrusive. It's pop-up, pop-up, pop-up. It's really dumb. But that's life, right? Until YouTube fixes it, I think they should. I don't know if they ever will, but they certainly should. But I'm just small fry, right? They don't care about it. With me, if I complain, they're just going to be like, yeah, whatever, right? They don't listen to me. I told you guys 2 years ago, I found a huge exploit on YouTube that could literally destroy streaming. And I submitted it to YouTube, and they argued with me for 2 weeks it wasn't real. I said, here is all the evidence that it's real. And they still argue with me it wasn't real. I said, you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying your business will be destroyed. And then they basically stopped talking to me. And within 1 month, they fixed the issue behind the scenes. It was completely fixed on the site. And I'm like, so they listen to me, but they just don't acknowledge it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just don't care about acknowledging anything or nothing, right? So it is what it is. But I had a great streaming day. Okay, I really did. It was a great day back. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So here's the deal with tomorrow. I got the drip. Go.
Okay, that was boring as fuck. 10 more DMs. We're doing it. DJ act drama. Is it good drama? Is DSK ever not boring? The bankruptcy arc was Kino.
Looked up the aisle. He's trying to be like he's on his phone. Looking left. Then this was the part here that I realized. And here's the thing too, man. Yo, Boom, you know I love you like a friend, bro. And I love you like a brother, bro. But I couldn't even let a family member gaslight this situation or get away with this situation without speaking the absolute fucking truth. This right here, I realize Boom is a very sick individual. You see him reach out, his hand with seemingly his phone, like he's trying to take pictures of her buttocks while she's crouched down. You see his hand? She's crouched down. She's unaware. He holds it there. You're going to see this woman up here This woman right here is seeing this behavior because there's a guy holding out a camera phone, seemingly, underneath a woman who's crouched down looking at makeup.
Wait, this is one of DJ Axe's friends? Do I own guns? No, I don't believe in guns. I don't think Americans should have the right to own firearms. Too dangerous.
Brother, this ain't no excusable shit.
He's a meme rapper.
This is where you can see...
How did they even get the security footage? Like, where the fuck did this even come from?
He gets caught. This is where he gets caught. This person here catches him. He hears the card or something. He pulls.
Oh, it's in the court filings. Damn. Oh, so he got fully fucked from this.
Pulls the phone back. He actually puts it back. Look. He puts it back. Look at the person with the card. They're directly looking at him. Now he walks away, and you're going to see whoever with the card, I don't know if they know this person, but they seem to be a good Samaritan maybe. They're going to try to protect this woman from her getting filmed. Look, rather than go right by, and again, I don't know if they know each other, the card is here. He's acting like he's looking at some shit. She keeps like, I don't think she knows what's going on. She keeps like scooting over thinking that maybe this person wants to get something here. And I don't know if they're having a conversation. But then she bends over, he crouches, and who knows if she puts the cart in between him and her. Then he gets up. Look like this person's saying something to this woman. He walks over. Now, it should be noted that I don't believe that this woman here was underage. It should be noted. But nevertheless, it's a woman. Video continues. He's still lingering around. It looked like they might know each other because they look like they're looking for something together. Still lingering. They're still here. Other people kind of moving around.
Boom, boom. Okay, good job.
Still lingering.
Oh my god, 57 emails. Just 'cause I didn't do them last night. What did I miss? Thoughts on this type of behavior? I mean, is it really that bad? I mean, like, you let the OBGYN see your vagina and stuff for free. Like, it's not like the guy knows who the woman is. It's not like he's going to track her down or anything. And he's doing it in public at least, so there's, like, no threat to her safety. So, I don't know. Like, do we really... Obviously, this is gross and abhorrent and disgusting behavior, okay?
Now, his story was that he was trying to get a gift for his sister because it was her birthday. But keep in mind...
And he was like, this is a really good pair of panties. Let me snap a picture. What?
It's also his story before was he was going in to get fish. He's here. More people are coming over. Still lingering. He walks over again. This person with the cart looks back at him, and now he's trying to be into the products once again. Okay. Boom, boom. He's looking over his shoulder a little bit. They walk away, and he walks away.
Wow.
See, this is the problem. It is undeniable that he's following these people. When they finally leave the area, he finally leaves the area. This has happened now for a second time. You also see up here, as he's walking away, another close confrontation with the individual that seemingly is like violating personal space.
Wow.
Okay. By the way, if you're wondering if this is different times...
Now, Boom went on to say that he would have...
Wow. What an epic video.
a sex charge if X, Y, and...
Legal-wise, is this sexual harassment? If you're... I'm pretty sure it's got to be illegal. It must be illegal. There must be a criminal... I don't know what the criminal charge is. There must be one for it.
He got off on a technicality and was lucky because they weren't able to get in contact with this girl. It should be noted that the female was wearing jeans, therefore does not meet the requirements for video voyeurism. I was unable to make contact with either females. The male then continues to stand next to the female with his cell phone out for several minutes before leaving the scene at approximately 17:01 hours in the red vehicle. And as you can see, that's a description of what we just watched. But wait, there's more, Billy Mays, because once again in the paperwork it says, the male then walks away, in reference to the two girls from before, and walks through the grocery area and eventually goes back to the produce department. At approximately 16:46 hours, I observed the male approach an unknown black female wearing brown shirt and pants from behind. It appeared...
That's also very telling, because his story that there were racist people who were spooked at him because he's a black guy. Well, allegedly, you approached a person, a black female, and did the same shit.
Appears that the male attempts to touch the female in the butt area, but the female does not react. The female then walks forward a few steps, and the male attempts to touch her again, which is when the female turns around and stares at the male. It should be noted that I have not been able to contact this victim.
Okay, let's see if we could identify where this is.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Okay.
Roll the tape and let me know if it looks like this racist officer is profiling. Keep your eyes on the top left of the footage. This is where the girl is walking from and where she's followed by Boom.
I think this is him here.
I mean, the poor girl even looks back after the second time. So I guess it's just a 10-year-old girl that just happens to look back and is racist. And I guess also this black girl happens to look back and she's also racist. Wow, crazy. It's funny too because Boom's whole claim is that he went there for some fish. But if we run the paperwork, it says at 16:40 is when the incident with the two young girls that just happens to look back and is racist was walking from and where she's followed by Boom. I mean, the poor girl even looks back at them.
That's Axe right-hand man. He got charged with battery on a 10-year-old and a 17-year-old, and that No Jumper and Adam 20 was lying about it to attack academics since they posted it. Obviously, the truth is out now. Damn.
I think this is the girl right here. This is her. It's the black female right here.
Roll the tape and let me know if it looks like this racist officer is profiling. Keep your eyes on the top left of the footage. This is where the girl is walking from and where she's followed by Boom. I mean, the poor girl even looks back after the second time. So I guess it's just a 10-year-old.
He walks and seemingly does something.
Fuck. Tuesday or Wednesday
She
works.
doesn't really respond. He goes here and looks over.
Tuesday.
Just happens to look back in his races. And I guess also this black girl.
Then he goes back again.
Happens to look back and she's also racist. Wow.
And look like he
Hopefully the Glenn
touched
debate
her
is on
again,
Tuesday at 7
'cause she
p.m.
then kind of looks back like, what the hell?
Jesus.
Crazy.
This kid's getting moved
You
around.
see her look back a bit?
It's funny too because Boom's whole claim is that he went there for some fish. But if we run the paperwork, it says at 1640 is when the incident with the two young girls and family happens. And it says in the paperwork, then he went to the black girl at 1646. So please explain to me how he was able to get this fish that he wants, which is where he said he was going, and supposedly went back to produce to get some vegetables when he's empty-handed in the video with the black girl. That's not happening. What's also funny is he claims that he got his sister a birthday gift and that's why he was in the cosmetics section, but the cosmetics incident is at 1653, which is after the incident with the two girls and the black girl holding nothing in his hand again. Well, except the camera that he's taking photos with.
Well-reputed chat nigga is hitting me saying, yo, Ack, there's video footage confirming what the affidavit said of Boom going to the cosmetic part. There's not video of you in the cosmetic section, is there?
Well, I'm not recording because they have my phone. But to say I was in a cosmetics
Wait, is he talking to the guy right now that got arrested, that got fucked for this?
line is not a crime.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and they
Or
found
no,
no
or is he
evidence
listening to a recording? I think he's listening to a
on my phone.
Or-
They had my phone.
So before he
That's
said
not
he
it.
wasn't in the cosmetics section. And now he was saying that
Oh,
he
yeah, never mind.
was,
It's okay,
but
pass it.
they had his phone. When the video you guys saw earlier, he's clearly taken video and photo with his phone. Out of all this, Boom was so pressed on not being called a, quote, S-Predator, and is saying that he was going to sue 1090 Jake and Adam 22 for implying that, which is moronic. But let's just look at a couple of qualities that constitute an S-Predator, and you tell me if you believe Boom fits any of the criteria. Number one is using manipulative language. Well, it sounds to me like him saying he went from brushing someone to pushing someone to smacking someone's hand when in the video the 17-year-old girl's hand is at her chest. I don't think anyone's like pointed this out. Her hand is literally up covering her chest. Her elbow is basically at her waist and he's reaching below that. What hand is he smacking? Using semantics for what he was sentenced to and countless other things. Sexual obsession. Well, let's take a look at this IG Live from Boom that I played in the beginning of the video.
Damn, bro. I need can't even go on X videos, bro. Come on, bro. Y'all gotta do better, man. I can't even get on X videos. Just hit the phone.
Now, that alone wouldn't be enough. Like, you know, sure, some people may do like a prank like that, although I would advise against it. But I'm pretty sure taking photo and video of a random girl in a Walmart cosmetics aisle is another example as to why someone would consider him sexually obsessed. 3, ignoring boundaries. Getting this close to all of these...
Man, we could end this damn video, man. Boom,
True.
bro. You did really bad, brother. Really bad.
True.
The main fact that you are denying these things tells me you have a problem. And I want you to get help. That's the only thing I could say as someone who used to be my friend. I want you to go get help. That's it. Other than that, yeah, this is, you know, we got to protect the chat. You know, Boom.
Okay. Okay, 2 emails. I'll read on stream. Let me use the restroom real quick and then we're done. Thank God. 1 second.
Boom doesn't represent all of us, and yeah, you know, we have to distance ourselves. Okay. All right, people. I don't plan to talk about this for the whole night. All right, y'all heard what I had to say. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was upset today, Chad. I was really upset. I didn't think that this would be what I would necessarily be talking about, but it is what it is. Somebody say he lied for. Yeah, he did. He did. He did. I agree. I'm agreeing with everything y'all saying. Like, there's nothing y'all saying right now I'm not agreeing with. I'm agreeing. His behavior would be met with immediate violence if there were certain either men or people who were around their kid and witnessed that behavior. Could you imagine you walk into the cosmetic aisle where your daughter's shopping and a nigga got a camera phone under her butt cheeks trying to record what? God knows what. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Okay? Somebody say he had a receipt. Yeah, he showed me a receipt. It was like $20-something. I don't know if it's real or not, but bro, fuck the receipt. Nigga, you were doing some creepy things. What you were doing tells me that you have a problem. And if that is not addressed, I do fear that this will happen again.
Okay. We've got an Instagram reel. What is this? Oh, no volume control. Okay. What is
On
this?
the topic, if he wanted to, he would. And I have a different take. Let's just remove wanted to from the equation.
If he wanted to, he would. Wait, what is this about? If he wanted to, he would also implies that a woman can make a man want to enough to change his behavior, and that's just a recipe for disappointment and overworking. Is this about like a guy raping or not raping? Or if a guy is acting flaky and non-committal, for example, it's not because the woman he's dating is not... Oh, never mind. It's about dating shit. My bad. Okay.
Because it's irrelevant and it distracts from the point. The point is simple. How are they acting and is it compatible with you? Because the fastest way to know if someone is compatible with you is both letting them be exactly who they are and being exactly who you are. So for example, if you want someone who is proactive and a planner, use that as a filtering criteria. Don't try and cajole someone into planning and initiating a date. Just observe how they are acting under their own free will and then decide if that works for you. Or if your love language is quality time, don't date a workaholic, chronically busy person who only makes time for you 2 days a month and then think if he wanted to, he would. No, it's less about wanting to and more around misaligned lifestyle and values. Filter for people who are already acting in a way that is compatible with you, because the more that you try to modify someone's behavior in early dating, the less likely you'll be compatible with them long term and the more frustrating dating them will be. And I'm not downplaying communication because of course it's important to ask for what you want, but you have to make sure you're asking it from someone who is foundationally capable of giving it. So in summary, it's less if he wanted to, he would, and more if he's acting this way, do I want it?
No, that's fair. I mean, song link.
Cause I know you've been dreaming of these days.
Okay, cute. All right. I think we're gonna do the forethought memes and then we're just gonna read today, I think. Can you please fix this disgusting Yumi bug where if you don't W out or use abilities for like a minute 30, you get AFK shit and your team can remake? Did the Greenwald thing already happen? Supposedly that's scheduled now for Tuesday night. Summer's accusations against Sam Hyde and Fish Tank Live.
Probably all saw my recent post.
Nope, don't care. Indiana Jones and the Great
Let me tell you
Circle.
what you are missing, Dr. Jones. While you were playing your pointless game, I was playing you. You're wondering if maybe you should have built yourself a life of meaning instead of ending up here, dead and forgotten in the sense of Africa.
Myths. History. Just different ways to interpret the past. Thousands of years of humanity's thoughts and beliefs, scattered and buried. Just waiting.
Okay, I don't care. You Splendid makes a post highlighting an unjustified ban from Forethought. Forethought admits to being in the wrong, then bans You Splendid for 30 days and removes the post. Oh, shit. This post has been removed, so here's a quick overview. What I remember it saying. You FICO Scores posted a news story from I-24 News, a reputable and large Israeli news site, which translated Netanyahu as saying, in the future, the state of Israel is to control the entire area from the river to the sea. Forethought took issue with the translation and banned FICO Scores for 90 days. Splendid argued that it's unreasonably banned because you post a major news site that turned out to report a mistranslation. The post wasn't mean-spirited or used any snark or jokes. The content wasn't objectionable in the slightest. In the thread, Forethought admits to being in the wrong and unbanned FICO Scores, but after that, goes on to ban Splendid for 30 days because the thread is fucking annoying, and deletes the thread because he had a hard job at the Jenny factory today and doesn't want to deal with this shit today. P.S. Why the fuck does Rule 3 disallow posts linking to threads and comments in the sub? I have all the comments linked, but it wouldn't let me post because linking to subreddit is not allowed, so now you just have to click the profiles to find the relevant comment. Wow. Testing to see if I'm still shadow banned. This comment has been filtered due to crowd control. Damn. Okay, so he posted this thread. And then Forethought says it's a mistranslation. Says he hates everyone. The OP of this thread was apparently banned for 90 days for posting a misquote of Netanyahu. He got all this shit. They made the mistake of posting anti-Israel information, which was afterwards found to be false. Should have posted pro-Israel, anti-leftist misinformation. Said bro would probably have been armed. Based. Yeah, dude, it's getting crazy in here. Like, no one here likes extremist lefties, but it does really feel like we've gained quite a few of these folks who aren't really engaging with some of this stuff in good faith. I know it's sort of always been like this, but feels especially exacerbated in the past year or two. I've had threads in here where people unironically tell me their words don't matter so much, i.e. ranting about wokeism and being able to define what that even is, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, buddy, you didn't suck off the right mod. True. Absolutely true. I think it's okay if I do it, but everyone should be held to a different standard. Paste. you see Mama Max leaked someone lied and said they were a victim and got a Discord? It leaked it all. Nope. Serious question. You afraid of forethought or something? Like, if he was this unhinged about Palestine, would you let it go? Limfeo. No, because I'm biased towards Israel, and that's the only people that I support. Shit, hold on. Okay. Fuck, I think Abba was in here earlier. The Modern History of Yemen. Okay, good luck. The modern history of Yemen began with the withdrawal of the Ottoman Empire in 1839. The British set up a protective area around the southern port of Aden, and in 1918, the Northern Kingdom of Yemen gained independence from the Ottoman Empire. North Yemen became a republic in 1962, but it was not until 1967 that the British Empire withdrew from what became South Yemen. In 1970, the southern government adopted a communist governmental system. The two countries were formally united as the Republic of Yemen on May 22nd, 1990. Aden is down here in Yemen. Okay. How is this broken up? Interesting. I think we need to go into all of the subparts. The Mutawakilite Kingdom of Yemen. Christ. It was a state that existed between 1918 and 1962 in the northwestern part of what is now Yemen. 1918 to 1962 seems kind of important. Sure, fuck it, why not? Let's see. The Mutawakilite Kingdom of Yemen. How the fuck do you pronounce this?
The Mutawakilite Kingdom.
Bro, really?
The Mutawakilite Kingdom, Arabic.
Do you think the AI voice is correct, or? Jesus Christ.
Allô? Est-ce que vous êtes là? Allô?
Hi, what's up?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, you are here. I want to talk to you about the affordability stuff because I think we had a brief conversation about it.
Yeah, go for it. What's up?
Okay, so before we even start, I just want you to state for yourself, do you feel like the affordability crisis that everyone's yammering about is real? Or do you feel like it's not at all? Or do you feel like it's overinflated?
I think it's dramatically overinflated. I think right now stuff is probably leaning on the harder to afford side, especially as interest rates and everything go up. But I think we just came through periods of like tons of stimulus, low interest rates. I think it's all kind of going to settle out. I think everything is going to be fine. I think people is like dramatically overblowing the issues right now. Yeah. And it's overrepresented because of especially young people on social media. Yeah.
Okay. So I was going to look at it from a few different axes. I was looking at it from cost of rent. I was looking at affordability in terms of home ownership, student debt, things like that, cost of tuition. We can look at all these different avenues and then kind of see if the prices are outpacing even when you factor in for inflation. And I think these are probably good measures. Fair?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay, cool. So why don't we just start with home ownership? I think yesterday you showed me the graphs. I decided to do some reading up on Gen Zers owning more homes. So I looked at some of the factors for Gen Z home ownership. Biggest thing is that Gen Zers who wanted to own homes, obviously, pandemic kind of hit at a perfect time inflection where low interest rates came in for mortgages, and they also had the lucky thing where there was wages went up, I think like 12% at the onset of the pandemic. So people were just making more money and everything became slightly cheaper at the onset of the pandemic. So they really got a bit of a lucky boon when it comes to their buying period. What's more is that most of the home ownership that Gen Zers were willing to take on were in cities where affordability still existed. Meaning, for a lot of them, they ended up having to leave the cities that they lived in to go to a smaller town. So they were going to Cincinnati, they were going to different parts of Ohio, they were going to places where these housing was still possibly affordable. Would you say that's a marker of affordability? Or I would ask you that. Do you think the fact that they're willing to sacrifice by moving substantially far away and go to different places is a marker of affordability being still decent?
Well, I'd have to know if is that substantially different than affordability in the past. Like, I'm not aware of, for instance, any city populations that are declining except for like maybe LA, unless maybe we're saying Gen Zers are moving out of their cities to buy other things while other people are moving into those cities. I'm not sure. I'd have to see. Can you link me and we can go over like specifically what you're looking at?
Sure. Let me take a look here. I have all the sources for everything. Did I keep the source for this one? Let's see. Gen Z moving to own homes. I don't think I kept the source of this one. A new study suggests that young buyers are mostly prevalent in smaller cities. Here we go. Let's pull up the study. Oh, you can pull up the source for this one because I don't have access to New York Times, unfortunately.
Sure. Can you give me the title of the article?
I'll just send it to you direct. Here you go.
Gotcha.
I had the original source for this one, but I didn't keep it on the doc for some reason, so you have to figure it out.
Okay, Gen Zers are moving out. Where are they looking to buy homes? A new study suggests that young buyers are most prevalent in smaller cities, but they're on their way to greater market share. After the pandemic forced many young adults to move back in with their parents, a new study suggests that they're ready to test the housing market again. Lending Tree, an online loan marketplace, analyzed about 3.4 million mortgage purchase requests on its platform during 2022 and found that Gen Zers made up nearly 15% of potential home buyers across the nation's 50 largest metro areas. Gen Z comprises people born between 1997 and 2012, so only the generation's elders are looking to buy homes. Where are these young buyers? Not surprisingly, they're in some of the more affordable markets in the country, but affordability isn't the only factor. To conduct the study, researchers examined loan requests made by Gen Z borrowers as a percentage of the total number of requests made by platform users of all ages. Salt Lake City had the highest rate of Gen Z applicants at 22.6%, said the Lending Tree economist Jacob Channel, the author of the report. Up next were Oklahoma City at 22.4% and Birmingham, Alabama at 20.8%, followed by Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Louisville, Kentucky, and Minneapolis. They're a little bit more affordable, Mr. Channel said, of these smaller cities, but certainly there are, like Salt Lake or even like in Minneapolis, areas that often skew a little bit younger and that can attract maybe a younger crowd that wants the best of both worlds. They want to live in a city, but they also want to be close to nature. Some of the most expensive and competitive markets, San Francisco, New York, and San Jose, sat at the bottom of the list. Many Gen Zers who came of age during the past couple of years missed out on the record low mortgage rates of 2020, 2021. But even with higher rates now in place, Mr. Channel expects the number of Gen Z homebuyers to grow from here. Even though you might hear a lot of doom and gloom and people might say, well, Gen Zers will never be able to buy a house, they said the same thing about millennials, and millennials are the largest group of homebuyers in America, he said. Mr. Channel relayed some tips for 20-somethings looking to buy a home: focus on boosting your credit score and repaying student loans, shop around for the best mortgage rate, and take advantage of first-time homebuyer programs, including federal housing administrative loans, which can ease the burden on young buyers with small down payments and lower credit scores. Okay. So... the argument or the line of reasoning you're going is that, well, if they're moving to smaller cities, it doesn't count as much, or it's not okay, or...
Yeah, so basically, my argument is that in comparison to boomers, for example, they're having to sacrifice more to even have an opportunity to be able to own homes. So they're making the sacrifice to move to these smaller cities to be able to own a home. And thus, that's also part of the affordability crisis. Because if boomers have the ability to buy their homes in metro areas or a lot of the major cities, when it was possible, then to me, for the people who are part of Gen Z and who can't afford to move, either because they need to stay close to family, there's different reasons for why people can't move, they're priced out of buying a home the way boomers could under the same circumstances. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if I'm fully convinced. I feel like even back a long time ago, it was probably more expensive to move to San Francisco and New York than to other areas. My guess is that's probably always been the case. Also, I'm going to guess the sacrifice...
Bay Area, yes. Bay Area, yes. But I think that's a poor example. I feel like you could find other metro cities that aren't the Bay Area or aren't like New York City and be able to find affordability going down over time in that metro area.
Sure, but like when we're saying, I mean, like, these aren't small towns, right? When we're talking about like Indianapolis, Salt Lake City, like Minneapolis, like these are cities. Like they're not, it's not like people are having to move to like bumfuck like 10,000 population towns. Like these are all probably like million plus population metropolitan areas, or like at least 500,000 plus metropolitan population areas. Like I don't think this is bad at all. And my guess is, again, it's probably going to have been the same through history, that moving to like huge metros or moving to the most expensive cities has probably always been the minority of people. Like you're competing with older buyers is always going to suck because they always have more money, more wealth, more credit. Like,
I guess the argument isn't that these aren't real cities or whatever. The argument is that a lot of the cities are now, more of them are becoming less and less affordable. So now where option like Cincinnati would have been far down the list, now is at the top of the list because a lot of the other major cities that used to be affordable are no longer the case. So the options in terms of like things that people would have liked or that were desirable are starting to go down. That's the argument I'm making.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if that's changed at all. What would the opposite argument be, that Gen Xers, when they were looking to move, that they had an easier time bidding in places like New York or LA or Seattle against like older buyers? It was probably always hard, I imagine, to move to the most populated areas, right?
That would be the big question. I guess that's the thing that I would wonder about. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Sure. But even if
it might even be the case, I could even grant that that like maybe these really, really large cities are starting to become unaffordable or much more difficult to afford places in. That might be the case, but I don't know if I necessarily consider that's probably like unavoidable. And I don't know if that's even a bad thing, especially with how much like remote work and everything is available. And if all these other cities are like, again, like if you're going like, like Salt Lake City, that's not like a small city. These are like 1 million plus like metropolitan population areas. Like I would be, I don't think this is like a bad thing at all. And I don't know if that's like, I'm not, I think it's fine. If somebody say, like, if the complaints were literally like, Gen Z has it so hard because everybody can't afford a house in Miami or New York or LA or whatever, I think that'd be kind of a silly argument.
All right, let's see here. Most expensive. One states, one cities. So let's move past the top 5. So let's say I give you Los Angeles, New York, Miami, San Francisco, whatever. Okay. what I'm talking about is beyond even just the top 5, which are the far end extremes. Even down towards the middle, those are becoming places that are becoming harder and harder to be able to afford homes. So I think the issue is the constant pricing out of cities and the list expanding of places that used to be affordable that no longer are. You do not think that would be an issue for people? Or do you think that's just kind of normal and that's how things are supposed to go? But even if it is normal and that's how things are supposed to go, I think there's complaint about things becoming substantially less affordable and then having to vacate like place you've always called home as a result is an issue, no?
I don't know. That's a hard one. I've the gentrification issues and stuff like that are challenging, but I don't have a strong opinion on these one or another. I don't automatically believe that they're bad things. If people get basically priced out of where they live and they have to sell their homes, because the flip side of that is that people ought to be able to, like, if you buy a house, then you have like basically a right to stay there and your whole future family to stay there for the rest of eternity, and there can be no further development of the areas. I don't think
my argument isn't for or against gentrification. My argument is that because of it, people are being priced out of places where they ideally used to want to live. And so, irrespective of whether or not that's a good or a bad phenomenon, what is true is that people generally don't like to have to uproot their whole families and be away from their friends and have to live far away. So they're having to leave what they've always called home, and that's part of the affordability issue because they do desperately want to stay in the places that they've grown up in.
I'm just curious, like, is this happening at a greater rate than it was in the past? Also, wait, shit, hold on one second. Hold on, just a quick thing. I'm not timing. I'm just permabanning. VT Democracy, I've permabanned like 20 people so far in chat. If all you have to say is like out of touch millionaire, blah, 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 if you don't link any sources, any stances, like I just permaban you, okay? If you want to link a source or a stat, that's fine. I don't care what you're typing in chat because you're most likely upper middle class, you're most likely white, mom and dad probably pay for your whole fucking student loans. I super don't give a fuck. You're way more out of touch than any other fucking person. If you think the average person is like your fellow white classmate that you see on fucking Twitter, whose mom and dad also pays for the whole education. So if you want to link a source or a stat or something, that's fine. Out of touch or whatever, you can say that. You're just going to get permabanned. Good luck. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no worries. I couldn't find any comparative stats for that one, so that would be something to...
Like, I'm sure these are issues that have always happened. Like, I think that the argument that some people are making that I'm warming up to, or I'm pretty warm to, because I've been making it, is the idea that, like, it's spotlighted a lot more because of social media now, that now people have, like, a way bigger, like, attention to it than they did in the past. But I don't know if I've convincingly seen that, like, it's happening more than it used to in the past, or, like, the rates have increased or something like that, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Just moving slightly past that. So this is actually for Gen Z and millennials. But the percentage of income being spent on home ownership is substantially higher for both millennials and Gen Z than it is for boomers and the previous generations before. Would you say that is an issue in terms of affordability, or do you?
It could be. Yeah, show me the link on that. We can check.
All right, here we go. So this is from Rent Campaign. We got a bunch of them. Hopefully the link works. If it doesn't, just let me know and I can find it again. So yeah, basically they're saying for 41% for Gen Z in terms of
okay, I'm just going to read this over. Yeah. We all know millennials. They're resourceful, creative youngsters who grew up with the latest technology and who are big fans of Music Festival and avocado toast. Known as a generation of renters, many millennials find renting more affordable and hassle-free than buying, but that's not the only reason they don't buy. At a time when they should be able to focus on their career, settling down, and having a family, millennials are still going through the stress of student loan debts, although at the same time struggling to pay rent. The cost of renting is a huge subject nowadays and a big expense as well, arguably the biggest it's ever been. We were curious to find out exactly how much millennials spend on rent before the age of 30 and if it's true that they're more rent burdened than previous generations. Wait, hold on. Okay. In our quest for more information, we turned to U.S. Census to shed some light on this topic and looked at each generation's total income and total rent paid for an 8-year period from 22 and including 29 years of age. Specifically, we looked at the median income representative for the ages analyzed rather than the median income of the overall population because people in their 20s with limited experience in the workforce typically have a lower income than those over 40 who are at the peak of their careers. Our analysis refers to single people paying a median rent on their own, and all amounts were adjusted to 2017 prices. Our study comes to show that, yes, millennials do carry the weight of a very heavy rent burden and pay a ton of money on rent. With a rent burden of 45%, millennials pay $92,600 in total rent. Millennials pay a whopping $92,600 in total rent by the time they turn 30, more than what their baby boomer parents paid by the time they hit the same age. It seems that millennials Renting put a massive amount of money into this lifestyle, but the numbers also show that their total median income is the highest among generations, earning about $206,600 in 8 years. However, they spend 45% of this income on rent between the ages of 22 and 30, which is more than the recommended 30%. In fact, none of the previous two generations managed to keep the rent burden under 30%, with Gen Xers witnessing a rent burden of 41% and baby boomers of 36%. Rent burden by generation between the ages of 22 and 30. So this is as percentage of income that's being earned. Both Gen Xers and baby boomers made less than millennial renters, but also spent less on rent. Gen Xers spent a total of $82,200 in rent when they were in their 20s, and they earned about $202,000. Same is true for baby boomers, as they earn $195,700, while $71,000 went towards rent. So here's like a question or like an interesting thing for this. So I'm looking at the rent burden by generation between the ages of 22 and 30, right? You see this?
Yeah.
One thing that I wonder is if you look at baby boomers and Gen X, my guess is going to be that a really big part of your monthly income and outcome payments is probably going to go into student loan debt. My guess is going to be that millennials probably have the most student loan debt, followed by Gen X, followed by baby boomers. I wonder if this is something where, as millennials are paying a greater share of their income because of the greater student loan debt, if this is something that once the student loans are paid off, right? Ideally, if you've got a good education, you're paying your student loans off. If this is something that you would expect to see flip dramatically, like from 30 to 40, because now you've got the increased earning potential because of ideally because of your degree and your job, that the Gen X and the baby boomers don't have, although they enjoyed lower payments earlier in life because they didn't have as much student loan debt, you know?
I guess you'd have to look at the amount of income they've made and like whether or not that's substantially higher than baby boomers who've had that level of education. But I don't have that.
Well, it says so. Like, yeah, so it says right here, like total median income for millennials is the highest. What was it? $206,600 over 8 years, and then Gen Xers was $202,000, and then baby boomers was $195,000. Not significantly higher, but a bit higher. I wonder if that 8 years, something I'm really curious about too is this 8 years, is this average between everybody that's just completely out of school, or is this including some people that have a few non-earning years in school too? I'm curious about that.
I don't know if they differentiated between those things. It looks like when they took those 8 years, they said whoever's paying rent and is single, that's just how they aggregated all of that. I don't think they factored in for like education and stuff.
Maybe, okay, scrolling down.
I'm pretty sure they said that. They factored in people who are single.
Where?
Paying rent. I should say it at the bottom of the link when I read the methodology.
The bottom of the... Okay.
Does it not say that in the methodology?
And our question for more information, Bureau, I'm going to the bottom, scrolling up a little bit. Total income and total rent paid for an 8-year period from 22 and including 23. We look at the median income represented for ages rather than the median income of the overall population. 20s, limited experience at work sports, typically have a lower income than 40s. So single people paying a median rent on their own and on. I guess what I'm curious about is like if you're a millennial, if you're a millennial and you're working or you're going to school for a couple more years, like maybe until you're 23 or 24, I wonder if they're overrepresented in that, and that brings down the median income at all. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's just a question. But okay, I'm scrolling down past this to the next part. Besides the heavy rent burden, there are several other reasons why millennials witness such big financial challenges. One of them is the ever-increasing student loan debt, which many economists blame as the reason millennials aren't able to buy homes. Millennials do make more money than any other generation before them, but they're also said to be spending more on things that are not necessarily essential, like Uber rides, pricey coffees, or eating out. At the same time, spending habits depend very much on where they live, and as many millennials prefer urban areas in big cities like Atlanta, Los Angeles, or San Francisco, this can result in higher costs. Let's see, this is total income versus total rent paid. For an 8-year period. Okay, millennials earn and spend more on rent than any previous generation. To better illustrate this, we compared millennials' income and rental amounts paid before turning 30 to those of the two previous generations, with a total of $92,600 spent on rent before hitting 30. Millennials pay a striking $21,600 more than what baby boomers paid during the same 8-year period. At the same time, millennials boast a total income of $206,600, almost $10,000 more than what the $195,700 baby boomer earned between the ages of 22 and 30. It's worth noting that the rent difference between millennials and baby boomers is twice as big as the income difference. So Gen X is the generation before millennials. So Gen X is earning $4,500 more, but they pay $10,000 more in rent. Baby boomers earn $10,000 more, they paid $20,000 a difference in rent. Okay. Okay. As for the Gen Xers, they had an income of $202,100. Oh no, wait. Millennials earn / pay more than Gen X. Oh, this is comparing it to millennials, I think. Okay, for these. Okay. As for Gen Xers, they had an income of $202,100, about $45,000 lower than that of millennials. I might say that compared to Gen Xers, millennials have had it easier so far, given the fact that Gen Xers were in their 30s and 40s when the U.S. housing market crashed in 2008. Most of them witnessed the full force of the aftermath. As a result, many were no longer able to buy and were forced to turn to renting. However, if we compare the rental amounts paid by Gen Xers and millennials between the ages of 22 and 30, we'll notice that the latter paid $10,400 more in rent. An explanation for this could be that rents have gone up since the housing crisis. Gen X and millennials, we notice others paid $10,000 more in rent. Okay, for millennial, all right. Are these numbers adjusted for inflation? For sure. Younger millennials pay more rent than older millennials. Our analysis also found that younger millennials renting, now aged between 22 and 29 years old, have had to pay a larger amount of money on rent than older millennials, now aged 30 to 40. Younger millennial renters are paying a median amount of $97,400 for turning 30, while older millennials paid about $90,500, almost $7,000 less than young millennials. The two demographics were impacted by both the recession and social factors in a way that pushed them to rent longer than any other previous generation. As far as the rent burden goes, there's a visible difference between younger millennials and older millennials renting, with a rent burden of 47% between the ages of 22 and 30. Younger millennials surpass older millennials, who spent about 44% of their income on rent during the same period of time. The high rent burden carried by younger millennials is mostly due to the increase in the median rent paid. While it's true the income is $3,400, they also paid $6,000 more in rent. By the time they hit 30, Gen Z will have paid over $102,000 on rent. Baby boomers, now in the 60s, 70s, paid the lowest rental amount of $66,000. Okay. Rent paid by each generation, $2017. So this is the Gen Z forecasted total rent paid. And then these are the two millennial age brackets, Gen X and baby boomer. All of this should be inflation adjusted, I think. It has to be. As Gen Zers are starting to look for their very first apartments, they're bound to bring about some changes in the housing market. We're talking about a highly visual cohort, which was born and grew up in the internet era. Although not very different from millennial renters, Gen Zers are way more tech savvy and highly reliant on technology. As a result, their future homes will have to meet their technological needs. Expected to be a more sedentary generation. Industry experts say that they no longer require amenities like swimming pools or fitness centers, but computer labs and game rooms. Technological updates are likely to drive monthly rents further up. Therefore, Gen Zers should expect to pay more in order to get more. Given their overwhelming student loan debt, younger millennial renters may carry on renting simply because the prospect of buying is not yet attainable. On the other hand, older millennials are starting to slowly shift towards home ownership as they're finally catching up with the American dream. This will surely drive demand for homes for sale. Their lifestyle patterns so far show the millennials need affordable homes with attractive amenities. They're starting to form families, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. What do you want me to take from this?
I guess just the amount that people are having to pay for rent, even when adjusted for inflation. Yeah, the percentage of their income that is having to go to rent is higher. Like, even if you factor in the fact that they waste money stupidly, there's a percentage of disposable income is shrinking as well. So that's just one factor.
Okay.
But do you have any contention with this?
I don't necessarily have contention. I don't think any of this is that catastrophic or that big of a
I don't think it's catastrophic. No, I don't think it's catastrophic on its own. I think it's when you factor in the other aspects of life that become more expensive, that when you add it all up and you divvy it up, it's like, okay, this is a substantial burden. But not one thing in a vacuum.
Maybe, yeah. I feel like the student loan debt, because that's what we're looking at, like percentage of income to rent. Student loan debt is factoring in here because the student loan debt is going to be carried heavier and heavier by the younger generations as well. So that's probably causing a bit of a squeeze early on in life too. But
I think the student loan part is also important, and from my reading up on it, it seems like let's see here, what did I get? In 12 years, tuition rose up to 12% a year, while overall inflation increases 2.6 each year. Earnings post-college are equal to previous generations, despite the rising cost of a university. So, people who are just leaving university are starting off at around the same salaries as people from previous generations, despite the substantial increase.
Wait, can you show me the link that you're looking at?
Okay, all right. So this one, and Pew Research. The Pew Research actually was really good too, but I don't know how you feel about Pew Research. So these are the two.
Pew does good polling. I've never heard anything bad about Pew. College tuition inflation rate. College tuition, I'm pretty sure everybody agrees, has been outpacing
inflation.
Yeah, college has been exploding a ton in terms of cost. Reports highlight the average annual cost of tuition at a public four-year college is 23 times higher than tuition in 1963. College tuition inflation averaged 12% annually from 2010 to 2022. The cost of tuition at public four-year institutions increased 9.24% from 2010 to 2022. After adjusting for currency inflation, college tuition has increased. Blah, 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 most experienced. Okay, average annual tuition at public four-year post-secondary institutions. They know, is this tuition paid, or is this sticker price for the cost of education? Do you know?
I don't know. I imagine for people who are paying through scholarships and stuff like that, it probably doesn't factor in. They're just saying, like, for folks who want to go and don't necessarily have. That's what I imagine, but I can't confirm.
Let me check. Tuition inflation is not consistent. Annual rates have generally trended downwards over the last decade. From 2010 to 2020, the average annual tuition inflation rate at a public four-year college was 12%. Over the same period, tuition increased. Tuition among offer. Okay, average tenure. Historical college tuition, inflation.
It says the published prices of tuition do not include grant aid or discounts the students may receive. With true cost of tuition obscured, colleges have trouble lowering prices to match their competition.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's.
I think that, so one of the difficult things when you analyze like college prices, when you're analyzing like increase or decrease or whatever in terms of tuition, is that the college tuition is like a. Have you ever heard of the term price discrimination?
No.
So college tuition is weird in the United States because very, 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 very few people actually pay the full sticker price for it, because there's like so many different student aid programs. There's so many different scholarship things. There's a lot of different subsidized like federal government grants for education too, that I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people pay less than the sticker price. So when you're looking at like cost of college, it's really important to keep in mind the price discrimination effects that happen to find out, like, are people actually paying more, or is the degree actually worth it? Because just the posted rates rarely reflect what people actually pay. But it could be the case that like people are still paying more and it's increasing basically alongside these average annual tuition posted rates. But it's really important to look at the actual rate paid. I don't know if this site is doing that, but that's the thing that's come up a lot in the past as I've argued and debated about college stuff.
Here, it says, okay, scholarship statistics. Over 1.7 million scholarships are awarded annually. However, only 7% of college students will receive a scholarship.
Wait, is this the peer research one?
No, this is the education data instead of it's. They have all the data on.
All right, hold on.
So only 7% of college students are getting a scholarship. I wonder how many of them are getting student aid.
Let me check. Hold on.
They seem to have everything here. Research by topic. Education data.
For 1.7 million scholarships awarded annually, 7% of students. U.S. Department awards an estimated $46 billion in scholarship money annually. The average scholarship for a two-year institution is worth $6,000. On average, first-time undergrads who receive government grants and scholarships at a four-year college receive $14,000. Undergrads who receive. I wonder what the percentages of undergrads who receive government grants. Government grant and scholarship aid per student by family income level. 0 to 30,000. This must just be people who receive aid. It can't be for everybody, right? That would be insane, I think. Scholarship statistics for on average, a student who receives a scholarship or grant at a private four-year college will receive $8,000. The disparity money between public grants is greatest among those families with the highest incomes. Graph below. Government grant. Private source awarded over $7.4 billion in scholarship money annually. In 2003, private source awarded an estimate. Okay, let's see. Need-based scholarships by race. Athletic scholarships. Do you have anything that says? I'm just curious what the percentage of people is that get aid.
I didn't say anything about aid. I just said scholarships, and I think.
Well, I think like aid. I feel like grants. Wait, what's interesting? Like is a Pell Grant considered student aid? Does anybody know? I thought it would have been. Maybe not. Would a Pell Grant fall under like aid or like a grant? Like, how do you think that they would include all forms of financial aid in here? I think this site you gave me. I'm just curious. Like, what is the percentage of students that get financial aid?
Yeah, that one I couldn't find. I looked for it on the data initiative, but they didn't have it. Which I'm surprised. I feel like this should include everything. So
okay, give me like 2 seconds. Hold on. Report out. Okay, student financial aid statistics indicate that while 83.8% of college students benefit from some form of financial aid, public programs are underutilized. 36.7% of undergraduates each receive an average of $8,285 in federal loans annually. 42% of undergrads each receive $5,000 in federal grants. So that's 42% of undergrads, 42% of people attending a four-year university get, on average, about $5,200 in federal grants. In one academic year, over $2 billion, don't care. The percentage of students who accept financial aid grows by an average of 0.09%. Okay. So this part here is what I was talking about in terms of like price discrimination. So assuming I'm reading this correctly, so from 2019 to 2020, 86.4% of students got some kind of financial aid. This is what I mean when I say that, like, when people talk about like the rising cost of tuition, while schools are definitely becoming more expensive, that's inarguable. There's also been like more and more financial aid. So you have to look at like the cost paid is really important, because if you just look at the sticker price, you're missing a lot of the actual,
You'd have to look at a few things, right? You'd have to look at how much money are they receiving? Does it factor against the inflation cost? And does it really cover most of the rising cost?
Mhm.
And then you also have to think that for a lot of people who are not eligible for financial aid, their experience is life is substantially more expensive.
Probably, yeah.
And for the people who have to sign up for these programs, life is still more expensive, but thankfully I have these programs to offset. So I don't think it really changes the well, actually for the ones who can afford it or get financial aid, it does help. But yeah, I don't think it really changed the argument that things are becoming less affordable for many.
I mean, I guess maybe,
Because-
but the problem
because
is
even
like
with, even with the financial aid that you're talking about, like people are still leaving school with far more student debt now than they were before. So
like
yeah,
here's
maybe-
here's a question. If I were to look up like graduation rates by generation, or how about like 4-year college degree attainment rates by generation, educational attainment of young adults.
Are you trying to get to the point that the return on investment is better?
Basically, that like so here's okay. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, so here's like a thing. Okay, here's a thing. Or here's what makes a lot of this challenging. So what'll happen is somebody will say something like, okay, I'm about to make up everything I'll say. So none of this might be true, but I'm just for hypothetical. Okay, somebody will say, people can't afford homes, and college education is more expensive than it ever has been. It's unaffordable. People will make those two claims. It's like, okay, well, what are we basing that on? And the first thing that I think you should do is I think you should go to the very end and you should go, okay, well, let's check first. Are people actually getting homes, and are they graduating as much as they used to be? That's an important thing to do. And then when you go to the very end and you look at like, okay, well, it seems like people are buying homes as much as they should and people are graduating more than ever. Well, then when we go back to the beginning and then we look at the arguments people construct, it's like, well, look, college degrees are too expensive. Nobody can afford them. Homeownership is too out of reach. Nobody can afford houses, blah, blah, blah. It seems like people will kind of get a lot of stats here, but it's like, we must be missing something, because when we look at the outcomes at the end, none of these things are carrying through to the outcome. So we're missing something in the calculation. So for instance, here's what I would expect. If the argument's being made where that like education is not affordable, like the student loans are out of control, like nobody can do this, then it's like, okay, well then if I look at the end, then are people getting less college degrees? But then if the answer is the exact opposite, then it feels like something must be off or skewing our analysis, or there's some factor that we're missing. You know?
I think just looking at the outcomes isn't the right way, because you'd have to look at, okay, well, what are they paying for that outcome? So if I say things are more expensive and you're like, no, there's an equal amount of people buying candy from the store every day. It's like, yeah, I have to pull $40 out of my life savings. You had to only grab $10 from your checkings. Like, it's a completely different argument, because the affordability issue is still there, even though there's the exact same outcut of people buying at the same rate. So I don't think looking at the same rates of ownership is enough. You have to look at, okay, well, if people are buying, if Gen Z is buying homes at the same rate as previous generations, or maybe slightly more at that age, well, how much are they paying for it? How much of their total income are they actually having to allocate for this? Where are they having to move to? Well, these are the questions you'd have to ask to find out whether or not the affordability issue is still there. The fact that people are still meeting the same level of demand does not mean that what's being cost to them is not substantially more.
I guess that could be the case, but then why are they making those decisions? Like, why would they continue to? Because what?
They still want them, and we all have the same dream. We all dream about owning a home. So it's like, well, people still buy cars. Yes, they still buy cars. Doesn't mean that cars haven't become substantially more expensive. It's not because we have innate wants for a house.
I disagree. I totally disagree. I don't think that the desires for these things are definitely not inelastic. I think that, and I think we can prove that by looking at any economic upturn or any economic downturn. Desire for new cars, desire for houses, for renting big cities. These are incredibly, I think hugely elastic demands that are super responsive to market forces. That when interest rates go like shoot up like crazy and housing becomes unaffordable, people stop buying houses. I think these markets are super responsive to.
They stop buying houses, but not because they don't want them anymore. It's because they feel like if they do, they'll be fucked.
Sure,
So,
I understand, but I'm saying that if people are still making the decisions, and we do know that these, it seems like the demand here is relatively elastic. Like there has to be something missing in the analysis of at the end. Like
the demand is elastic. Why do you keep saying the demand is elastic? I'm lost.
Sorry. So if insulin to you costs $50 a month, and then the price increases to $500 a month, the consumption of that good or service at a higher price is going to be the same because you need insulin to live. You have to. You need the insulin, right? But if I start charging more for, say, avocado toast, I know that triggers millennials. Okay, if the price for avocado toast rockets up, 1,000%, the consumption of that is going to decrease quite a bit. So a highly elastic good is something that's responsive to market forces. A highly inelastic good means that the consumption of that good or service is going to be relatively the same no matter how much it costs. I feel like if we're making the argument that as housing and education goes up, like people are still buying these things, the implication that what you said that these are inelastic, that people always want these things, I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that the people's demands or their consumption of things changes like pretty responsively to the increase or the decrease in prices in the market. I think that's what it seems like.
To be clear, Gen Z homeownership only came because a small gap was open and then they seized on it. So is the demand elastic? I guess to agree, I think the demand is still very high. It's just that people feel like if they take it, they're really going to self-destruct their lives because they can't afford the mortgage payments. So I don't think it really has. You're looking at the number of home ownership and you're like, wow, it's really high. That means there's no issue. I'm telling you, the only reason that it was even this high is because a huge window opened up for Gen Zers and they capitalized at a very specific time. And the reason why millennials have less home ownership than Gen Zers and baby boomers, not because they didn't want houses. It's not because it's not something they really desired. They just didn't have the same window at the beginning of a pandemic that the Gen Zers had, and so they missed that boat by a mile.
Yeah, but I mean, millennials came into like the most fucked housing market of all, arguably of all time, kind of. I don't know. That's not true. It was a really but they still caught up. But millennials still caught up.
Hold up, but if you were a millennial at that time, like we don't have the same access to information that Gen Zers had in regards to like more like these young folks, especially when it comes to like business acumen. They're reading up on this on TikTok. They're learning about all this stuff. When we found out about the financial crisis, I don't know how old you were. I'm pretty sure that's 2008. I was 18. There was no thoughts in my head about owning a house at 18 because I was not even thinking that's a possibility to me. By the time I realized it was a possibility, the financial crisis had already passed. And that's the same truth for most millennials.
Maybe. I don't think the access to information is any better or worse, though, between boomers and Gen Zers. I don't think Gen Zers are financially like understanding anything any more than anybody else is.
I don't believe that's true, but I think that wouldn't be a hard one to parse out. That's just a difference of opinion.
Okay, I guess what is it? Here's like a question. I guess what's something that you would expect to like break, or what do you think is going to break soon, or would fuck up soon if things are as bad as like Gen Zers or young millennials say they are?
What am I expecting to break?
Yeah, like what's going to be like? Well, like what would be a signal where we're like oh shit, like this thing is like fucking up, like shit is about to go crazy, assuming that all of like the doom and gloom is true.
What am I expecting to break? A break as in like we're having a financial crisis of 2018, like is that what your definition of break, or are you just seeing like breakdowns in society? Because I would argue I would argue the homelessness crisis is probably a good example of certain things breaking to some degree.
You think that like Gen Zers are being pushed into homelessness more than anybody else? Because I don't think that's necessarily true. No,
I don't think that's the case for Gen Zers. I just think that's the case for everybody, that doesn't have financial stability today. Gen Zers are not the only ones who are hit by the affordability crisis. Obviously, people who are older and have their financials together are also in a good place because they can afford the rising cost of everything. But for people who are older and who are dealing with homelessness, I feel like they're and we're seeing the spikes in homelessness. It's not just due to housing, obviously. It's due to a lot of different things. But that's something I'm expecting to continue breaking as things become less and less affordable. More people are becoming homeless every year. I'm pretty sure that's common. And a lot of people have to live out of their cars or doing all kinds of stuff to be able to make ends meet because they can't afford the rents prices. So yeah, I feel like the housing crisis is definitely showing that homelessness is on a steady rise.
Has homelessness been getting like exceptionally bad? I'm curious. I'm just looking at this up. I'm not sure.
I know where I'm at. It doubled in 4 years, and across America, I feel like it's been hitting record. 12-year jump this year.
Well, it's been hitting records because homeless is always increasing, right? So of course, it's
Yeah,
always
but a
hitting records.
12% jump in homeless population is huge.
In 1 year would be massive. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Homeless rates over time, USA. Let's check.
I think other things you're looking at, young people are not moving out of their homes and their parents' homes at higher rates than previous generations.
That's true. Although that might largely correlate with like increase in education as well, right?
It's a part of it's paying off student debt. Part of it's like having a place and going to school is pretty much impossible. So they're making the strategic decision to stay at home so they can actually get an education and live. But yeah, those are other sacrifices that Gen Zers are having to make so that they meet the economy and where it's at. That's also part of the affordability discussion. Like, are they experiencing a loss of money? No, but they are experiencing a loss in terms of quality of life or whatever it might be in terms of their potential experiences because they can't afford a lot of stuff that you and I could have afforded. Because I know you and I, we probably moved out at 18 and we could afford to and still do a lot of different things. I don't think that's the case for
Wait,
most
hold
Gen
on.
Zers.
I just want to be super clear. That is absolutely not true for, at least not in America, at least not for me. The idea that I was able to move out at 18 because I'd been working for literally 6 months prior to graduating high school, and then because I got a full-time job and because I moved in with somebody else that had a full-time job. My girlfriend had a full-time job as well. And we were able to afford like a $700 a month little town.
Okay, I can't speak on your experience. This is going to be city dependent. I know in my city that was definitely a case. In some other cities I lived in, that was definitely a case. You could afford to get a studio or one-bedroom apartment, moving out and having a job. Yeah, sure. So
I also can't compare, like, I don't know, Canada, between Canada and the U.S. I don't know, like, what is the same or different too. So,
yeah. Let's see. So, one thing
I
that
feel
was
like
cool
I'm just curious about like the homeless population stuff. Shit, hold on. For the United States, when I look at the development of America's homeless population, it seems like the numbers are like, I don't know if this is 100%. It seems like they're kind of, but also I don't have the last 3 years. Are relatively stagnant, which is surprising. I would expect these to go up a lot more. I'm also curious, what do you think is the average age of a homeless person? I feel like it's got to be like 30s or 40s or what?
You said it's staying the same?
Yeah, it looks like it. I just Googled this Statista. I don't know if it's a better site for this. I'm just looking at source, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
I got a PBS article here. It says 12%.
Wait, can you shoot it to me? I'm curious. The median age of the homeless increased from 37 to 46. Oh, so it sounds like even homeless people are getting older as well.
I also imagine a lot of them are probably dying with the fentanyl rise. That's
actually,
yeah. Yeah. Like, the fentanyl is just killing homeless people like crazy.
Let's see. U.S. homelessness up 12% to highest reported level as rents soar and pandemic aid lapses. I wonder if this was like just in the last year or two, and that's why that one graph didn't have it, because that last graph only went to 2020.
Yeah, this one I think says 2020, maybe 2021.
The U.S. has been making steady progress till recent years in reducing the homeless population as the government focused particularly on increasing investments to get veterans into housing. The number of homeless people dropped from 637 in 2010 to 554,000 in 2017. It ticked up to about 580 in 2020. Relatively steady the next year. So the shortage of affordable homes and the high cost of housing that have left many Americans living paycheck to paycheck one crisis away from homelessness. Within the overall rise, homelessness among individuals rose by nearly 11%, among veterans by 7.4%, and among families with children by 15.5%.
Also, I'll say this: the mortality rate, which accounts for the total number of people experiencing homelessness each year, increased by the mortality rate. Okay, I don't know. I'll just send this to you.
I don't see the full thing of what they're saying here, but it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of shit got fucked in the past 2 to 3 years, after the pandemic, if homelessness soared, especially going from all that unemployment insurance and everything else to people just losing all of it. That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Even their deaths are surging. So according to most of the stuff I've read up on, deaths and homelessness is definitely on the rise.
Wow, damn, thanks for the 10 subs. Hold on, where? Wait, did you just link me something or?
Let me see here. It is linked to fentanyl. We're collecting data on COVID. Well, I just want to make sure the source is legit before I send it over. Our site only cites countries with. I don't care. I am iffy about this page, but I will send.
I don't think you're gonna send me like a fake.
No,
Sorry, that's fine. You can send me whatever. I can just read it. It's okay. I'm guessing homeless death count is probably pretty like pro homeless in terms of they might exaggerate something. But even if they do, like I'm sure they're gonna source their stats. It's fine. I'm not gonna just like write it off completely. Okay, so we have this is the amount of deaths per year, at least 20 people. Blah, 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 blah. What is that? What are you linking me this for?
Just the amount of deaths. That's
okay. Yeah. This wouldn't surprise me with all the drug shit. With the what was the name of that other hip drug besides fentanyl? The other one, Adroxys. What the fuck am I thinking of? That was the name of a dragon in my D&D campaign. What am I thinking of? What was the other big? Oh, is it xylazine or whatever?
I was not on the know for these.
Jesus Christ. Oh damn! LA finally addressing their homelessness problem. Nice job, guys.
Okay, so some of the things that I was going to look at in terms of affordability, childcare apparently is substantially higher than it was in the past, even when adjusting for inflation. Here we go. I'll send you that link. I think childcare is also a big deal in terms of costs. Unfortunately, the census link doesn't work, so I have to link to the Business Insider article.
Hold on one second. Soaring childcare costs squeeze families. Outlays rising nearly twice as fast as inflation since 2009. Issue spills into presidential campaign. Cost of childcare might be getting higher for sure. Is this affecting Gen Zers as much though?
Not necessarily Gen Zers, but the people who prospectively want to have kids. Like these are all things that consider. Also, it affects millennials for sure. Like I don't think the rising cost of everything is just a Gen Z problem. It also hurts millennials, my generation for sure.
What do you? I'm trying to think of like what would we expect to see. I'm trying to think of like what are like negative outcomes that we would expect to see if all of this stuff was becoming unaffordable or fucked. Like what would we expect to see suffer? Because like I think one of the things I'm gonna try to find this. Like one of the things that people were worried about, for instance, was because consumer sentiment was low, and a lot of people seem to be complaining about stuff in terms of affordability, and they're spending too much on their houses and blah blah blah. So a lot of people were looking to holiday spending and thinking that like, okay, well our holiday markets are going to be fucked this year if everybody truly has no money. But it seems like the holiday spending was like breaking record highs. So it seemed like people still felt like they had a ton of like consumption was still really high, and it seems like all of the markers for people being like financially strained or whatever are just not there.
Well, you'd have to look at in terms of traveling that people have done. You'd have to have more data on where they're doing it from and who's doing it. So that would be a question. Also, if they saved a lot of money during the pandemic, it's possible that coming out of it, for some people, they've afforded to do a lot of it. I think the issue with this stuff when it comes to childcare, for example, is that some people may forego the idea of having kids in its entirety and decide to be able to spend more money on themselves because they'll have more disposable income. Maybe that's the route that you're going to go. I couldn't tell you what the outcomes of these are going to be. I'm just looking at markers for things becoming less affordable and what people are complaining about. But yeah, I'd be curious to see. The question is that an outcome that we really want to watch unfold? Are these trends that we want to see before they're too late? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we have to see. I guess we just have to see what happens, because right now I think so. Like the things that people have been looking at are trying to figure out where the economic anxiety is coming from. So a lot of researchers have been digging into like 50 million different metrics and trying to adjust and compare and per capita and median and like average versus like all these things to try to figure out where it's coming from. And then a lot of economists have kind of like thrown up their hands and have said like, well, we think that consumer sentiment is just lagging. right? The economy is actually not that bad. It was pretty fucked coming out of COVID, and there were a lot of reasons to be upset, but people's expectations just haven't caught up with the economy. So that's what economists have been saying. Now, a lot of other people have been saying, by other people, I mean like social media accounts and people who are like commentators are saying things that like, well, actually, there are a lot of ways that individual financial spending is fucked, but it's hard to find that in the data, that people are spending more for the same amount of goods and services, that people are making decisions to put off buying houses, or like this stuff doesn't show up as much. So it feels like everybody's just kind of like waiting around to see then what happens. But it feels like as the days continue to creep forward, that the theory of the vibe session seems to be becoming more true. So for instance, the most recent piece of evidence was, I think it was yesterday or the day before, consumer sentiment was posted again, and it like climbed massively. It had like a huge uptick, which if you were going by the other predictions...
Wait, that's a question. Consumer sentiment means what? Consumer
sentiment is basically a snapshot of like, how do you feel like your economic well-being is? It factors in like a ton of things, like housing affordability, discretionary income, debt, like it factors in all sorts of things relating to what the consumer sentiment is. And especially, I think like a year ago, it was like really low. And then over like inflation and gas prices have been low and low and low. But then the most recent update was a giant uptick. It was like a 20-point increase from like 62 to like 78 in terms of what consumer sentiment was. So now people are like, okay, well, maybe consumer sentiment was just a lagging indicator, and now it's going to start to catch up, or maybe it'll go down again. I'm not sure, but I think everybody's just kind of like waiting to see what happens, because
okay, so you're essentially looking at consumer sentiment. It seems a little bit finicky, or because I see right here it says it rose as of December 2023. Is that the spike that you're talking about? Consumer sentiment soared to highest level since July 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I've never seen this in a graph. It's an interesting thing to think about. Wonder what's driving it. A soft landing, where inflation returns to the Fed's 2% target without a sharp economic downturn. Okay.
A lot of people keep thinking we're going to have like an explosive rise in unemployment, and that like a lot of bad shit is going to happen. That's why people are talking about like a potential recession versus like a soft landing, where I think the soft landing was basically just like, we're going to see a bit of inflation, maybe wage growth doesn't go up as much, but it seems like all the indicators seem to be pointing more positively, and they have been. So, but yeah, obviously people.
I think this. I think all these things can be true. It can be true that people feel good about the economy right now. It can also be true that people are buying at the same levels that they have in the past, and it could also be true that things are becoming less affordable. I think some of the invisible stuff in regards to some of the choices that people are having to make, some of the sacrifices that they're having to make in regards to still maintaining the same level of consumption have to be really factored in. And I don't think the fact that they're making these kinds of sacrifices deters from the fact that we're still living in a time where things are less affordable. So when I look at people choosing not to live away from their parents' home to be able to afford to go to school versus previous generations, or people who can't move out and be able to afford a home or whatnot, that tells me that people are having to make choices and understanding the current economic landscape. So my question isn't necessarily whether or not we're going to crash or everything's going to burn down like a lot of people are doing with doom and gloom. I think the whole point, I feel like, is that some of the sentiment that folks have in regards to the economy isn't invalid. And it seems like the numbers bear out that things are substantially more expensive, even when you consider inflation. I think even healthcare was similar in terms of like premiums. I think when you adjust for... I think even when you adjust for inflation, those are substantially higher than previous generations. And I think it's the same thing for cars. I sent you a link for the cars.
Uh-huh.
So yeah,
wait, what was the link for the car stuff?
There's the last one I just sent you.
Oh, gotcha. Price for new cars up 5%, insurance 50% over the last 10 years.
I don't think they have anything more recent though.
Consumer Price Index for vehicles and related expenses, seasonally adjusted November 2006 to November 2016. Over the last 10 years. Okay, this is pretty old. Not that it doesn't make it relevant or anything, but...
Yeah, 2016 is not the greatest. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Cars are more expensive, but used cars last significantly longer than they did in the 90s and 2000s. Is that actually true? I don't know if that's true or not. It might be.
Yeah, it seems even for cars up until 2022, the prices are still increasing. According to Car Edge. Here you go. There's more recent. So yeah.
Something I'm curious, Metal Sword or somebody, I don't know if you guys, I'm curious, what are like, what do car use rates look like compared to between generations at like similar ages? Like, did more people own cars when they were boomers and they were 30 years old versus like millennials at 30 years old versus...
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody can find that. I'm curious if anybody has data on that. I'd just be curious. Housing as a proportion of income. Wait, what is this? Median personal income in the United States Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers. Housing in U.S. city. Is this his own graphs that he makes, or a percentage of income spent on housing by age group? Income spent on housing. I hate these numbers. Is it possible? Percent of income spent on housing by age group. Fuck. If that Noah guy was here, we could go him. Would it be possible, let's say that if I took a group of people, let's say that I took 10 people and made them, and let's say that one guy earned 100, let's say that 9 of them earned 100,000 a year and one guy earned $1 million a year, and all of them could afford a $50,000 house. The percent of income spent on housing by age group would be quite high. What if I made the housing unaffordable for 9 people and only the rich guy could afford the housing then because it went up? Wouldn't technically the percent of income spent on housing drop dramatically? Wouldn't that make it look like housing was a lot more affordable, but in reality it had priced people out that weren't part of this graph? Do you understand what I'm saying? But I guess then you'd look at like the percentage of people that own homes. Oh, I feel like you could. Sending in the discourse. The average rent to income ratio for people in their 20s who lived alone has increased by about 1.5 percentage points since 2019. This is rent to income ratio. Blocked. Wait, what? Older people tend to earn more than younger people. Percentage of income spent on housing by age group. Oh yeah, that's true too. That's always probably gonna be the case though, right? Yeah. Yeah, like I think that percentage of income spent on housing by age group. I think you would need to disaggregate this data by income bracket for it to be meaningful, I think. Because you could be hiding a lot in here. Oh, maybe it's blocked by the quoted account. Oh, gotcha. Oof. Okay.
All right.
Any other parts here?
No, I think that's pretty much it. I don't know if that moved the needle for you or maybe made you like, all right, maybe some things are more expensive. I don't disagree with you that the outcomes don't seem to bear it out entirely clearly, but I feel as though the sentiment that things are getting substantially more expensive, even when adjusted for inflation, a lot of things still stands. I feel like the university one, I feel like is the most obvious example to me in a weird way. Despite the financial aid things that you were saying, like coming out of school with more debt than previous generations, making a starting income that's very comparable to most of the previous ones, and yet still paying more. To me, it sounds like. Do you think financial aid programs are all brand new? Do you feel like they didn't exist in the boomers' generations?
No, they did, but as education costs have soared, I think financial aid has become a more important part of a student's financial health. Like, and I think you see that in the increase in percentage of students that qualify for and attain financial aid. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
One thing that I wonder a lot that would be interesting is, I wonder if the drive to get a college degree, if that could drive a lot of stuff that feels negative but isn't, but because the composition of like degree owners has changed so much, if that is a factor at all, I'm not sure. So like for instance, let's say that we go back and the only thing you needed was a high school degree, and then you go forward and the only thing you need is a college degree. Maybe by the time you're 35, maybe a college degree has benefited you more in every single size, shape, and form. But for the earlier years, it hurts. So if you go back and you compare, well, from 18 to 25, like these people were able to buy houses easier as opposed to people today. Well, is it because they made more money and had better opportunities, or is it because they just started working at 18 and now they've saved enough for a down payment and now they have a house at 23, 24, and then they get married at 25 and have kids, and you compare that to like a student today and you're like, oh wow, this kid's 30 and he just got like a really good job and is now able to get into a house. Like, who's better or worse off there? Like, per age adjustment, the net worth of a college graduate is going to be lower than a homeless guy, right? Because he's got all the student loan and everything. But this is like a slingshot, right? It's supposed to accelerate like future earnings and everything. So like, is it a bad thing? Is it not? I don't even know how much this is like affecting somebody in the now. I don't know if like these things could be like big impacts on why people feel a certain way in their mid-20s as opposed to people in the past. But I also just know a lot of people have like a lot of wrong ideas about people in the past. Like people think that like everybody in the past could work a minimum wage job and support a family of 4 and have a car and a house, and that's just never been true in the U.S. But a lot of people think that. So yeah, I'm not sure.
I think that came a lot from like manual labor or people working like not tech jobs, but like
labor union jobs.
Yeah, and it just felt like all these factory people could like get a home and take care of a family of 2 or 3. And it just doesn't even feel real today in a weird way. So maybe that's where that perception comes through. I don't think they were working at McDonald's and were able to afford everything. But I don't know. Just looking at some of the things that I've heard in my personal life, the stereotypes, it wasn't people working at McDonald's. It was people like, you know, they had some regular rinky-dink job that didn't require the highest level of expertise, and it felt like they could afford a real life. So yeah.
Maybe, but then I think the big things is that one is that like I don't think that is found anywhere in the data. The idea that like all these people were buying houses and stuff was just, I don't think that's ever necessarily been true. Number one, and then number two, I think that the quality of life and the standards and everything have dramatically increased as well for even the poor people today. Yeah, go ahead.
When did you buy your house?
When I was 19.
Weren't you working like carpet cleaning?
No, I had a good job at a casino, and my partner was working as well, and we both did an FHA loan. So we were both working like 60 hours a week with no kids and no other expenses. Yeah.
Okay, I guess people are going to look at you and be like, I don't know too many 19-year-olds today who are going to have a similar opportunity.
Absolutely, you can. That is absolutely the case. What do you mean? I wasn't going to school anymore, so I dropped school completely. And then both me and my significant other were both working like literally 60 hours a week. If you want to do it and you can find a place that'll pay you for it, or whatever, you absolutely can afford a house today. And keep in mind, I bought a house in like a I don't want to say a shitty part of my city, but it was in South Omaha, Nebraska, right? If you're trying to like, if you're 23, you just graduated, you've never worked before, and you're like, I can't afford to move to New York City. Like, I mean, sure, that's on you. But like, I wasn't trying to move to the coast to live in like one of the biggest cities in the United States. I was content to buy my first house in like a really small part of my city that was kind of run down. And both me and my SO were working full time and overtime in order to afford it.
Okay.
Like you can do that today, 100%. I mean, you go to Minneapolis or go to St. Louis or Salt Lake City or whatever the fuck, and yeah, you can do it, but not obviously people don't want to move there. So
I'm gonna have to look at the home prices of Nebraska when you were 19, and then look at all the stuff in Omaha, and then adjust for inflation and see if folks can do it today.
Okay.
I wonder what are home prices like in Omaha right now?
I don't know. I just looked at that first home earlier that I bought, and it's like only doubled in like 15 years. So that place is fucked.
Only doubled? I feel like only doubled for Omaha, Nebraska is pretty fucking good.
Nope. Standard investment should be doubling about every 7 years, I think.
Even in Nebraska?
I mean, anywhere. Because that money, it's the same S&P 500. I could invest anywhere I want to if I invest anywhere, right? Like,
nah, bro. If I have a home in fucking Detroit, I don't care if 30 years go by. That bitch doubles. I'm happy.
Well, no, because you have got to compare it to like the other money that you could like invest anywhere else, right?
Fair. But I'm talking about homes only. I think in terms of home ownership, I think double's pretty fucking decent in some places.
Maybe. I guess it just depends on yeah, I guess it just depends on no, I think property values are supposed to keep up with markets. It's like every 7 to 10 years, right? You look for a double, or am I wrong?
I think it depends on the market. But I'm not mad at you. You did buy a home in shitty part of Omaha, so that's your fault.
Let me check. Hold on.
You're the reason why the average isn't higher.
Good.
All right, bro. I just want to talk about this, but
Okay.
hopefully it was some food for thought. It was good for me to do research because when you first told me the number of like Gen Zers owning homes, I was like shocked. Like, there's no fucking way. Then I found out all these people are fucking moving to Cincinnati or some other shit city, and I'm like, oh, that's why you guys.
Why are you saying shit city? Hold on. Not everybody in the world will ever be able to afford to go to New York City or San Francisco or LA. That's delusional. 24-year-old who thinks they're going to move to San Francisco is fucking retarded. Like, you're naming these cities that are like major cities. Like, what city do you live in, bro? These cities are probably bigger than where you live. What the fuck? What is a Montreal metro population?
Yeah, but the allure of going to Cincinnati or going to fucking Ohio, like, no, I'm not should nobody trying to go to Akron, Ohio. I'm sorry. There's
Okay,
not much to do.
I don't know about those places, but like there is a Zoomer problem with the idea that like everybody should be able to afford to go live in Miami. Like,
nobody wants to go to your flyover state and have to hang out in fucking Cleveland, Ohio. I'm sorry, it's not interesting. I don't care if I can afford 3 houses. That sounds like a quality of life that's garbage. Okay,
sure,
now,
that's fine, but then like be poor and be homeless and go die from fentanyl. Like that's what that person deserves. Like if you think that you're owed New York City, I absolutely if I can't. No, come on, bro, that's retarded. Where does that entitlement come from? I'm 24 and if I can't afford to live in Times Square, like it's not fair. I don't want to go to a major metropolitan area of a 1 million plus population. Like that's insane.
You're being a bad faith Andy, and I'll tell you why. Because the only example that you're going to is immediately Times Square, New York, downtown Los Angeles, Bay Area, San Francisco. Obviously, I'm not saying that people should move to.
Well, you're shitting on places like Cincinnati.
But when life in Denver sounds crazy expensive, when life in Nashville sounds crazy expensive, when most cities in North Carolina feel very expensive, I think it's okay for people to say, I don't want to have to move to Cincinnati to be able to afford a home. I think that's okay. I think it's okay.
So what is like what's the lower threshold where every 23-year-old should be able to move to this place? Give me the quality of city that we should be looking at. Every 23-year-old in the United States should be able to move to where?
Nashville. I think people should be able to move to Nashville. I think people should be able to move to Denver. I do. I do. I don't think
the population. I feel like Nashville metropolitan population. Nashville's smaller than Cincinnati. How small do you think Cincinnati is? Are you just like using examples where you're not familiar with the cities?
I'm talking about cities that nobody wants to actually live in. I feel like Cincinnati's like.
Wait, you think people want to live in Nashville, but they wouldn't want to live in Cincinnati?
I'll be honest. I think Nashville's way cooler. But here, okay, let's just take Denver. Just take Denver. Denver's a good city.
Okay.
Yeah, Denver. People want to live in Denver way more than they want to live in Cincinnati. We agree?
Sure, but you don't think that in Denver, you don't think people could find affordable housing in like a Denver suburb or whatever?
Denver is super expensive now. Top city rent USA. I'm not saying they can't find a home. Fuck. I'm just saying like it's gotten substantially more expensive.
I mean, I'm sure everything has gotten more expensive. I'm sure that's true too. But I mean, people are also like making more money as well, right?
I'm not making the argument that people should live anywhere. They should be living fucking, in San Diego or Los Angeles or whatever. But Jesus Christ, like you're looking at a lot of other places, and it's like it's gotten so substantially more expensive. It's hard to even imagine a life in those cities. Yeah. And Denver's like top 11 in terms of median rent.
So if I look like at Denver population over time.
Denver's 8th. So 8th is Fort Lauderdale. Newark, New Jersey. 7th. Yeah, it's in the top 15 fucking top metro areas. That's crazy.
What the fuck does UN projection mean? I mean, like, it's how are all the people that are moving there? How are they affording it?
Who knows? I don't know if it's gentrification. I don't know what's going on. I'm not saying that people literally cannot live there, but you'd have to look at whether or not the local population is able to stick around, and if not, okay, well, that's one factor you'd have to look at. How many people are choosing to stay and have to live with their parents because they can't afford the local rent scene? There's a lot of things you have to look at. I can't give you the numbers off the top of my head right now.
No, yeah, that's fine. I understand. Yeah, of course not.
But I'm not talking about major cities. I'm not saying people have the right to live in any city as they want. But I think it's okay to say that even for a lot of the top 20, 25 major cities in the U.S., that those options are great. And I don't think everyone should have to move to some fucking shit town like Cincinnati. I'll say it again. Because I hate their football team. And just, I don't want to live there. I don't want to live in Columbus, Ohio. Yes, the rent is really cheap. I don't want to live there. Okay? There's not much to fucking do. There's a lot of reasons to not want to live there. It's okay to say that. I don't think they're crazy for saying that too.
Sure, that's fine, but then you can't complain about like not being able to have a house. Like you don't get a house if you want to move to a major city where everybody in the world is trying to move. You just don't get one at that point, and you don't get to complain about not having one because like when boomers were buying houses, they weren't all buying houses in like the most popular cities in the fucking United States. Like they were either moving into like all those town row homes that people move in for like the manufacturing cities and shit, or they're buying like houses in suburbs, like getting further and further and further away from cities.
Yeah, boomers were 100% buying houses in some of the best markets, and they hold on to those properties to this fucking day. How
are they affording? How are they affording like all the taxes and everything if they can hold on to it? If they're not getting pushed out by the increases in pricing?
What do you mean? If you have the home and then you're no longer paying off the home 20 years later, even if the property taxes increase, you're still able to afford that. What's wrong?
Well, that's what a guy in here yesterday was complaining about. That because he bought a house or some people complain that they buy houses and then the prices go up too much, and even if they own the home because the increase in taxes make it unaffordable, they've got to leave because they can't afford the taxes.
Are you talking about boomers? I'm not talking about.
Well, this is a guy yesterday who was like, I think in his 30s with like 2 kids. Or
I thought you were talking. Are you being sarcastic talking about me?
No. What? No, I'm saying some people when people complain about gentrification.
I'm in my 30s. I thought you were talking shit.
When some people complain about gentrification, what they complain about is that even if they own the home, that the property taxes and the insurance rise because the value of everything else up around them is going up, and their incomes don't keep up, so then they get pushed out of the house. That's how people get. One of the ways that people get pushed out of the house.
I think that would probably especially be true for people who bought that home recently because they're still handling their mortgage. If you've already paid off your mortgage and you just have the property taxes to manage, it's a lot easier to be able to stomach that financial.
Sure, I mean, I agree with that, of course. But
yeah, so I'm talking about boomers. You're saying boomers had to move to fucking Cincinnati to get a home. Like I don't.
I'm saying initially, yeah. I think that if you look at, I don't know. Where can I find out like
boomers had to move out of major cities to?
I mean, isn't like the meme? This is the meme. I don't know if it's actually true, but isn't the meme that like boomers will like move to fucking Florida and shit when they're trying to retire? Are they really all keeping like their houses in like San Francisco and shit? Or
let me see, Metro. I want to know what Metro is. What the fuck this is looking at? Metro. Okay. Okay. Large metro with the most and fewest baby boomer ownership. The most is Tuscan, Pittsburgh, Rochester, New York, Buffalo.
Wait, those sound like a whole bunch of dog shit places that no fucking Gen Z would ever want to fucking live in.
Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, New Orleans, New York, New Jersey. So they have like 30, and these are all 40% home ownership.
Sure, link me that. What are we looking for?
Maybe these numbers will make or break your argument, but they're all there. So. Damn, baby boomers took over Hawaii. 42% home ownership. That's crazy. They own that island. Florida, 41%. 39% of home ownership in New York City. Boomers. What you talking about there?
Large metros with the most and fewest baby boomer homeowners.
Boomers took over, bro. It's fine. W boomers. They got the best real estate.
What is the other 60% you think of? Hold on. So first of all, let's cut down on cities that you would call dog shit. I don't think you would tell anybody to move to Tucson or Tucson or whatever the fuck you say. Pittsburgh, Rochester.
No, Pittsburgh is not a dog shit city. That's fire. I've been there. I like that place.
You think Pittsburgh is fire, but Cincinnati is trash? How are you even deciding? Where are your decisions for what's good and what's bad coming from?
I'm trolling. Just let me have a little laugh, bro.
Okay. We've got Tampa, Buffalo. Okay, we've got LA. What does this mean? Does this mean that between all of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Anaheim, of all Long Beach is a city and Anaheim is a city, right? I don't know what the fuck this means.
Long Beach is a part of Los Angeles, but it's right beside Anaheim.
Long Beach.
If you lived in LA, yeah.
Isn't Long Beach a city or no? It's a coastal city in Southern Port.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck this means. Okay, then we've got Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach.
I mean, those are some top metro areas, baby.
Yeah, but I don't even know what the fuck this... I don't know what the number means. Like, why are all three of these grouped together? Oh, it's probably just talking about the metropolitan area. That's probably it. That's what it is.
Yep.
Oh, no, your dreaded Cleveland is there at rank 9.
Yeah. They probably just stayed there because their family's there, but I'm so sorry to hear that. But I mean, all these percentages are really
hold on.
comparable.
To be fair, okay, wait. In this top 15 list, most of these places are places that you would make fun of me if I told fucking Zoomers to go move here. These places suck shit.
Hold up. Look at the percentages. The percentages are pretty much all identical. It's not like they're off by any large margins. It's not like the amount of people living in this area and have most of the ownership here is substantially less than Fort Lauderdale or Los Angeles, Long Beach, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, they're very high numbers. They own most of the real estate in the best areas. Yeah.
Sure, but of this list of these 15 metro areas, I think 10 plus of these, you would say that if you told a Zoomer to move here, you would say it's horrible.
Sure. I'm not saying that there's no baby boomers in these areas. I'm not saying that it's not easy for them to dominate. I'm saying even in the big metropolitan areas, they still dominate. And these numbers bear that out.
Sure. Well...
What do you mean? Memphis, Tennessee? Yeah. New York, New Jersey.
Hold on. How many people want to move to Memphis? Where do you get these names from? I don't understand where this is coming from. What? Did you watch like a fucking rock and roll documentary and you're like, Memphis and Nashville is the place to go? What are you talking about right now?
Your favorite city is Los Angeles, so I don't understand you wouldn't understand most of what's happening out there in Tennessee, but it's a beautiful place.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. You just don't know what an American millennial or even Zoomer thinks. Typically, or at least when I grew up, maybe this is overrepresented because I'm from Nebraska, okay? But I think most millennials want to go to hot places on the coasts. So people are looking at, on the West Coast, they're looking at places... I'm right. I'm 100% right.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Most they're looking at Seattle. What?
No, most millennials are not just looking at West Coast. There's a lot of them that do want to just live in a warm place.
I said coastal areas. Coastal. West Coast and East Coast are like the happening places to go. That's where most millennials and Zoomers like wanted to move to. Yes, 100%.
Bro, nobody trying to go to fucking Baltimore so they can be close to the coast. Like, yeah, they want to be. Some people want to be in warm places, but nobody looking at coastline Costa going crazy.
Okay, yeah, Baltimore, no, but places like Boston or New York or fucking, I don't even know all the shit cities up in the Northeast. But yeah, of course people want to live up here. Like, some of the jobs are insane. Cost of living is high because so many people are fucking moving there. Like, yeah. Not Baltimore, maybe. Oh, DC, if you want to do political shit or other stuff, or defense. There's a ton of shit out near in the DC area. The idea that the average person want to move to like Memphis or Nashville, those are like retirement places. I mean, I think they're fine to go. I mean, I agree that they're good places to go, but I don't.
They're not retirement places. They have bustling culture. People.
No, I agree. I agree with you. That's true. But I'm saying that if you were to say that to like a Gen Zer or a millennial, like, oh my God, let's go to Tennessee, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? I'm trying to escape these fucking places. I don't want to go to Tennessee. I don't think that's a place where young people think they want to go to.
I think a lot of them definitely want to go to Memphis, Tennessee. They want to go to Chicago. You know, that's also not a coastal place. There's plenty of cities up in the Midwest that people are looking at like, yo, I want to fucking move there.
I think Chicago is the one maybe exception. I'd have to go and look
at
what's going on in Chicago.
Colorado's another one, baby.
My understanding, and this
Las
is coming
Vegas.
From my understanding, no. My understanding coming from Omaha, I don't know if the other big Midwestern places had this. Somebody can tell me who's from these areas. The big problem with, I'm going to say the Midwest, but I'm coming at my experience from Omaha, so I could be wrong. My understanding is the big problem with places in the Midwest is they are big cities. There are a lot of opportunities, but they have to fight super hard against brain drain because everybody that graduates, even if they grew up in Chicago, even if they grew up in Omaha, Kansas City, or whatever, they're like, I want to get the fuck out of here and I want to go to the coasts. I want to move out and go somewhere else. I think the Midwest in general, has problems holding on to talent. That's why they have like so many programs and shit to keep people around. Unless maybe that was only like Omaha, Kansas City, and St. Louis, I guess, and Chicago is like immune from that. But I don't know what it looks like in Chicago on average, but
I'd love to see some numbers on that. I'd love to see some numbers, but I'm not going to let you slander Memphis. It's a beautiful place. They got amazing food, and you missing out, bro.
Okay.
I think
I'm not missing. Hold on, wait. To be clear, stop. Hold on. I don't think these are bad places to go. I think that Tennessee is fucking beautiful. That was probably the prettiest place I've been in the United States. 100%.
You're going straight up. I'm posting you on Memphis Reddit tonight.
Yeah, gosh.
Coastal millennial elitist millionaire talking shit about some of the most culturally enriched cities in America.
True, absolutely true. Defended by ABBA, who just watched 15 documentaries on Elvis, who's ready to stand Tennessee until the day that he dies.
I haven't seen much of Elvis's stuff. I know he's a thief and he stole from blacks.
Based and true. Okay. Well, anything
All
else?
right. Well, with that, I think that pretty much covers most of my thoughts on this topic. But yeah, it was a good talk. I appreciate you taking the time and made me have to study up on this a little bit more. So I appreciate that.
Okay. I love you. Thanks for giving me stuff to think about too. Be careful.
Peace.
No. Why did I just get... Oh, God. Fuck. Okay. What time is it right now? 4:30. Okay, at 5 o'clock, we've got to do Yemen shit. I can't get sidetracked. We're getting sidetracked so much. Did we read these messages yesterday, or is this a new leak? Justical just sent me an update to the big and stinky message. Okay, I'm going to miss your shoes. It was kind of nice being their caretaker again. Looks at them in my hands. As hard as it was at time, they stunk horribly. Oh yeah, sorry about that. It is what it is. Man, big and stinky, you've got it all. I know. Ha ha ha. Girls embarrassed. It is what it is. I have to live with how I am. Bro, this chick straight finessed this dude. She finessed the fuck out of this guy. I want to know how many shoes she got. She posted way more messages today. Okay, hold on. Close this. Close. Wait, do I want to close this? Oh, also... Apparently Hassan engages in this too. I don't like this. People are now brigading community notes to try to get them removed from tweets that they think were unfairly community noted. Did Hassan's tweets about the not Israel, oh look, he does post kind of thirst traps here. Did Hassan's tweet about the Iraq shit, the community notes, did it get deleted? My God, this guy tweets a ton. Oh. It did get deleted. Hassan has done this multiple times already. Yeah, he'll spam the fuck out of it. He'll get his community to go and spam, get rid of the community notes on his thing. So if he's got like people that have infiltrated the community noters, the community notarizers, he can get his community notes removed. Have I ever been community noted? I don't think so. You have been community noted? When did I get community noted? On what? The Biden approval tweet. Your Oppenheimer take. Calling yourself D4. Wait, link me to my community note. I've been seeing some confusion about the timeline events, so here's some more stuff in chronological order, showcasing more of just how out of nowhere some of these transitions were and how pushy it started to feel. Let's see. This autistic fucking guy, Jesus. Wait, why doesn't she ever include the... I feel like every time he makes it sexual, why doesn't she include her messages after? can't see the messages? Good. They're boring. I just wanted to talk about something. So, like, I'll continue this joke with you if you want. It just sort of happened. I get the vibe you were enjoying it. If you were playing along, and I like doing this sort of thing. So I feel like we're on the same page then. But I guess due to just how it could be seen in hindsight, I want to tell you this was just a game. Oh yeah, I know. Absolutely. I don't mind. Wait, so she... Okay, I'm glad you feel the same. It's just a lot of people are into that. Oh yeah, LOL. But all good, all in good fun. Again, another sexual message and she doesn't include her response to it. What? Oh my god, why? Wait, how much do we think these shoes cost? Damn, brand new shoes. She got them. Finessed. Like 60, they're Chuck Taylor, 60, 80. Do I get to see you in them? Oh yeah, I'll get a photo once I get a chance to put them on. Bro. Okay. Oh, we were trying to pronounce this place. Is he going to say the name? I'm sorry. This is a good ass fucking.
Yeah, maybe in the future.
Oh no.
Yeah, bro, audio is it's always yeah, maybe in the future. Yeah, bro, audio is it's always yeah, maybe in the future.
Wait. What size shoe do you think this girl wears? Anybody know? Is there no talking in this fucking video? Mudawakaliti. There's no way I'm pronouncing that correctly. Say it. There's gonna be no talking in this. Bro, I don't want to see your fucking Han, whatever the fuck bullshit game recreation of everything that happened. Just... What a great video title. The US might be aiding war crimes in Yemen. Good one. Say northern Yemen? I just want to know how to pronounce the thing! Wakaliti. Mudawakaliti. There's no way that's right. Okay, fuck it. You tell me.
Mutawakalia.
Mudawakalia?
Mutawakalia.
Mudawakalia? Listen to the Arabic one.
متوكلية.
Okay, hell no. Okay, hopefully they just don't use this word much. Control F. Okay, this is going to be called the Kingdom of Yemen. Okay, who even is this guy? Who is the Mutawakalia guy? Who is he? Who is this guy? I feel like it's a troll. Like, what does this word even mean? It's not a person, you moron. That's how you pronounce. What is it? What does it stand for? It's the dynasty. It means assigned in Arabic. Yeah, it's a bullshit word. It's bullshit. Okay. We're not going to worry about this. Okay. Okay. Listen. No more distractions, okay? Here, have this for 5 minutes. I'll be back. And then we're only doing Yemen, okay? No more. No more links. No more videos. No more anything, okay? If you even ping my name in chat, it better be about Yemen, okay?
Covered incidents. There emerged.
Or I'm banning all of you. Forever. One second.
Who you swear at? Taking a picture of me. I'm taking a selfie, you bitch. Don't swear at me. Swear at me. You're nobody. What are you talking about?
Moreover, in addition to the previously uncovered incidents, there emerged another troubling aspect. The individual had, on separate occasions, sent numerous messages to their salesperson, explicitly endangering their family members. This behavior marked a distressing trend where one of the founders habitually recorded themselves threatening people.
Don't record me, help me. Come help me. Huh? We're just making sure that no one can steal this. We're just making sure. See if it fits in the boot. It don't. We'll put it back.
Overall, the founder of this so-called groundbreaking cryptocurrency, Paradox Coin, carries a tainted reputation, embodying the very essence of the shaky and unstable beginnings upon which the currency was established. The foundational principles upon which it was built have been marred and corroded by the questionable deeds and character of its originator, ultimately leading to an inevitable nosedive in its market standing and viability. Today, Paradox Coin is largely forgotten, but that's not to say we'll never hear from its founders ever again. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up starring on Coffee's show sometime soon. Sam Bankman-Fried and the scandal around FTX is the highest profile case CoffeeZilla has ever covered, and it involves the most losses at an estimated $8 billion. FTX was one of the largest digital currency exchange platforms for buying and selling crypto. As more people invested in cryptocurrencies, they turned to these platforms because they provided a digital wallet to store crypto directly in a personal account. Customers could also store cryptocurrencies on their own by creating a crypto wallet either using software or hardware, which is not part of the platform. Soon after its inception, FTX quickly rose to dominate its market through high-profile acquisitions of struggling competitors. FTX used aggressive marketing campaigns, such as Super Bowl ads, celebrity endorsements, and naming rights to the Miami Heat's arena. These marketing campaigns promised that people could put their money in these accounts and earn higher yields than the average bank. And the celebrity endorsements here are crazy. Tom Brady, Steph Curry, Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary, they were all paid to endorse the product. Their influence contributed to average people dumping buckets of money into the platform, and made those involved millions upon millions. Cryptocurrency began to boom in early 2021, and the price of Bitcoin peaked at $64,000, up from 10 grand. Customers began to take notice, and venture capital groups invested nearly $2 billion in FTX. But in late 2021 and early 2022, the price of Bitcoin started to decline drastically from its high, and other cryptocurrencies followed. Many major platforms were shutting down, except for FTX, which continued acquiring competitors. Sam Bankman-Fried was confident he could keep steering the ship, and instead of preparing to cover losses, he prepared to keep expanding. He was doing interviews saying everything was fine. He had people in the public defending him from the media, saying everything would be okay, but eventually the lies caught up to him. In November 2022, FTX's collapse lasted 10 days, starting on November 2nd and ending on November 12th. It began with the CoinDesk article and the leaked balance sheet. Binance initially announced it would sell all of its FTT tokens because of the mishandled and blurred funds. FTX lost billions of dollars. Sam Bankman-Fried ordered Alameda Research to sell assets to cover the needed capital from the withdrawals, and he also looked for financing to cover the gap of about $8 billion between what was owed and what could be paid. Investors were trying to get their money out of the platform, seeing that it was clearly failing, but they couldn't because FTX didn't have the money. On November 8th, FTX blocked customers from taking money out of the platform by removing that option online, which meant hundreds of thousands of customers did not have access to their money. When FTX could not pay the $8 billion gap, the company filed for bankruptcy. FTX crashed due to mismanagement of funds, lack of liquidity, and the large volume of withdrawals. Binance announced it would buy FTX to prevent a larger market crash, but quickly bailed out of the deal as more news reports of mishandled customer funds surfaced. Meanwhile, Sam used FTX funds to buy personal luxury items, finance elaborate advertising campaigns, and make political donations. And who was covering the situation from the start? Who was really the first to the story? CoffeeZilla, of course. He pointed out that FTX was set to fail from the beginning, and celebrity endorsements were not enough to make sure investor funds were safe.
There also remain huge questions, like how they could have been out billions of dollars in the first place, and how exactly they were safeguarding customer funds if suddenly they find themselves at a multi-billion-dollar hole in their balance sheet after people actually look to get their money out. It seems to be yet another lesson that you should not trust these crypto exchanges as far as you can throw them, and that no matter what their CEOs say about not having to worry about anything, there could be significant liquidity crises that they're lying to you about.
And through a series of interviews with Sam himself, Coffee managed to poke holes in his story, which is part of why Sam is now in jail. Initially, it's quite astonishing to contemplate that there was a time when Sam Bankman-Fried was hailed as a visionary business person, steering the technological landscape towards an extraordinary new trajectory. Such was the narrative surrounding him during the initial months of his rise to fame. Prominent shows like 60 Minutes even stood staunchly in his defense whenever incidents veered off course, while numerous mainstream media outlets extolled Sam as a good-hearted figure merely engaged in geeky pursuits within the realm of cryptocurrency. However, amidst this widespread adulation, CoffeeZilla emerged as a discerning voice, refusing to be easily beguiled by the facade of acclaim. In fact, he was among the vanguard of influencers who boldly asserted that Sam was in reality a con man, implicated in the misappropriation of billions and the orchestration of a deceitful scheme that resembled a Ponzi scheme. During the initial interview that CoffeeZilla managed to cover, the interviewer probed Bankman-Fried's assertion of being unaware that FTX's customer funds had been transferred to Alameda Research, the crypto trading division. Bankman-Fried responded, attempting to justify his lack of knowledge by citing a multitude of ongoing responsibilities before promptly exiting the interview. In the subsequent interview, this line of questioning continued, challenging Sam's portrayal as an inept leader at FTX. The interviewer managed to highlight a recurring pattern where Bankman-Fried appeared to attribute every critical juncture to mere embarrassingly constructed mistakes. He voiced skepticism, casting doubt on Bankman-Fried's narrative, questioning the plausibility of a multitude of such embarrassing mistakes occurring under his leadership.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Read the margin accounts. I mean, there's sort of all this talk about the terms of service. Did you break terms of service? Did you not? You're basically claiming that there was this separate side of your terms of service, which said that if people had margin accounts, you could use kind of their funds, or there was looser language around that. But I talked to somebody from Alameda and asked how big the position of, or how many people had assets in the type of accounts that terms of service would apply to versus the regular terms of service, which said you couldn't use their money. And they said it was about $1 billion that was in the margin trading, or the margin side of things, where you could reuse their funds or whatever, and the rest of it was not there. So does that mean the rest of the money was stolen? I mean, it seems like you're putting all your eggs behind this one excuse about, there was this separate side of the terms of service. How do you address everyone else?
So I don't have all the data in front of me. My memory is that it was substantially more than $1 billion in the margin trading program. But I don't have that data in front of me right now, so I can't verify that.
As these series of Twitter Spaces continued, the third and concluding session emerged as the pivotal and defining moment of them all. CoffeeZilla, resolute in his pursuit of uncovering the definitive evidence, persisted in his endeavor to elicit a conclusive admission from Sam. Throughout the preceding interviews, Sam had evaded direct inquiries and adeptly sidestepped any semblance of accountability. Sam's persistent defense against the allegation of being a con man predominantly pivoted on the narrative centered on Alameda Research, with him adamantly asserting that his role as CEO shielded him from any knowledge or involvement in potential wrongdoing. Despite the glaring implausibility of this claim, the truth behind it remained elusive for the time, prompting many to redirect their focus to scouring through FTX's terms of service for potential discrepancies or contradictions. CoffeeZilla astutely discerned that fixating solely on the TOS served as more of a diversionary tactic, deflecting attention from the crux of the matter. His realization dawned upon the crucial inquiry: why were customers' funds being lent out, practice in direct contradiction to FTX's explicitly stated policy, which constituted a clear case of fraudulent activity.
And as I reflected on this, I realized all of the talk about margin trading, future trading, wire transfers to Alameda, all of it is a smokescreen from the big problem. The big problem is that some percentage of FTX's customer base never sent a wire to Alameda, they never signed up to margin trading, they never did spot margin. All they did was put their assets on the platform, and they were told that their assets would not be borrowed, it would not be loaned out, and that money would always be there. And it wasn't there. Why wasn't it there? There's no other way to explain that.
Finally, during the third interview, CoffeeZilla would ask Sam this question, to which he would finally get his smoking gun.
If it's true that you didn't invest client assets, not even in treasuries, as you said via a now deleted tweet, why do those client assets no longer exist?
I'm just taking a stab at this because I don't have the data, but my best guess is the following, is that there were a lot of those assets remaining. We processed something like, $5 or $6 billion, I think, of withdrawals over the few days prior to, or I guess the few days, during the crash. And there are still a few $1 billion of those remaining, I think, in the estate. And so you put those together, you have many billions of dollars of those assets. But I think, and so that's part of the answer, is that there were a large number of actual assets there.
During this juncture, Bankman-Fried conceded that FTX's handling of customer deposits deviated substantially from what they had stipulated within the TOS. This startling revelation amounted to an outright admission of fraud, as aptly pointed out by Coffee. The aftermath was swift. Merely a week after this pivotal interview, Sam found himself apprehended in the Bahamas, finally facing the consequences of his actions and being subjected to justice. While the direct correlation between this interview and Sam's subsequent arrest is unconfirmed, it definitely played a pivotal role in fortifying the case against him. Whether or not the authorities were privy to this interview, I think they probably were. CoffeeZilla's pursuit of the truth and exposure of the core deceit within FTX served as a vital contribution that mainstream outlets couldn't even attempt, and as a result, he was cited in a lot of articles. During his time behind bars, there emerged leak audio recordings wherein Sam was heard expressing his intense disdain towards CoffeeZilla, openly admitting that he hated him. Surprisingly, this revelation further propelled CoffeeZilla's already burgeoning fame and reputation. However, the ultimate climax arrived in November 2023. Sam was unequivocally pronounced guilty on multiple charges, including fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy, all stemming from the catastrophic collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX and the associated trading entity Alameda Research. This verdict came with a confirmation of guilt across all 7 counts, including the serious charge of wire fraud. This all added up to a sentence of 115 years. Reflecting on the entire sequence of events, it's pretty astounding to contemplate CoffeeZilla's significant contribution towards the prosecution of this individual. The fact that a YouTuber was able to wield such influence and contribute substantially to the legal resolution of such a high-profile case is very remarkable, and it shows that Coffee stands above the average YouTuber. If anything, he's an investigative journalist. But it's not over. Now it seems those who promoted FTX in the first place might be in major trouble. FTX investors filed a class action lawsuit against FTX and its celebrity endorsers on November 15, 2022. The civil suit claimed FTX used false representation and deceptive conduct. The lawsuit also accused FTX of using a Ponzi scheme to misuse funds and move customer money between entities. This class action lawsuit is still ongoing, and you can actually file as a claimant in this case if your funds were mishandled. Meanwhile, Sam will never work in the crypto space again, and given his lengthy sentence, he'll probably never work at all. Coffee's reporting was instrumental in informing investors and journalists of what was going on with FTX's money. But unfortunately, by the time he got there, it was far too late, and Sam was far too deep with his lies to save almost anyone. Logan Paul, while extremely successful, has been entangled in a web of controversies throughout his career. CoffeeZilla encountered one of his most substantial and widely viewed investigations when he scrutinized Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo NFT project, garnering an astounding 10 million views across each of his videos addressing this matter. On the Crypto Zoo website, before subsequent alterations were made in response to the allegations, a descriptor claimed that it was an autonomous ecosystem that enabled zookeepers to engage in buying, selling, and trading of exotic animals and hybrids. Crypto Zoo integrates cryptocurrency and non-fungible tokens into an accessible and enjoyable gaming experience with familiar mechanics. Logan initially promoted this game in August of 2021, unveiling it during an episode of Impulsive. He asserted his role as a founder behind the project and boasted about injecting a $1 million investment into it to catalyze its growth.
September 1st, cryptozoo.co. I'm going to tease it. That's all I'm going to say about it now, because we're finishing up the development, but I am so excited about this project. It's so fun. It provides a yield with a token, can earn you money. And as a person who understands, I think, the NFT space enough to know what works, what people want, and what they're looking for, I think my game is going to make some waves.
The core concept underpinning the game revolves around Crypto Zoo players acquiring an NFT in the form of an egg, which would subsequently hatch into a virtual animal within the game's universe. Players are then able to engage in crossbreeding their animals with others in the game, aiming to generate rare and unique breeds. The allure lies in the rarity of these animals. animals. As the more exceptional the breed, the greater the potential in-game cryptocurrency earnings through the game's native token known as zoo tokens. Players are required to acquire these zoo tokens within the game even before contemplating the purchase of an NFT egg, thereby anchoring the entire thing to this currency. The initial iteration of Crypto Zoo saw its debut in late 2021, and as per the game's outlined development roadmap, subsequent game versions were scheduled for next year. However, the trajectory of Crypto Zoo's development appeared to have dramatically deviated from its intended course. Despite the initial launch of version 1, none of the milestones on the roadmap had materialized, most notably the critical feature of animal breeding, which constituted a pivotal aspect of Crypto Zoo's promotional strategy. The delay or absence of this crucial feature had left many players feeling disenchanted, and in some cases, scammed. Numerous players invested substantial amounts, often thousands of dollars, into zoo tokens and eggs with the anticipation of imminent breeding functionalities. To make things even worse, Crypto Zoo abruptly ceased its social media, ceasing all activity on platforms like Twitter since May of 2022. Fast forward to CoffeeZilla being tipped off and deciding to make a video. This commenced with Logan's assertions regarding the profitability of the game, only to swiftly transition into a montage revealing the testimonies of numerous investors involved. These individuals unequivocally stated that the game failed to function, resulting in substantial losses ranging from thousands to even hundreds of thousands of dollars in real-world currency per investor. The stark contrast between Logan's optimistic claims about the game's profitability and the first-hand accounts of disillusioned investors who suffered considerable financial setbacks laid bare the stark reality behind the enticing promises of Crypto Zoo.
It's a really fun game that makes you money.
A fun game that earns you money? How much did you guys make from Crypto Zoo?
I lost around $50,000 in Crypto Zoo.
I lost $40,000.
I lost around $15,000.
I lost $25,000.
$120,000.
$500,000 Australian, which is $500,000 in Crypto Zoo.
Shut up! No, you haven't!
Yeah, 500K.
Oh, no.
During the investigation, CoffeeZilla confronted the primary challenge of figuring out who was accountable for the substantial financial loss incurred. While it might seem easy to point fingers solely at Logan Paul, the actual truth behind the incident appears to have been significantly more intricate and convoluted. Without delving into the intricate details of each person's background, it's worth highlighting Eddie Ibanez's tenure as the team's lead developer for a significant period of time. As per CoffeeZilla's findings, Eddie emerged as an individual with a history of fraudulent conduct, including falsifying his past to secure high-ranking positions within various organizations. Eddie's failure, or perhaps unwillingness, to ensure timely compensation for developers under his purview caused substantial disruption during the developmental phase of Crypto Zoo. Nevertheless, it's crucial to note that even after Eddie's dismissal by Jeff Levin, the new developers recruited for the project continued to face similar issues with delayed payments, perpetuating the turmoil within the project's development. Levin, identified as Logan Paul's manager, emerges as another key figure under scrutiny in Coffee's investigation, seemingly turning a blind eye to warning signs while overseeing the hiring of Ibanez. His failure to maintain the development team effectively places the blame on his shoulders for a large part of Crypto Zoo's failure. Prior to delving into Logan Paul's involvement, it's imperative to examine the role of Crypto King, as highlighted by CoffeeZilla's findings. Allegedly, Crypto King stands accused of being the individual responsible for selling a significant portion of the tokens, reaping substantial profits from these transactions. Screenshots obtained by CoffeeZilla further reveal Crypto King's accusations against Logan Paul, claiming that Paul withheld his own tokens, alleging a staggering sum of $40 million in misappropriation.
Crypto King deflects the question by saying, my buyer pushed it back up to $40 million. And Logan says, no, bro, F your buyer. Explain to me what just happened and how there were 30 token holders. And Jake tries to explain that this was just traders and bots happening to find the token. But Logan says only 5 of us knew about it. Jake says, well, many people chase volume and new tokens. And to some extent, he's kind of right. But Logan replies, cap. He doesn't believe it. Quote, I can't be the only one who thinks that's too incredibly convenient. Like someone was tipped off.
Logan Paul's pivotal involvement served as the linchpin for lending substantial credibility to the game. He leveraged his status as a famous person, using his podcasts to unveil and endorse it, effectively assuming responsibility for marketing it as a pay-to-earn gaming experience. However, the biggest missteps attributable to Logan, as highlighted by investors in the videos, portrayed a disconcerting narrative. It appears that he chose to disengage from discussions around the project as indications of the game's inevitable failure surfaced. This withdrawal from discourse misled devoted fans, inadvertently encouraging continued investment of their time and resources into a project that was a literal abyss of financial loss and shattered promises.
Logan Paul didn't sell. Jeff, Logan's manager, didn't sell. But does that make them innocent? Well, I don't think so, because they never built the game they promised people. Logan Paul specifically got millions of dollars spent on this game on the promise of the technology that he never built, that his team never built. And he never addressed the failure except to blame his developers who weren't paid. And you could say he promised to work backwards to fix it, but then never did. But at the same time, it's clearly not just Logan's fault either, because there are major team issues, right? You've got Eddie selling millions of dollars of Zoo and then allegedly not paying developers. You've got Jeff, who was warned about Eddie, who kept him on the team anyways. And then after they fired Eddie, seems to also have failed to pay developers on time. And then you've got Crypto King himself, who sold the most, but claims he was the guy who was scammed.
Logan initially...
Wow. Cliffhanger. Okay, good luck, have fun. The Kingdom of Yemen, officially the Kingdom of Yemen, or simply as Yemen, or retrospectively as the North Yemen, was a state that existed between 1918 and 1962 in the northwestern part of what is now Yemen. Located in the Middle East, the Kingdom of Yemen had an area of bullshit, don't care. The country was bordered by Saudi Arabia in the north and the Aden Protectorate to the south. Its capital was Sana'a. From 1918 to 1948, then Taiz from 48 to 62. Yemen was admitted to the United Nations on the 30th September 1947. From 1962 to 1970, it maintained control over portions of Yemen until its final defeat in the North Yemen Civil War. Okay, we should be able to find out how this was pronounced. Please.
Yemen, the Arab Peninsula's poorest country, is one of the region's richest in history and heritage.
Is it, though? Capital city of... Say it. No shot is it just going to be a fucking... It is. Who was it? Wait, RTBA checked last time. How did he check? There's like I think there's an audit somewhere in the channel. I don't know why he doesn't tell me. Event manager? Nope. Why am I getting trolled by everybody? Why do you care? Because I hate it when people click and leave. It drives me crazy. It's in the channels you asked to be made. Wait, which channel? That doesn't give me any information at all. I don't know what the fuck I asked for. In the administration channel? Bernard group of channels, Bernard voice log. Okay, Bernard. Ah, Bernard voice log. It was ABBA. ABBA, permissions revoked, banned from Discord forever. Goodbye forever. Is this gonna have no...
سكانها الأصليين لما بنوها
But it's gonna be like an Arabic.
المدينة المأهولة من 2500 سنة، سكانها الأصليين لما بنوها حرصوا إن تكون محمية، فحطوا البيوت جنب بعض متلاصقة وأبوابها صغيرة، صعب إنه واحد يخترقها. لصنعاء بصمة معمارية.
Sana'a? Can I just call it Sana'a? Is that okay? We need like an Arabic person on standby for...
of our children, including Tanya's daughter, Sanae.
I'm just going to say Sana'a. Fuck it. Three days after the Ottoman Empire's decision to withdraw from Yemen following the 1918 Armistice of Mudros, Imam Yahya, the religious leader of the region, entered Sana'a and declared himself the ruler of Yemen. I'm guessing this is the big armistice that ended the World War I Ottoman Empire shit. Concluded on the 30th of October 1918 and taking effect at noon the next day, the Armistice of Mudros ended hostilities. Is it Mudros or Mudros? Ended hostilities in the Middle Eastern theater between the Ottoman Empire and the Allies of World War I. It was signed by the Ottoman Minister of Marine Affairs Rauf Bey, British Admiral Somerset Arthur Gough-Calthorpe, on board the HMS Agamemnon in Mudros harbor on the Greek island of Lemnos. Among its conditions, the Ottomans surrendered the remaining garrisons outside Anatolia, granted the Allies the right to occupy forts controlling the straits of the Dardanelles and the Bosporus, and occupy any Ottoman territory in case of disorder threatening their security. The Ottoman army, including the Ottoman Air Force, was demobilized, and all ports, railways, and other strategic points were made available for use by the Allies. In the Caucasus, the Ottomans had to retreat to within the pre-war borders between the Ottoman and the Russian empires. The armistice was followed by the occupation of Constantinople and the subsequent partitioning of the Ottoman Empire. The Treaty of Sèvres, which was signed in the aftermath of World War I, imposed harsh terms on the Ottoman Empire, but it was never ratified by the Ottoman Parliament in Istanbul. The Ottoman Parliament was officially disbanded by the Allies on April 11, 1920, due to the overwhelming opposition of the Turkish MPs to the provisions discussed in Sèvres. HOI 4 players already. Fuck all these words, dude. This was followed by the Turkish War of Independence, which continued until 1923. The Grand National Assembly of Turkey, established in Ankara on the 23rd of April 1920 by Mustafa Kemal Pasha and his followers, including former MPs of the closed Ottoman Parliament, became the new de facto government of Turkey. The Armistice of Mudros was superseded by the Treaty of Lausanne, signed on the 24th of July 1923, following the Turkish victory in the War of Independence. Okay. Losers. After declaring his rule, he launched attacks on Aden, which is under the auspices of the British Empire, but the British repelled the attacks. After these attacks, he suppressed the rebellions of the tribes in southern Tihama and advanced towards the Emirate of Asir. It increased its legitimacy by making agreements with the Kingdom of Italy and the Soviet Union. Okay, hold on. What do we got going on here? Well, I guess more specifics will probably come down here, I'm guessing. Oh, God. Wait, why is it article after article after article that gets nested? Holy shit. Okay, whatever. Then in 1927, he again attacked the countries under the auspices of the British Empire. And these attacks also failed. In 1934, he signed a friendship treaty with the United Kingdom, promising not to attack Aden in exchange for border negotiations. Okay, this is what it looked like in 1934. This is the whole... the whole Gulf. This is like the Arabian Peninsula, right? Refers to this whole chunk of stuff. So, in 1923, map of North Yemen and the Arabian Peninsula. Yeah, okay. This is Yemen, I guess? Okay. In 1927, he again attacked the countries under the auspices of the British Empire, and these attacks also failed. In 1934, he signed a friendship treaty. The Saudi-Yemeni War broke out because he did not accept to surrender the Emir of Asir, who was loyal to Saudi Arabia at that time and rebelled. 4 months later, Yemen made peace by giving Najran to Saudi Arabia. After this war, the Kingdom of Yemen began to pursue an isolationist policy, while Imam Yahya enjoyed legitimacy among the Zaidi tribes in the northern areas. The Sunni population in the coastal and southern regions were less inclined to accept his rule. To maintain power, he maintained authoritarian rule and appointed his sons to rule various provinces. Therefore, as a result of the growing discontent, Imam Yahya was assassinated, loser, in 1948 by revolutionaries who wanted to establish a constitutional government, but his son, Ahmed bin Yahya, seized power with the help of loyal Zaidi tribes. With the help of Zaidi tribes. In 1958, Ahmed bin Yahya joined the United Arab States under pressure from Egyptian President Abdel Nasser. However, when Syria left the Union in 1961, Yemen also left the Union. After the death of Ahmed bin Yahya, 1 week after his son Muhammad al-Badr came to power, the soldiers under the leadership of Abdullah al-Salal, supported by Egypt, staged a coup and established the Yemen Arab Republic. Al-Badr fled to the mountains and started a civil war with the help of Zaidi tribes. Saudi Arabia supported al-Badr, while Egypt sent troops to support al-Salal. After Egypt's defeat by Israel in 1967, negotiations began between royalists and republicans for a ceasefire, and in 1970, the Mutawakiliti Kingdom of Yemen was officially dissolved in exchange for royalists having influence in the government. The Kingdom of Yemen was an autocratic, theocratic kingdom governed by an absolute monarchy system. The country did not have an official language. The majority of the population spoke Arabic and Yemenite Hebrew. 90% of the country was Arabs, 10% was Afro-Arabs, and a small portion was Yemeni Jews before Operation Magic Carpet, which took place between 49 and 50. The population was 55% Zaidi Muslims, 45% Sunni Muslims, and a small portion was Jewish before Operation Magic Carpet. The Kingdom of Yemen, a member of the United Nations and the Arab League, joined the United Arab States in 1958 and left in 61. Bro, is this a DLC for a new Muslim class? Who are Zaidi Muslims? Damn. Let's see. Kingdom of Yemen. I feel like we looped around. So, etymology, I don't think we care much. History of Yemen. So I clicked this. I don't really care about the whole history of Yemen. I just wanted the modern history of Yemen. Click to modern history of Yemen. Well, this is where we're at for modern history of Yemen. But then it said that this was the main article for... Okay, I guess it's just the article for Yemen. I guess. For Kingdom of Yemen. We looped. Okay. Imam Yahya died during an unsuccessful coup attempt in 1948 and was succeeded by his son Ahmad. Ahmad bin Yahya's reign was marked by growing repression. Renewed... Where are we? Okay. Why is the I feel like the organization is cluster. Never mind. We'll get to it, I guess. This is for North Yemen. Okay. His reign was marked by growing repression, renewed friction with the United Kingdom over the British presence in the south, and growing pressures to support the Arab nationalist objectives of Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser. He died in September of 1962. And the Yemen Arab Republic. Shortly after assuming power in 1962, Ahmad's son, the Crown Prince Muhammad al-Badr, was deposed by revolutionary forces who took control of Sana'a and created the Yemen Arab Republic. Egypt assisted the Yemen Arab Republic with troops and supplies to combat forces loyal to the kingdom. Saudi Arabia and Jordan supported Badr's royalist forces to oppose the newly formed republic, starting the North Yemen Civil War. Conflict continued periodically until 1967, when Egyptian troops were withdrawn. By 68, following a final royalist siege of Sana'a, most of the opposing leaders reached a reconciliation, and Saudi Arabia recognized the republic in 1970. Okay, as of today, there is no, North and South Yemen, right? It's just all, Yemen, right? Well, I don't know why they're different. Maybe just because historically there is a North and South Yemen. Is this distinction even, important today, or does it even matter? Oh, reunification happened in 1990. Okay, I guess we'll get there. Okay. Waiting for a phone call. All right. South Yemen. British domain, colony of Aden, and the Aden... It's Aden, it's not Aden, right? The Aden Protectorate. Um. What? Oh, God. Do you think that was the Israel-Palestine wiki just like exceptionally well organized, or is the Yemen one just like exceptionally shittily organized? Okay, whatever. We'll just read, I guess. Oh. Less people interested means the wiki isn't going to be as good for it. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay. British domain, colony of Aden, and the Aden Protectorate. British interest in the area, which would later become South Yemen, began to grow when in 1839, British East India Company forces captured the port of Aden to provide a coaling station for ships en route to India. The colony, known as the Aden Settlement, gained much political and strategic importance after the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. Am I pronouncing this wrong? Bro. Hold on. Just say it.
From an old Scottish custom with its roots in the barbaric past, we go to a much warmer country, but one where, also in the past, barbarism flourished. This, then, is the Aden Protectorate.
It is Aden. Fuck you guys. Okay. Aden was ruled as part of British India until 1937, when the city of Aden became the colony of Aden, a crown colony in its own right. What does crown colony mean? Are they like a big boy? It was a colony administered by the crown within the English and later British Empire. There was usually a governor to represent the crown, appointed by the British monarch on the advice of the UK government, with or without the assistance of a local council. In some cases, the council split into two. No one cares. Okay, gotcha. So just a big boy colony. Okay. What are we trying to figure out here? I just want to know the history of Yemen, I guess. But like modern history, so 1900s onwards. Aden was ruled as part of British India till 1930. Okay, I got this. The Aden hinterland, the fuck is this? Is a German word meaning the land behind, a city, a port, or similar. Its use in English was first documented by the geographer George Chisholm in his Handbook of Commercial Geography. Originally, the term was associated with the area of a port in which materials for export and import are stored and shipped. Subsequently, the word expanded to include any area under the influence of a particular human settlement. Gotcha. The Aden hinterland and Hadramaut is a region in South Arabia comprising eastern Yemen, parts of western Oman, and southern Saudi Arabia. The name is of ancient origin and is retained in the name of the Yemeni governorate of Hadramaut. The people of Hadramaut are called Haderem. They formerly spoke Hadramatic, an old South Arabian language, but they now primarily speak Hadrami Arabic. Jesus Christ. Is that... this thing, I guess. Okay. You guys can't even see it. Good. Get fucked. Okay. The Aden hinterland and Hadramaut to the east formed the remainder of what would become South Yemen, and was not administered directly by Aden, but were tied to Britain by treaties of protection. Starting in the latter decades of the 19th century and continuing to the 20th century, Britain signed agreements with local rulers of traditional polities that together became known as the Aden Protectorate. The area was divided into numerous sultanates, emirates, and sheikdoms, and was divided for administrative purposes into the East Aden Protectorate and the West Aden Protectorate. The Eastern Protectorate consisted of the three Hadramaut states, Kuwaiti, state of Shir, and Mukalla, Kathiri, state of Siyun, but this is I'm getting trolled. Marah, Sultanate, and Kishan and Socotra, with the remaining states comprising the West. Economic development was largely centered in Aden. While the city flourished partly due to the discovery of crude oil on the Arabian Peninsula in the 1930s, the states of the Aden Protectorate stagnated. Encouraged by the rhetoric of President Nasser of Egypt against British colonial rule in the Middle East, pressure for the British to leave grew. Following Nasser's creation, the United Arab Republic, attempts to incorporate Yemen in turn threatened Aden and the Protectorate. To counter this, the British attempted to unite the various states under its protection. Okay. When we say attempts to incorporate Yemen, what are we even talking about right now? I guess they're talking about Aden and like all of the parts that have been incorporated by the Protectorate agreements, I guess, is what we're talking about. Threatened Aden and the Protectorate, I guess. Okay. To counter this, the British attempted to unite the various states under its protection, and on the 11th of February 1959, 6 of the West Aden Protectorate states formed the Federation of Arab Emirates of the South, to which 9 other states were subsequently added. The Federation of the... Is this Emiratis or is it Emirates? It's Emirates, right? Emirati. Why do I feel like Emirati is a word? Am I making this up? The Emirates of South Arabia was an organization of states within the British Aden Protectorate and what would become South Yemen. The Federation of 6 states was inaugurated in the British colony of Aden on the 11th of February 1959. The Federation of British Treaty of Friendship and Protection... Okay. So these dudes... Oh, Emiratis, the demonym for demonym. Why are you using words that I can't pronounce for other words that I can't pronounce? People from the UAE. Gotcha. Okay. New song. To which 9 other states were subsequently added. During the 1960s, the British sought to incorporate all of the Aden Protectorate territories into the Federation. On the 18th of January 1963, the colony of Aden was incorporated against the wishes of much of the city's populace as the State of Aden, and the Federation was renamed the Federation of South Arabia. Several more states subsequently joined the Federation, and the remaining states that declined to join, mainly in Hadramaut, formed the Protectorate of South Arabia. Okay. In 1963, fighting between Egyptian forces and British-led, Saudi-financed guerrillas in the Yemen Arab Republic spread to South Arabia with the formation of the National Liberation Front, who hoped to force the British out of South Arabia. Hostilities started with a grenade attack by the NLF against the British High Commissioner on the 10th of December 1963, killing 1 person and injuring 50, and a state of emergency was declared, becoming known as the Aden Emergency. In 1964, the new British government under Harold Wilson announced their intention to hand over power to the Federation of South Arabia in 1968, but that the British military would remain. When you say British government under XYZ or whatever, that name, this is always referring to the Prime Minister, right? Who's selected by the Parliament. So British statesman and Labour politicians, the Prime Minister. Okay. There we go. There were around 280 guerrilla attacks in 1964 and over 500 in 1965. In 1966, the British government announced that all British forces would be withdrawn at independence. In response, the security situation deteriorated with the creation of the Socialist Front for the Liberation of Occupied South Yemen, which started to attack the NLF and a big power, as well as attacking the British. In January of 1967, there were mass riots by NLF and FLOSY supporters in the old Arab quarter of Aden town, which continued until mid-February, despite the intervention of British troops. During the period, there were many attacks on the troops, and the Aden Airways Douglas DC-3 plane was destroyed in the air with no survivors. At the same time, the members of FLOSY and the NLF were also killing each other in large numbers. Okay, so the National Liberation Front is supported by South Arabia with the formation. Okay. is the Saudi Arabian dudes that's financed by Britain. And then who were these socialist guys supported by? Did Egypt fund these guys, or was an Arab nationalist military organization operating in the Federation of South Arabia, a British protectorate, now southern Yemen? In the 60s, as the British tried to exit, Abdullah al-Asnag created the FLOSY. The FLOSY attempted to seize power when the British left from another military group operating in South Arabia, the Marxist National Liberation Front. Abdullah al-Asnag was a labor leader in the Aden Trade Union Congress, a union operating in and around the British protectorate, the port of Aden. In the late 1950s, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser's pan-Arabism had spread to the region and threatened Britain's and the traditional emirs of the region's control. Emirs? In response, the British were able to convince the feuding emirs to merge into the Federation of South Arabia. The Aden Trade Union Congress had a large influence in the new Federation's assembly. To prevent it from seizing control of the Federation in 1962, the colony of Aden joined the Federation so that Aden's pro-British assembly members could counter the ATUC's influence. The Aden Trade Union Congress. Okay. Okay. The day after Aden joined the Federation, which was the Federation of South Arabia, Muhammad al-Badr of the Yemenis monarchy was overthrown, and a civil war ensued between forces backed by Egypt, like the National Liberation Front, and the monarchist forces backed by the British. This conflict spread throughout the region, becoming the Aden Emergency, and officially began on the 10th of December 1963, when a state of emergency was declared in the state of Aden. The NLF campaign for power spread to the Federation of South Arabia in 1964. In 1964, a new government headed by the Labour Party won the United Kingdom general election. They attempted to grant independence to the Federation of South Arabia by giving Abdullah al-Asnag control of the country. This proposal was vetoed by the American President Johnson, who didn't want Britain to withdraw while the Americans were escalating the Vietnam War. Okay. In January of 1967, there were mass riots by NFL and FLOSY supporters in the old Arab quarter of Aden Town, which continued until mid-February, despite the intervention of British troops. During this period, this plane got shot down on a temporary disclosure of the Suez Canal in 1967, effectively negated the last reason that Britain had kept hold on the colonies in Yemen, and in the face of uncontrollable violence, they began to withdraw. On the 20th of June 1967, there was a mutiny in the Federation of South Arabia Army, which also spread to the police. Order was restored by the British, mainly due to the efforts of the 1st Battalion, Argyll, and the Sutherland Highlanders under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Colin Mitchell. Okay. Jesus. Okay. The People's Republic of South Yemen from 67 to 1990. The British pulled out on the 30th of November 1967, leaving Aden under NFL control. Fuck me, dude. I guess I'll just write some dates, I guess. 1967 to 1990. The People's kind of weird. There's not a lot of sourcing on these. Maybe it's not. A lot of it isn't like contested, or I don't know. Did I say NFL? I mean NLF. People's Republic of South Yemen. November. 30th, 1967. The British pull out of Aden, leaving it under NLF control. The Royal Marines, who had been the first British troops to occupy Aden in 1839, were the last to leave. The Federation of South Arabia collapsed, and southern Yemen became independent as the People's Republic of South Yemen. The NLF, with the support of the army, attained total control of the new state after defeating the FLOSY and the states of the former Federation in a drawn-out campaign of terror. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Notice there's like not a single source for this entire article. What the fuck? Interesting. In June of 1969, a Marxist wing of the NLF gained power and changed the country's name to the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. On the 1st of December 1970, In the PDRY, all political parties were amalgamated into the Yemeni Socialist Party, which became the only legal party. The PDRY established close ties with the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, Cuba, and Palestine. These major communist powers assisted in the building of the PDRY's armed forces. Strong support from Moscow resulted in the Soviet Navy gaining access to naval facilities in South Yemen. Let's see. In June of 1969, a Marxist wing of the NLF gained power, changed the country's name to the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, with all political parties on December 1st, 1970, combining into the Yemeni Socialist Party. Close ties with the Soviet Union, the PRC, Cuba, and Palestine. Okay. These major communist powers assisted in the building, blah, blah, blah. Okay, gotcha. Relations between North Yemen and South Yemen. Let's see. 1972 conflict, 1979 conflict, 1980s. Okay. The Yemenite War of 1972. Bro, how is there, what the fuck? Just nobody cares about Yemen? That the first Yemenite War was a short military conflict between the Yemen Arab Republic and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. Okay. Jesus. Conflict between the Yemen Arab Republic, North Yemen, and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, PDRY. Let's see. The Yemen Arab Republic was supported largely by Egypt, I guess, right? Or opposed the newly crowned king that took control and established. Okay. Conflict periodically until 67. Okay, so can we say this, that like East and West Germany, North South Korea, the Arabs, southeastern neighbor, the People's Democratic Republic, also known as South Yemen, remained relatively cordial, though relations were often strained. Okay. We'll say, Jesus Christ. We'll say initially backed by Egypt, I guess. You're taking disagreements today. I'm chilling in the Discord disagreements channel. Yeah, in 20 minutes we'll do it. Like I said in free chat, which I don't need to use, I sold my first oil in 1967 October. Now my children's children won't have to work. Class. Good job. And then the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. Yemen, supported by Cuba, East Germany, North Korea, and the Soviet Union, and the USSR, I guess. like broadly? Okay, let's see. Yemenite War of 1972. Okay, South Arabian League rebels attacked positions in eastern South Yemen. South Arabian League. And they would have been friendly with the Yemen Arab Republic, or rebels attacked positions in eastern South Yemen. I guess so. Arriving from Saudi Arabia on February 20th, 1972, the rebels were defeated by South Yemen government troops on February 24th, 1972, with some 175 rebels killed during the military hostilities. Prime Minister Ali Nasir Muhammad survived an assassination attempt by Sal rebels on May 22nd, 1972. 6 persons were sentenced to death for plotting to overthrow the government. On July 9th of 1972, Saudi Arabia continued to oppose South Yemen and supported the northern Yemeni troops in the upcoming struggle. When we say prime minister, this would have been the prime minister of the South Yemen government, right? South Yemen, yes. Let's see. South Arabian League rebels were attacking positions in eastern South Yemen, but were defeated by the South Yemen government on February 24th, 1972. Prime Minister Ali Nasir Muhammad survived an assassination attempt by those rebels on May 22nd, 1972. Okay. 6 persons were sentenced to death for plotting to overthrow the government. Okay, Saudi Arabia continues to oppose South Yemen and supported the northern Yemeni troops in the upcoming struggle. Okay. Saudi Arabia continued to oppose South Yemen and supported the northern Yemeni troops in the upcoming struggle. Northern Yemeni troops were also backed by Egypt. And the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen was backed by Cuba, East Germany, North Korea. Okay. And I guess later Saudi Arabia. Okay. Conflict. The war initiated by North Yemen started on September 26th, 1972. The 10th anniversary of the start of the North Yemen Civil War. Damn, well, why didn't we get that? When the fuck was this? Oh, holy shit. This is a big one. Do you think this is irrelevant? Do we need this? Should we read this? The North Yemen Civil War was a civil war fought in North Yemen from 1962 to 1970 between partisans of the Yemen Kingdom and supporters of the Yemen Republic. The war began with a coup d'etat carried out in 1962 by revolutionary Republicans led by the army under the command of Abdullah as-Salal, who dethroned the newly crowned king and Imam Muhammad al-Badr and declared Yemen a republic under his presidency. The Imam escaped to the Saudi Arabian border, where he rallied popular support from northern Shia tribes to retake power, escalating rapidly to a full-scale civil war. Okay, this is probably important. Okay, and this looks like an actual good article. Wait, no. The North Yemen Civil War. We'll say 1962 to 1970. Jesus. Okay. On the royalist side, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Israel supplied military aid. And Britain gave... What the... Okay. And Britain gave covert support while the Republicans were supported by Egypt, then formerly known as the United Arab Republic, and were supplied warplanes from the Soviet Union. Both foreign, irregular, and conventional forces were involved. Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser supported the Republicans with as many as 70,000 Egyptian troops and weapons. Despite several military actions and peace conferences, the war sank into a stalemate by the mid-1960s. I'm so confused about the teams here, but okay. Egypt's commitment to the war is considered to have been detrimental to its performance in the Six-Day War of June 1967, after which Nasser found it increasingly difficult to maintain his army's involvement and began to pull his forces out of Yemen. The surprising removal of Salal on November 5th by Yemeni dissidents supported by Republican tribesmen resulted in an internal shift of power in the capital, while the royalists approached it from the north. The new Republic government was headed by Qadi Abdul Rahman Iryani, Ahmed Naman, and Mohammed Ali Uthman, all of whom shortly either resigned or fled the country, leaving the disarrayed capital under the control of Prime Minister Hassan al-Amri. The 1967 siege of Sana'a became the turning point of the war. The remaining Republican Prime Minister succeeded in keeping control of Sana'a, and by February of 1968, the royalists lifted the siege. Clashes continued in parallel with peace talks until 1970, when Saudi Arabia recognized the Republic and a ceasefire came into effect. Egyptian military historians refer to the war in Yemen as their Vietnam. Historian Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., wrote that Egypt's military adventure in Yemen was so disastrous that the then ongoing Vietnam War could easily have been dubbed America's Yemen. Okay. Okay, background. Yemen. Imam Ahmad bin Yahya inherited the Yemeni throne in 1948. In 1955, Iraq-trained Colonel Ahmad Thalaya led a revolt against him. A group of soldiers under his command surrounded the royal palace of Al-Urdi in Taiz, a fortified stronghold where the Imam lived with his harem, the royal treasure, an arsenal of modern weapons, and a 150-strong palace guard, and demanded Ahmad's abdication. Taiz is over here. It should be called West and East Yemen. What is this North and South Yemen autistic shit? What is so? This is like North Yemen down here, and this is like South Yemen over here. This is fucking retarded. Okay. Ahmad agreed, but demanded that his son Muhammad al-Badr succeed him. Thalaya refused, preferring the king's half-brother, the Emir Saif el-Islam Abdullah, the 48-year-old foreign minister. While Abdullah began forming a new government, Ahmad opened the treasury coffers and secretly began buying off the besieging soldiers. After 5 days, the number of besiegers was reduced from 600 to 40. Ahmad then came out of the palace wearing a devil's mask and wielding a long scimitar, terrifying the besiegers. He slashed 2 sentries dead before exchanging the sword for a submachine gun and leading his 150 guards onto the roof of the palace to begin a direct attack on the rebels. After 28 hours, 23 rebels and 1 palace guard were dead, and Thalaya gave up. Abdullah was later reported executed, and Thalaya was publicly decapitated. What the fuck? What in the fuck is happening here? Okay. I feel like it's a wild paragraph. Okay. In 1955, Ahmad Thalaya led a revolt. Hold on. Iraq-trained Colonel Ahmad Thalaya led a revolt against Imam Ahmad. Why have the same fucking first name? Yeah, okay. A group of soldiers under his command surrounded the royal palace. Taiz, a fortified stronghold where the Imam lived with his harem, the royal treasure, and arsenal. Demanded Ahmad's abdication. Like, why would you call him Ahmad here? Why not just call him like Bin Yahya? Could you say Bin Laden? Yeah, we say Bin Laden. Bin Yahya. Or is Bin where you're from? Is that what that means? I forget. Or no, that means that's your dad, right? Osama Bin Laden means of, or what does that mean? Son of, right? Holy fucking AIDS. So he demanded Ahmad bin Yahya's abdication. He agreed, but then he said that I want my son to succeed me. Thalaya refused, and he said, actually, the king's half-brother is going to be the leader. While Abdullah began forming a new government, who thought he was going to be the government, Ahmad opened the treasury coffers and secretly began buying off the besieging soldiers. What does this look like? So there's a siege outside his place of 600 men, and then people just walk out and start offering them money? And they're like, okay. And then after 5 days, the number of besiegers reduced from 600 to 40. Did he not notice? Did Ahmad Thalaya not notice that his troops were just walking away? Or what? I don't understand what happened here. Ahmad then came out of the palace. Ahmad bin Yahya came out of the palace wearing a devil's mask, wielding a long scimitar, terrifying the besiegers. He slashed 2 sentries dead before exchanging the sword for a submachine gun. Then he took his 150 guards onto the roof of the palace and began a direct attack on the rebels. After 28 hours, 23 rebels and 1 palace guard were dead, and Thalaya gave up. Abdullah was later reported executed. Oh, who was going to be the other foreign minister, and Thalaya was publicly decapitated. Okay. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Ahmad, I don't know if this is even important. Defeated the besiegers. Publicly decapitating Ahmad Thalaya, and then executing Emir Saif al-Islam Abdullah, 48-year-old foreign minister who was to become what? The leader? The king? The prime minister? Under Thalaya's demands. Okay, in March of 1958, al-Badr arrived in Damascus to tell Nasser of Yemen's adherence to the United Arab Republic. Oh God, bro, this is AIDS. Who? I don't know. Okay. Okay. Al-Badr is going to Damascus and Syria to tell Nasser, who is the Egyptian prime minister in Syria, to go to Syria and talk to him there, of Yemen's adherence to the Ahmad bin Yahya's son. Muhammad al-Badr went to Damascus to tell Nasser that Yemen would adhere to the United Arab Republic as long as Ahmad could keep his throne and power. In 1959, Ahmad went to Rome for treatment of his arthritis, rheumatism, heart trouble, and reportedly drug addiction. Jesus Christ, bro. How old was this guy? Born in 1891. So it would have been like almost 70. Okay, fine. Fights between tribal chieftains erupted, and al-Badr unsuccessfully tried to buy off the dissidents by promising reforms, including the appointment of a representative council, more army pay, and promotions. Upon his return, Ahmad swore to crush the agents of the Christians. He ordered the decapitation of one of his subjects and the amputation of the left hand and right foot of 15 others. In punishment for the murder of a high official the previous June, al-Badr was only rebuked for his leniency, but the Yemeni radio stopped broadcasting army officers' speeches and talks of reforms were silenced. In 1959, while Ahmad went to Rome for medical treatment, fights between tribal chieftains erupted. Ahmad returned. He decapitated one of his subjects, amputated left hand and right foot of 15 others. Shit was fucked, I guess. I don't know. Decapitated and amputated. Bro, I know this is misspelled. Okay. Yemeni tribesmen being held as a hostage by al-Badr forces. Yemeni tribesmen. Okay. Muhammad al-Badr praying with his guards. Okay. Okay, Jesus. In June of 1961, Ahmad was still recovering from an assassination attempt 4 months earlier. Bro, Jesus. And moved out of the capital, Taiz, into the pleasure palace of Salah. What is... Bro, what is this? Okay. Taiz was like in southeast Yemen, like kind of near Aden, right? Kind of, yeah, because I think Aden's like down here. Okay. What is a pleasure palace? Is that, tell me, is that what it sounds like? Already defense and foreign minister, Badr became acting prime minister and interior minister as well. Despite being crown prince, al-Badr still needed to be picked by the ulema in Sana'a. Why do they spell Sana'a like 50 different ways throughout all of these articles? You ever notice that have you guys been noticing they spell this like 20 different ways? They put the accent in different areas. Sometimes they've got no accent. Sometimes it's got 2 ways at the end. Sometimes it's like 1. Al-Badr was not popular with the ulema due to his association with Nasser, and the ulema had refused Ahmad's request to ratify Badr's title. Imam Ahmed died on September 18th, 1962. He died 1 year after going to the pleasure palace? What happened? And was succeeded by his son, Muhammad al-Badr. One of al-Badr's first acts was to appoint Colonel Abdullah Salal. Another Abdullah? Didn't we just kill a guy like this? Or was that his dad's name? No, it wasn't. No, wait, this is the first Abdullah. No, it wasn't. No, Abdullah was the other guy that he assassinated. Saif al-Islam Abdullah, who was the 48-year-old prime minister. Did these guys ever kill the wrong person because they accidentally used the same name? Jesus Christ. Could you imagine having like a death note? Oh, you have to have the name and face for the death note. So they probably made that rule just in case they dropped the death note in the fucking Middle East. Holy shit. Like, Muhammad has a heart attack and like half the population, I guess, of the peninsula dies. Christ. Okay. al-Badr still needed to be picked by the... Okay. One of al-Badr's first acts to appoint Colonel Abdullah Salal, a known socialist and Nasserist. That's a thing? I feel like we read all this shit about Egypt. I didn't know they had titles. They were called Nasserists. As commander of the palace guard. Okay. Christ. Okay. Extra point. Okay. So So how did he succeed his dad if the ulama didn't vote for him or whatever? Oh my God, what the fuck is this? In Islam, the ulama, oh, it's going to be some theological bullshit from Islam. Are scholars of Islamic doctrine and law. They're considered the guardians, transmitters, interpreters of religious knowledge in Islam. They refer broadly to the educated class of such religious scholars, such as theologians, canon lawyers, judges, professors, and high state religious officials. Alternatively, ulama may refer specifically to those holding governmental positions in an Islamic state. By long-standing tradition, ulama are educated in religious institutions, madrasas. The Quran and Sunnah, the authentic hadith, are the scriptural sources of traditional Islamic law. Okay. Okay. Imam Ahmad died on September 18th, 1962, and was succeeded by his son, Muhammad al-Badr, who appointed Colonel Abdullah Salal, a known socialist and Nasserist, as commander of the Palace Guard. Okay. Sorry, fuck. Where was that lamppost guy? I'll talk to you right after. Let me finish this, like, paragraph thing, okay? Wait, lamppost. Join the disagreement room. Okay, background in Yemen, and then the background in Egypt. We should hopefully know a bit more about this. Or recognize things, I guess. Nasser had looked to a regime change in Yemen since 1957 and finally put his desires into practice in January of 1962 by giving the Free Yemen Movement office space, financial support, and radio airtime. Anthony Nutting's biography of Nasser identifies several factors that led the Egyptian president to send expeditionary forces to Yemen. These included the unraveling of the union with Syria in 1961, which dissolved his UAR in all but name. We should probably read a little bit about this. The United Arab Republic, apparently some coalition of Arab nations that lasted for all of 5 years. In all but name, damaging his prestige. A quick, decisive victory in Yemen could help him recover leadership of the Arab world. Nasser was also keen to maintain his reputation as an Arab nationalist, setting his sights on expelling British forces from South Yemen, including Britain's presence in the strategic port city of Aden. Okay. Mohammed Hikal, a chronicler of Egyptian national policy decision-making and confidant of Nasser, wrote in For Egypt, Not for Nasser, that he had engaged Nasser on the subject of supporting the coup in Yemen. Hikal argued that Salal's revolution could not absorb the massive number of Egyptian personnel who would arrive in Yemen to prop his regime, and that it would be wise to consider sending Arab nationalist volunteers from throughout the Middle East to fight alongside the Republican Yemeni forces, suggesting the Spanish Civil War as a template for which to conduct events in Yemen. Nasser refused Hikal's ideas, insisting on the need to protect the Arab nationalist movement. Nasser was convinced that a regiment of Egyptian special forces and a wing of fighter bombers would be able to secure the Yemeni Republican coup d'etat. Oh, he tried the special forces meme. Oh, no. It's Nasser, not Nasir. Nasser. Nasser's considerations for sending troops to Yemen may have included the following. 1, impact of his support to the Algerian War of Independence from 54 to 62. 2, is Syrian breaking up from Nasser's UAR in 1961. 3, taking advantage of a breach in British and French relations, which had been strained by Nasser's support for the FLN in Algeria, primarily for his efforts to undermine the Central Treaty Organization, CENTA, which caused the downfall of the Iraqi monarchy in 58, confronting imperialism, which Nasser saw as Egypt's destiny, guaranteeing dominance of the Red Sea from the Suez Canal to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which I think is the one coming right out of the Red Sea, right? Or not. It connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. Yeah, okay. And retribution against the Saudi royal family, whom Nasser felt had undermined his union with Syria. Gotcha. Jesus. Okay, Egypt. So Nasser had desired regime change in Yemen since 1957 and acted in January of 1962 by supporting the Free Yemen movement. Let's see. He desired to continue his pursuit of Arab nationalism, especially after the dissolution of the UAR in 1961. Nasser supported a regime change in Yemen. We'll say that. Was he looking for, and he wanted to support the Salal's revolution could not observe. Okay, so wait, so was Salal, he was the guy that was appointed by Badir. Was the goal for this guy to coup Badir, or were Badir and him gonna fight other people? Maybe we'll get there, I guess. By supporting Colonel Abdullah Salal, I guess. I don't know, we'll see. Christ. And then let's just fucking throw this here. Fuck it. Badir is pronounced as is, not Badir. Batter? What is it? Batter? Batter? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, what did that one? Okay, lamppost guy. Oh, I'm Andrew S. Oh. Okay, let me format this. Boom, bum, 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 bum.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, what's up?
So, today, here, let me mute the stream real quick. Today, I kind of wanted to talk to you about a big disagreement that I have with you.
Okay. I already know what it is.
What do you think it is? I want you to guess then. Do you think you know?
How the economy is doing for Zoomers and Millennials?
No, that's not it. This is much bigger than that.
Okay, what is it?
My disagreement with you is that I think that you personally are not doing enough.
Okay.
I think that you have a lot of talent and a lot of ability and a big platform.
Uh-huh.
And the ability to do a lot more than you're doing right now. And I think that you aren't doing that.
What else do you
And I think you have a moral responsibility to do that. I think you should be organizing politically. I think that you should be promoting the types of political ideologies that we should be looking for in our next candidates.
Doesn't trying to get my community to go out and like canvas and stuff? Isn't that like trying to organize politically a bit?
I mean, that is, and I applaud you for that. I think that when you do that, that's my favorite version of you, Steve.
Okay.
Is that version of you. I think that you spend a lot of time talking with these idiots, just people who it's not gonna move the needle meaningfully in terms of what we really need right now. Like all of us, you know what I mean? All of your viewers here, the rest of the country, and you know, you're in your 30s now, I am too. I just turned 38. And I have started to think very seriously about the responsibility that I have as a person, in my position and what I can do.
Uh-huh.
And I would encourage you to kind of do the same. And I think that you are, and I have some ideas. If you're not sure of what you could be doing, I could make some suggestions to you.
Sure, go ahead.
But I would. So one thing that I think that I would strongly encourage you to do is to start creating a personal platform for what you would consider to be strong qualifications for our political candidates coming into 2024, all the way down. I would also encourage you to work.
What do you mean by that?
What's that?
What can you explain what you mean by that?
So for instance, you know, a lot of people are kind of unguided on like, oh, you know, the housing crisis, right? If you were to ask me and say, hey, what are the biggest problems right now that we're facing right now? And, you know, me, you, in our country, because let's be real. Me and you, we're Americans, right? Like I'm America first. Don't get me wrong. Like I fucking love this country. I bleed red, white, and blue. I'm a second generation immigrant. My grandfather was Ukrainian, fucking fought for the Soviets in World War II, came over here and made a life. You know what I mean? And I fucking love this country. I lived in Russia for a little while. I know what it's like. I've visited China probably more than 12 or 14 times. I know what it's like in places that are not like this. And a lot of us, a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't understand just how lucky we are to have what we have. I appreciate it. And like I said, I love the fuck out of this country. I'm an American. I'm not ashamed of that. This country's done a lot of great things. It's done some bad stuff, but it's done a lot of great things too.
Mm-hmm.
And so in terms of policy stuff, right? People are gonna start looking. If you ask me, what are the big problems that we have right now? I would say number one is housing. I think that's the biggest issue that we're seeing as the generations change.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that housing? And yeah, I know you've said this before, and the only solution to fixing housing is to build more housing, right? So how are you helping contribute meaning? If you identify that as the biggest issue, how are you contributing meaningfully towards moving the needle forward on that?
I think all I really do is talk about it. It's a pretty hard one.
Maybe you could do a little more.
What else could I possibly do about that?
We can organize. We can start organizing politically.
Yeah, but organize what? I feel like it's a hard thing because it's like you're fighting against the interests of homeowners there, who are like your biggest voter base. I don't know how to organize against them.
There are more non-homeowners than there are homeowners in Los Angeles, in California.
Yeah, but my guess is your homeowners are probably your strongest voters, right? Like if you break it down by age, they're probably going to be skew older and more politically active are going to be your.
They are currently, but that's not going to be the case for long. Right now, so this is changing rapidly, right? We see this, like younger people are more in tune with what's going on politically. Why? Because it matters more to them. I think young people understand that, oh shit, this is going to become our problem very soon, right? Like it's 2024. This is a big year, my friend. I hope you understand that this is a very, very, very big year. And I don't know that you've really taken the time to think of the gravitas of what this year could be, depending on what you personally decide to do. And, I like to share this quote from Steve Jobs, and it's a really fantastic quote. He says, listen, he goes, everything around me and you, everything that was built around us was built by ordinary people who are no different than you and me. They just had a vision and they saw what they wanted to build and they went out and they did something to do it and build it. And you can see that I'll link you this. It's a really fantastic little YouTube interview of him from maybe the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Smart guy, Steve Jobs, very talented, smart guy, because he was a visionary. He saw what he wanted for the future, and he built that, right? And I think that you have a similar ability to be a visionary. I think that you can, and I think you probably do this. My guess is in your free time, you probably think of, hey, what should things look like? And that's great, but it's all meaningless unless you actually do something to build it.
Okay, well, I'll continue talking about it, but yeah.
That's not enough, my friend. And I think you have a moral compulsion to do more than just talk about it, to actually be actively involved in organizing.
I can support organizers.
Yeah, but I think you should actively be organizing.
I don't want to organize. Organizing sucks. I don't like that.
I know you don't want to. Oh, trust me, I know. But like doing what we have to do sometimes fucking sucks, bro.
Why would I do something I'm not like as great at when I can do something that I'm really good at? Yeah.
Because you have the ability.
I think there are other people that can organize better than me. I don't think I'm like the best organizer. I have a platform. Yeah, but I only have that platform because I'm like doing punditry, because I'm doing what you're telling me to quit doing or stop or doing less of.
So, okay, well then instead of me saying organizing, why don't you become a leader and work with organizers?
I do. I literally try to.
Who?
Well, right now we're hopefully working with Progressive Victory, we're doing their canvassing stuff through. I try to like interview candidates and stuff when their campaigns want to bring them on to my stream if they want to. But
small time, my friend. You're bigger than that. You can do better.
Okay, well, I don't know how closely people want to work with me on like big time stuff because my reputation online is like
a lot of people. It's okay. You have a lot of people who are around our age right now, 38, 39, 40s, and we will gladly work with you, and I will work with you. Gladly.
Okay, well, listen, post in the subreddit.
And I
if
want you,
everybody supports
and
it,
here's
then-
the other thing, right? And here's the other thing is that I have other people who are looking to work with me, right? I'm organized, like between you and me, there's a big gap in our relative resources, right? You have a lot of resources. I don't have nearly as much.
Uh-huh.
I'm doing my best to organize, and I've got actually a pretty good team over here in Southern California. They're smart people, young people who and I say young, I mean under 45.
Mm-hmm.
And we're organizing. We're trying to like really move the needle forward in terms of how we make meaningful change in terms of our housing, police reform. We're proponents of some kind of what we call now GSI, guaranteed supplemental income, some kind of monthly stipend for people, everyone, kind of like a form of UBI, but it's smaller. I'm going to start there. And we're really trying to like create a real platform with real ideas and really organize to like start getting people elected who are going to make meaningful change in our government. And I don't know exactly the extent to what you're doing. My guess is that you probably could be doing more. And I know that you stream a lot. I get that. My guess is you probably don't have to stream as much as you do. That's my guess. My guess
So
is
you want me
that
to
there is
cut
probably-
into my income? You wanted to cut into my career trajectory growth? You want me to cut into the influence and
I know,
outreach I
yeah.
have in order to maybe pick out some possibly,
I
organizing things somewhere and throw a bunch of money at it and hopefully maybe it goes somewhere.
Yes. That's what I'm asking you kindly. Like,
I
from
feel like
my
it'd be
heart
better
like,
for me to
consider
like
that.
focus on what I do best and try to propagate my ideas like that. And then if I can find people that are easy to work with in the future, I'd probably do that. I feel like that's probably a better allocation
Do you
of
think
my
it's-
talents and
Do
resources.
you think it's best to do what you do best or what you could be most effective at?
Well, I think there's a huge overlap between those two things.
I agree, but they're not the same.
They're almost the same. It's almost a
No, they're
single
not,
circle.
because sometimes you might be in a specific position where maybe you're not the best person for the job, but because of your unique position in terms of your talent, you're uniquely positioned to succeed at that role.
Well, I think that's why you find other people to hire to do those things.
So you don't feel a strong, you don't feel that you could be doing more.
I mean, I try to find places where I can do more, hence the canvassing stuff and talking about the political stuff. And I'm trying to research and read more so that I can be more educational when I have debates.
What do you think that your personal responsibility is
Uh,
towards making meaningful change politically in our country?
Well, I think that my responsibility is to propagate my ideas and try to support and live my values as much as possible. That when I find areas where I can make huge improvements or contributions to people that I think would be highly effective at effecting the political change that I think is important, that I should probably try to do that.
Okay. And so what do you expect, like, in terms of your plan? How do you feel that plays out? Do you think that, like, we're just going to get a bunch of new candidates elected from that and that'll do it and hopefully that's enough? Or do you think that there's more that can be done?
I mean, there's always more that can be done, but I think that my most important talent is that I'm good at arguing with people. I'm pretty presentable for online stuff. And I can apparently learn a decent amount. So my talents are probably best used like fighting with people on the internet, spreading my message via social media, continue to grow that way. And then finding like political projects that I want to support on the side that I can throw my community or some money at in the meantime.
Okay. I think that is a lot of, I agree with a lot of that, but I think that you still, there's more that you can do. That's all I'm saying.
Can you point to a single other online content creator that does as much or more than I do?
Probably not, but that just because you do the most doesn't mean that you're living to the most of your potential, right? Like, you have the potential to do more. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, you always have the potential to do more, but like, why would I risk nosediving the thing that I'm the best at just to take a gamble on something else? Why wouldn't I continue to?
I'll tell you why.
Yeah,
I'll tell you why.
okay.
Because you have been put in a position of unique success, right, and opportunity. And the truth about success and opportunity is that our success is not our own. We don't own our own success, right? Our success is because we were either in the right place at the right time, or we had people behind us, or we happened to be born in a country that allowed that type of success with the types of technological advantages and freedoms that allowed it. So no man is an island, right? You know this quote, it's Robert Frost, I think. All of our success is built on the successes of others, right? And so, Jordan Peterson said this, and it's something that I take I don't agree with everything that he says. Obviously, he's got some weird thing, but some of the stuff he says is on point. One of the things he says, some of us, and you'll identify with this, some of us are uniquely talented, right? And we were born talented. And he says this, he says he understands that he's a smart guy, right? And as somebody who's either talented or put in a position where their talent can grow, that is not their own. They didn't do that themselves, right? You were born with that. In fact, it was built. It was because of your parents or the other people around you that allowed that to happen. So your gifts are not your own, right? And this is something that we used to teach a lot in religion. Like we used to have churches to kind of teach us these philosophies, these moral philosophies, right? And I think the idea of church in terms of guiding our moral philosophy is actually a really important part of like social institution, right? But I think that we've lost that. And I think people, and this is why you see there are people out here like the Logan Pauls of the world and stuff, and who their goal is to get wealthy. Their goal is to make money and to have fame, right? Mm-hmm. And if you're saying like, listen, I might be jeopardizing my money and my streaming and my whatever, yes, I understand that. And I hope, and it's from most of my experiences with you, I would think that you are not the kind of person who prioritizes money because you don't love money. You understand money and you respect money and you see that its utility value and what it can provide. But I don't think that you're a lover of money, because the people who are lovers of money, they change. They act in ways to help them make more money. You see this with the Hassan Abis and the fucking grifters of the world, the Donald Trumps. They will change their character or who they are to get more money, right? And we need to call these people out. And we need to be calling them out publicly, right? And standing with the people who and so, yeah, I understand it might not be, but there are other if money is an issue, which I don't think it is for you from what I understand, but if money is an issue and you really couldn't afford it, there are other ways to make money other than being an online personality as well that are still enacting meaningful change. We don't have to, that's a whole other discussion. But what I'm saying is that, it's not money. They say in the Bible, it says, people always go, oh, the Bible says money is the root of all evil. That's actually a misquote. It's the love of money is the root of all evil, right? People who love money, and you can tell people like Donald Trump love money. People like Logan Paul love money. They love it because they don't understand the life that is often better lived without it. So anyway,
okay, yeah, okay.
Do you have any interest in being able to be more effective if you could be?
I mean, I'm always looking at things. Yeah.
Like, do I sound crazy to you, my friend?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
A little bit. I know that. Like, look, here's the thing, right?
Uh-huh.
You'll identify with this because some people, like, I'm taking the gloves off, right? Some people like you and me, we're born with exceptional ability and talent, right? And this was not something that we chose. It was just like, you just happen to be lucky. You happen to get smart, right? Like, school was always easy. When you do tasks, they're always easy for some reason. People, when you do things, you tend to excel at them, right? You probably identify with this, do you not?
Yeah, depending on the project, sure.
Yeah, because you're a naturally talented guy, clearly. Your brain works well. It has good wiring inside of it. You got a high-speed processor, right? So for those of us who have that kind of talent, it's my feeling that we have a moral responsibility to do what we can to really move the needle forward on the issues that are really affecting a lot of us, such as, like I said, housing is a big problem. And I think we can solve it. And I think that if we work together, I genuinely think, we have plans. I've been working with some smart people. We have plans on how we can meaningfully create housing in California and around the United States, right?
I mean, so what? I guess what are you guys working on? What have you guys done so far?
Okay, so right now in California, so right now we understand that it's very difficult to move the needle forward in California right now because of the stronghold that the Democrats have on our political system, right? They kind of have a political monopoly, right? If you don't have the support of the Democratic Party, the establishment, it's very difficult to get elected. We think that shouldn't be the case. We think that people should be able to have other ideas for how things should be run and not have to worry about towing the party line. So with that said, one of the goals, one of the things that we also, am I bothering you? If I'm bothering you, I can go.
No, we're just hanging out.
Okay, I see you playing the piano, and if that just helps you take your mind and lets you think, I understand. But if it's
okay, let me refocus.
Okay,
so I asked a specific question. I'm just curious, what have you guys done so far? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, what we've done, I would rather show you. It's not public yet. I'd rather kind of show you what we've worked on so far in private, or I can share it with you.
Okay. Let me ask another question.
We have a party platform.
Are there any candidates that you've supported or any elections that you fundraised for, or
yeah, a few actually.
Which ones?
So I'm not on the candidate selection team. I can find out for you. I'm on the policy team and the
I'm just curious. Like, what's
team.
give me like a candidate you guys have supported in which election?
So I think right now Yang just supported Dean Phillips.
I'm not asking about Andrew Yang. I said the people you're working with.
Let me see. There's I think it was Nithya. So we have some people on our team who work for Nithya Rahman here, Los Angeles City Council District 8 or something like that. We have somebody else here who did fundraising for former House of Representatives. I think someone in the House of Representatives, Tom Campbell, I believe.
Are these have you guys raised money for these people, or what do you like?
Yes, there has been some money. Like I said, so I can kind of tell you where we are at right now.
Sure.
Right?
Tell me where you're
specifically. So, long story short, the Forward Party nationally was established a couple years ago, right? And in California, there was another political party called the Common Sense Party, right? And the Common Sense Party already had a lot of aligned values with the Forward Party nationally. And so the Forward Party made an agreement with the Common Sense Party to say, hey, listen, we're going to not have operations in California until 2024, and give the Common Sense Party kind of the room to kind of build their whatever and then make the changeover. So we've done that now. We've literally, filed Secretary of State, everything. We had our first all volunteers meeting about a week ago. And, the goal right now is to start working on policy and creating essentially a party platform for the candidates that we want to endorse. And one of our big party platform policy points is housing and how we want to tackle that. And it's not just housing needs to change, right? It's so easy to say, housing needs to change, or we need police reform, or but we're making real,
Okay,
I'll give you an example.
Real quick, okay. You said, what was your work background?
I'm a software engineer.
Okay. I remember you saying
that. So I build apps and websites and stuff, and I've worked with a lot of large e-commerce companies that do between 50 and 250 million in revenue. So they're sizable operations, and they have shipping, fulfillment software, CRM software, ERP software that manages all the orders coming in and out, and finances, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm a tech guy. I am ADHD. Obviously, you probably can tell that about me. It's pretty clear. As I said, I don't take meds on the weekends, so my apologies. But it's nice to have a natural brain on the weekends.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm asking for trying to ask for a thing, and I've got a lot of words that don't mean much. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to know who we're actually working with, and how we're trying to move the needle forward.
Just literally anything concrete whatsoever. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so under the Common Sense Party, we got about 30,000 Californians to change their party registration from the Democratic Party to the Common Sense Party. We are going to be converting a lot of those over to the Forward Party. And the goal right now in California, because we missed the deadline to get on the ballot, so we can't actually run candidates in California in 2024 under the Forward Party. But what we can do is we can endorse candidates. So our goal right now is party growth, right? So what we want to do in 2024 is we're building a party platform for California specifically. The Forward Party California's party platform. This is only for California. Every state can have a different party platform as long as it doesn't conflict with National's party platform. And National's party platform is very minimal. It's literally do good things for people or something silly that Yang likes that. But anyway, we're allowed to have our own party platforms. And so we do. And so we built our own. And a lot of the states were sharing ideas, right? We work closely with the guys over in Ohio and Georgia and Texas. They're all really good people. And so the goal is we want to build the party platform. We're publishing, and once it's ready, we're publishing it on our website. And then we want to start organizing and growing support for the party, for people who support these types of ideas. And here's the thing: you don't have to do anything other than change your party affiliation, right? All you have to do to support us is just tell the Secretary of State. You go online; it takes literally 3 minutes. Change your party affiliation and say, "Hey, listen, I don't like the Democrats' ideas. It seems like they're not moving the ball forward fast enough, but I like these guys' ideas."
Wait, so have you guys developed a full platform yet?
Yeah, we're pretty close. I can kind of show you
What are you, if you're getting 30,000 people to swap parties, what are you doing that on the basis of with no platform developed?
Well, that was 30,000 people's not that many in California, for what that's worth. I mean, I hate to say it, but it is, the reality of the situation. But
why,
the
if you're
idea
trying to
was,
make, like, if you're trying to start like making a change, why focus on like a statewide election in like the largest state in the country that probably some of the most expensive elections in the country?
we're not focusing on a statewide election.
What are you focusing on?
We're focusing on building party membership, right? So the idea is that in 2024, we can't run candidates and you can't have candidates, whatever, it doesn't matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you do change your party affiliation from Democrat or Republican to Forward Party, you can still vote for whoever you want to vote for. You can still, literally, the general, it doesn't matter.
Even
right?
in primaries, or?
So that's the only difference, right? The only difference is in primaries. But
So you're
look,
taking 30,000 people away from the Democratic primary. We'd most likely find somebody that agrees with you, and now they're removed from the primaries, and they can't vote for anybody because you guys missed the deadline for running candidates.
Yeah, potentially. And that won't affect anything at all because the Democrats have like 87, monopoly on most elections.
Okay.
So
how many did you convert people? Do you know like the percentage did you convert most of these people from Democratic voters or from Republican voters?
Yeah, of course, because California is like 65% Democrat. So just by, but but it's not the vast majority. It's we're about close. We're actually pretty close to about 65% liberals and 35%. It's like 70-30. So we do get a fair amount of conservatives. We get the moderate conservatives, the reasonable conservatives, the not the Donald Trump conservatives. Those are not our people.
Okay.
Right?
What's like an election you guys are fixated on for, I guess, the next election?
The big ones that I'm working on in my team, because I'm based in Los Angeles, is LA City Council.
Okay.
Right. We've got re-election campaigns here, and there are some politicians here who are really preventing us from making meaningful change in terms of our housing situations here in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need to remove them.
Do you have like a particular candidate then that you guys want to support? Or do you have any big candidates that are willing to work with you guys?
I don't know that I can speak enough on that right now. Like I said, I'm not on the candidate team. I'm on policy and tech.
Okay.
But we'll find them. I assure you, we'll find them. We have a really good support, like, people that we're associated with. Mark Merrill from Riot Games, right? You know him.
Trendemir,
what's his name?
right?
Trendemir, exactly. Yeah, he supports us, and good friend.
What do you mean by supports you? Like, how much money has he donated to you guys?
I can't tell you. I don't have that in front of me.
Are those filings public? I don't remember. I don't know if you guys
I actually don't know.
Okay.
I actually don't know.
Okay.
Ed Helms from The Office. Andy.
Are these guys supporting the Common Sense Party or the Forward Party?
So they were originally, and now they're supporting the Forward Party. We're trying to get who's the other person that we were talking to? Adam Conover from Adam Ruins Everything. Somebody that again, I'm not gonna like try to bullshit you. Like, we're in it's early stages, right? Like, the idea is that we network, right? Is that we create something that people really can support. And like I said, I would be happy to show you like our party platform and where we're at right now. I think you'll like it. It's good. Like, for instance, with police reform, we want civilian oversight committees, or at least some kind of oversight committees that are at least have some amount of civilians on them, non-LEOs, to review instances of police weapon discharge. We also want to. We don't want police to have not all police should have firearms. Most police are absolutely fine to have tasers and pepper spray. And we need to start rebuilding the public trust in our police. And we need more police on the streets doing foot patrol. And like, I know that means it's less comfortable, whatever, but hey, listen, you're a public servant. You're making $250,000 a year. I've seen it. Right? A lot of these guys are billing overtime when they're not even working. Hey, if you want to do that shit, you better be walking. You shouldn't be 250 pounds, bro. Right? So we're going to, we have real policies that we want to support. And we want people, if they decide to change, their party, they're saying that we support this stuff. Same thing, term limits. We are self-imposing term limits on candidates that run for the Forward Party. So if you know that if you're in favor of term limits, if you vote for somebody who's running under the Forward Party, they are subject to term limits for all offices, right? So we may not be able to change this nationally. We may not be able to pass a constitutional amendment to but we know that, hey, if you vote for a Forward Party candidate, that's the same thing as voting for a candidate with term limits. So that's a competitive advantage for us, right? hopefully.
Okay. Well, listen, sounds like you
we
guys
got a lot of
gotta
stuff
take
we're
in
working
some-
on. And I sound crazy, my friend, but I'm a dreamer, but I'm not a bullshit dreamer. I'm a talented dreamer.
Okay.
I build good stuff. I promise you. Like, I'll show you some stuff that I built if you're interested. I'm not, I designed a dining chair when I was working for a furniture company. It's a bestseller on Amazon. It's got 1,200 something reviews, 4.7 stars. I designed this chair from scratch, right? Flying back and forth to China, whatever. There's more than 1 million of these units have been sold in the country. Not like, I'm not to say that that's like some big, huge to do, but I'm not an idiot. I'm a talented person. I know that. And I understand with talent comes responsibility, right? They say that, responsibility. What is responsibility? It's a response to your ability, right? If you have high ability, your response to that should be great, right? If you have low ability, well, then your response is lower, right? Okay. So with ability, here I say this, right? Fucking Spider-Man, right? Uncle Ben. Yeah. He goes, what does he say? He goes, Peter, with great power comes great responsibility. No, Stan Lee was not a good wordsmith. What Uncle Ben meant to say, what he should have said is, Peter, with great ability comes great responsibility. You have a Peter Parker did not have power. He was not the kingpin. He was not fucking he had ability. He did not have power. All right? And his ability, his responsibility is in response to his ability. Right? And that's all I'm saying, right? And so, I understand I have some ability, right? I'm not the most capable guy in the world. I know that. I'm not the smartest, whatever, but I'm not an idiot. I've got some fucking talent, man. Seriously. I make good shit. I promise you. I'll show you anything that I've worked on. You'll be like, damn, that's pretty, I'll show you anything. And all I'm trying to say is that I've started to really consider very strongly my moral responsibility to my ability, right? And that's all this call is about, man. It's about just asking you, maybe, hopefully, to consider the same.
Okay,
that's it, my friend.
All
right. But I want you to know that as always, I truly, truly respect you. One of the few people that I would say has never ever sold out your integrity for money, and that's why I really respect you. So,
well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. All right, dude. Take care. And like I said, I hope we talk again.
Yep. Have fun. Be careful.
All right, dude. Bye.
Okay. Coup d'etat plot. At least 4 plots were going on in Sana'a. One was headed by Lieutenant Ali 4. There were 4 coup d'etat plots going on at the same time. Bro, Yemen history. What is even happening here? What happened to the Glenn Greenwald conversation? I think it's happening Tuesday night. Okay, at least 4 plots were going on in Sana'a. One was headed... Okay, plot. 4 different plots were happening simultaneously. One was headed by Lieutenant Ali Abdul Al-Mogni. Another one was conceived by Salal. Okay, so he was going to try to coup. Wow, what an asshole. Abdullah Salal. His plot merged into a third conspiracy prodded by the Shid Tribal Confederation in revenge for Ahmad's execution of their paramount sheikh and his son. Jesus. Hi. Yeah, the Shid Tribal Confederation. What's this? Oh, thank you. Hi.
We got everything ordered.
Cool.
Good to go.
Awesome. And then a 4th plot was shaped by several young princes who sought to get rid of al-Badr, but not the imamate. Okay. Which is the imam, right? I don't even know who the fucking imam was. I don't care. Okay. And then a 4th plot was shaped by... And then several young princes wanted to get rid of al-Badr, but not the imamate. Okay. The only men who knew about those plots were the Egyptian charge d'affaires. What the fuck is this? It's a diplomat who serves as an embassy's chief of mission in the absence of the ambassador. Gotcha. But those plots were the... Okay, so Abdul Wahad and al-Badr himself. The day after Ahmad's death, which was Badr's father, al-Badr's minister in London, Ahmad al-Shami, sent him a telegram urging him not to go to Sana'a to attend his father's funeral because several Egyptian officers, as well as some of his own, were plotting against him. Al-Badr's private secretary did not pass this message to him, pretending he did not understand the code. Al-Badr may have been saved by the gathering of thousands of men at the funeral. Al-Badr learned of the telegram only later. Okay. A day before the coup, Wahad... Okay, which one is this one? Oh, this is just one of the, like, basically an Egyptian foreign minister, I guess. Or an Egyptian ambassador, kind of, I guess. Or leader of a mission, I guess. A day before the coup... Which coup? Which one? I guess probably the Abdullah Salal one. Got it. Okay. Which eventually merged into...
Did you talk about canvassing yet?
Yeah, guys, Canvas, sign up for the link in destiny.reddit.com.
I'm gonna be so mad if that's all you do.
Here, what else do you want me to say about it? Sign up here. We're going to be canvassing, guys. Sign up here. We're going to...
Tell them why you're going to Ohio.
We're going to Ohio because it's going to be a battleground state. We've got a canvassing house. We're going to go and knock on doors. And what do we do when we knock on those doors? Erudite. We're going to be what?
Yeah, we're saving democracy.
Oh, wow. You think they're going to show up just to save democracy?
Yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Why is it so exciting that you're doing it?
Because I'm going to be there.
No.
Because we saved democracy.
Sure, what else?
What else? I don't know.
You're like one of the only streaming political forces that does boots on ground work.
We're one of the only streaming political forces that does boots on ground work, guys, okay? Come.
I hate you.
Register.
What's unique about Ohio right now? Do you know anything about the politics going on in Ohio right now?
Well, I know that Ohioans are fucking weird losers because ABBA just spent 12 hours shitting on Cleveland and Cincinnati, which I think are cities in Ohio, right?
We're in Cincinnati.
Yep, we're going to be there in one of the worst cities in the world, according to ABBA. So, I don't know. He just really didn't like these cities. I'm not sure.
He didn't tell you why?
No, he just really hated them. I don't know. I still don't know to this day. But anyway, yeah, we'll be there. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. What else is going to happen? What are some things that they can look forward to?
Why don't you tell us? What are some things that we can look forward to, Erudite?
They can look forward to community night. It's a large event. They all get together. They hang out.
What else?
Oh my god! I can't believe you didn't do this. Fuck. There's a community night. It's gonna be super fun where y'all get to come out and meet all of the other DGGers. And there's multiple streaming communities that are coming together to do this, like Ruminate, Josiah. Isn't he the guy that got you to... No, it's IRI and Ruminate that got you to Canvas the first time, right?
Second time, I think, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so they'll both be there, and their communities are going to be there. There's also awards night. Why do we love awards night?
Because we get to print meme awards. Wow. Right?
Yeah. It's so exciting. Anything else that's really fun? Why do you love canvassing? Why do you care about it?
It's fun to go out and meet voters and be politically active and engaged.
Is that why you do it?
Yes.
Do you knock on the doors?
I did last time and all the other times before. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad.
Me too.
Yeah. Destiny, can Canadians join?
I don't remember. Can they?
Yes.
Yes, they can.
It's nonpartisan door knocking.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so we're good. We're good to go. Any other thoughts? Do you know what the goal is for volunteers turnouts?
What's the goal? 500. Damn. How many do we have so far? Are we allowed to say?
I think we're at 300 right now.
Okay.
So we need a couple more people to sign up.
200 more people.
Yeah. So you gotta show this, buddy.
Good luck, guys. Sign up.
Okay. Is that it? That's all you want to do for promoting your canvassing event?
Unless you can think of anything else. Nice.
I don't know. It's your event, buddy.
All right. It's going to be great, guys. Remember, guys, with great ability comes great response to our ability. Don't forget.
Can you ask August to put clips of you talking about canvassing in some of your videos?
Yes, August, we're gonna get some of these clips in the videos, August, so we can promote it and get people to sign up. Okay, it's important, you fucking loser. But make sure they know that only oh no, anybody can do this one. Okay. Al-Badr's private secretary did not pass on the message to him. Okay. Day before the coup, Wahad, who claimed to have information from the Egyptian intelligence service, warned Al-Badr that Salal and 15 other officers, including Mogni, were planning a revolution. Wahad's purpose was to cover himself and Egypt in case the coup failed, to prompt the plotters into immediate action and drive Salal and Mogni. Is it Mogni or Mofni? Into a single conspiracy. Oh, if you sign up, yeah, there's like carpools and stuff to get you on there as well, okay? Salal got imamic permission to bring in the armed forces. Then Wahad went to Mogni and told him that Al-Badr had somehow discovered the plot and that he must act immediately before the other officers would be arrested. He told him okay. And Mogni is which guy again? Holy fucking AIDS. This is so AIDS. Okay, it was one of the lieutenants. Okay, he was one of the first plotters. Revolution. Okay. When they could hold Sana'a, the radio in the airport for 3 days, the whole of Europe would recognize him. Salal ordered the military academy in Sana'a to go on full alert, opening all armories and issuing weapons to all junior officers and troops. On the evening of September 25th, Salal gathered known leaders of the Yemeni nationalist movement and other officers who had sympathized or participated in the military protests of 1955. Each officer and cell would be given orders and would commence as soon as the shelling of Al-Badr's palace began. Key areas that would be secured included Al-Bashir Palace, Al-Badr's palace, okay, Al-Wusal Palace, reception area for dignitaries, the radio station, the telephone exchange, Qasr al-Salah, the main armory, and the central security headquarters, intelligence and internal service, or internal security. Jesus. Okay. Christ. Okay. Salal. On September 25th, Salal gathered known leaders of the Yemeni nationalist movement and began attacking. Hey, Steven? What? You find out your friend is eating? I have food for her. She is. Yeah, she is. Okay. Began enacting the coup. Okay. Christ. On September 25th, what? 19 what? What fucking year are we even in right now? Holy fucking AIDS. Do we know what year this is? Oh my fucking god, this... Do you think it was in 62? September 26th. Give me a year, please. It was 1960. Okay, Jesus. Okay. September 25th, 1962. Execution. At 10:30 p.m., Al-Badr heard tanks moving through the nearby streets and reckoned that they were the ones Salal had asked to move. At 11:45, the army began shelling the palace. Al-Badr what's that noise? I think they're just tanks. They had to move outside. Al-Badr seized a machine gun and began firing at the tanks, although they were out of range. Mogni sent an armored car to Salal's house and invited him to the headquarters, where he asked him to join the revolution. Salal agreed on condition that he would be president. Mogni agreed. The coup d'etat was carried out with 13 tanks from the Badr Brigade, 6 armored cars, 2 mobile artillery cannons, and 2 anti-air guns. Jesus, we're really like doing a budget coup here. I guess there's not much going on, huh? Command and control of the forces loyal to the coup would take place at the military academy. A unit of revolutionary officers accompanied by tanks headed towards al-Bashir Palace, which was al-Badr's palace. By microphone, they voiced an appeal to the inmate. Microphone or macrophone? It's not macrophone. A megaphone. Microphone and megaphone. The writers got bored of coming up with the lore for this region. Yeah, seriously, holy shit. So I don't think they meant microphone. I think they mean megaphone, right? They voiced an appeal to the Imamate Guard for tribal solidarity and to surrender Muhammad al-Badr, who would be sent peacefully into exile. The Imamate Guard refused to surrender and opened fire, prompting the revolutionary leaders to respond with tank and artillery shells. The rebels planned to deploy tanks and artillery in the coup. The battle at the palace continued until guards surrendered to the revolutionaries the following morning. The radio station was first to fall, scared after a loyalist officer was killed and resistance collapsed. The army was perhaps the easiest target, as a written order from Salah was sufficient to open the storage facility, beat the royalists, and secure rifles, artillery, and ammunition for the revolutionaries. The telephone exchange likewise fell without any resistance. At the Al-Wusul Palace, revolutionary units remained secure under the guise of granting and protecting diplomats and dignitaries staying there to greet the new Imam of Yemen. By late morning on September 26th, all areas of Sana'a were secure, and the radio broadcast that Muhammad al-Badr had been overthrown by the new revolutionary government in power. Revolutionary cells in the cities of Taiz, Al-Hujra, and the port city of Hodeidah then began securing arsenals, airports, and port facilities. Jesus, okay. Where did this... Okay, this is all over here. Basically, everything in Yemen is like over here, I guess, and nothing else matters. Now we know... Yeah, true. Now we know what a real insurrection looks like. My God. This whole place seems so cucked. How did Nasser have so much of his military fucking destroying itself in this country? We'll get to that, I guess. Okay, execution. I guess by late morning of September 26th, all areas of Sana'a were secured, and the revolutionaries had victored over al-Badr and his guards, I guess. What a vibe. Okay. Coup aftermath. Nasser sucks at war, man. You know how the 6-day and Yom Kippur war... Okay, but still, this is like an exceptionally, like... Achieved victory. Okay. Coup aftermath. Al-Badr and his personal servants managed to escape through a door in the garden wall in the back of the palace. Bro, what? I feel like I'm watching a fucking... It's like a video game or like a shitty movie. Because of the... Like, oh, he got out the door in the back. Never would have thought of the back door to the palace. I thought it only had a front door. Because of the curfew, they had to avoid the main streets. They decided to escape individually and meet in the village of Gabi al-Kaflir, where they reunited after a 45-minute walk. They weren't even running? When you're getting the Israel-USA flag, I don't know, we'll see. Gabi el... What the fuck is this place? There's like 20 images on all of fucking Google for this. Did they spell it wrong? It literally only go... I don't even know if this is a real place. Okay. Where they reunited after a 45-minute walk. What are we sourcing for this? I'm so curious. Schmidt. Okay, author Dana Adams Schmidt with President Salal, March 1967. We're just citing his book? Wait, what the fuck is the name of the book? Am I retarded? I thought that when it says up, isn't it supposed to reference like a book eventually? Why is it just going up forever? What is this book? Okay, so this guy wrote a book in 1968. Yemen, The Unknown War. Okay, so this, I'm guessing this is the book that we're citing. Dana Adams Schmidt. Okay. The Unknown War. Why did he only give it a 3-star? Oh my god. Mr. Schmidt shed some light on an unknown war pitting the newly enthroned Imam al-Badr against General Salal. The Imam had the best intentions of reforming Yemeni society and even admired President Nasser of Egypt. General Salal, the opportunist, seized power with the help of the massive Egyptian manpower and resources. The royalists fought back with the help of the Saudi king. The civil war ends after this book was published, so the reader does not know the outcome of the civil war. The book details a little-known war on the Arabian Peninsula. Few people have heard of this war. What is known is that Nasser waged aggressive war against a poorer nation simply to put his stooges into a position of control. Kind of makes Nasser's actions in the Suez Crisis look like the hypocrite he was. For those of you needing a dose of Arab politics, this book shows the double-dealing nature of the Middle East. Why did he only give it 3 stars? What an asshole. Damn, Kevin M. Quigg. I love history. I've traveled extensively, been in over 60 countries. I live in Maple Park, Illinois, and work as a manager at an Aurora, Illinois factory. What are all these business degrees? How much does this guy know about business? I have a BA, BBA, MA, MS, and MBA. There's like 50 different business degrees? I'm now working on my 4th master's degree in humanity. Bro, how many degrees do you need? Save some for the rest of us. What the fuck? My interests are traveling, reading, and collecting. Ambrose is my favorite author. All Quiet on the Western Front is my favorite book, especially because it depicts tragedy of war. I don't read too many novels. This guy buys like, are these like the most obscure fucking... Okay, sorry, we're getting... Okay. All right, so it's a book written by the Schmidt dude. Okay, coup aftermath. The 45-minute walk. Salal had to defeat a fellow revolutionary, Badani, an intellectual holding a doctorate degree who did not share Nasser's vision. Is that important? What is he, Dr. War? What the fuck? On September 28th, there were radio broadcasts announcing al-Badr's death. Salal gathered tribesmen in Sana'a and proclaimed... Wait, how did they kill him? I thought they reunited. I thought they were safe. Salal gathered tribesmen in Sana'a and proclaimed, the corrupt monarchy which ruled for 1,000 years was a disgrace to the Arab nation and to all humanity. Anyone who tries to restore it is an enemy of God and man. By then, he had learned that al-Badr was still alive and had made his way to Saudi Arabia. Okay. Damn, I wonder how long that walk was. Egyptian General Ali Abdul Hamid was dispatched by plane and arrived on September 29th to assess the situation and needs of the Yemeni Revolutionary Command Council. Egypt sent a battalion of special forces, Saqqa, on a mission to act as personal guards for Salal. They arrived at Hodeidah on October 5th. 15 days after he'd left Sana'a, al-Badr sent a man ahead to Saudi Arabia to announce that he was alive. He then went there himself, crossing the border near Khobar at the northeastern edge of the kingdom. Okay, coup aftermath. Nasser sent Egyptian General Ali Abdul Hamid on September 29th to assess the situation. Salal gained control of South Yemen. Is that what we call this? Of Yemen. And would be protected by a battalion of Egyptian Special Forces. Badr went to Saudi Arabia. Okay. Diplomatic attempts. Wait. Where are we at? I think we're... Okay. Still part of the coup d'etat, right? Saudi Arabia, fearing Nasserist encroachment, moved troops along its border with Yemen as King Hussein of Jordan dispatched his army chief of staff for discussions with al-Badr's uncle, Prince Hassan. Okay. Between October 2nd to the 8th, 4 Saudi cargo planes left Saudi Arabia loaded with arms and military material for Yemeni royalist tribesmen. However, the pilots defected to Aswan. Where the fuck is this? Is a city, and they went to Egypt. What the fuck? Okay. Ambassadors from Bonn is a federal city in the German state of North Rhine-Westphalia. I don't even think this is a real place. At the time, it would have been what? Western Germany or what? Or East? I don't even know. What part of Germany? Okay, Western Germany, right? The capital of West Germany during the Cold War, I think. Okay, so it would have been Western Germany. Okay. Okay. Ambassadors from Bonn, London, DC, and Amman, which was the capital of Jordan? Yes, okay. Ambassadors from Bonn, London, DC, and Amman supported the Imam, while ambassadors from Cairo, Rome, and Belgrade. What year are we in right now? We're in 1962. Okay. Declared support for the Republican Revolution. The USSR was the first to recognize their new republic, and Nikita Khrushchev cabled Salal, any act of aggression against Yemen will be considered an act of aggression against the Soviet Union. Okay, teams. We've got West Germany, Great Britain, no, the United Kingdom. Wait. When did the United Kingdom become the United Kingdom? Like, when did all the 4 loser countries come together and cuck out to England? Oh, this is a long-ass time ago. Fucking 300, 400 years ago. Jesus. Okay, okay, gotcha. So we're way past. Okay. Okay. West Germany, the United Kingdom. How are these guys using Telegram when the internet hasn't been invented yet either? I also don't understand any of this. The United Kingdom, the United States, and Jordan all supported al-Badr, the Imam, and Egypt, Italy, and is the capital and largest city of... Was it Yugoslavia at the time? I truly don't know. I truly don't fucking know. Fuck Europe. And Belgrade declared support for the Republican Revolution. Would it have been Yugoslavia at the time or no? Belgrade in 1962. I don't even know when Yugoslavia started. When did they update that? Socialist Yugoslavia. Okay, it would have been Yugoslavia, right? Okay. Egypt, Italy, Yugoslavia, and the USSR supported Salal. Okay. Okay. The United States was concerned that the conflict might spread to other parts of the Middle East. President John F. Kennedy rushed off notes to Nasser, Faisal of Saudi Arabia, okay, King of Saudi Arabia from 64 until he was assassinated at 75. And then Crown Prince from 53 to 64. Okay. Hussein and Salal. Hussein, was Hussein the king of Jordan at this time, or is it a different Hussein? Or is this, oh my god, bro. These names. This is not functional. Okay. Jordan, Hussein, King, Wikipedia. Was from 52... Wait, what? Hold on. From 52 to 99. Jesus, was it really that long? 52 to 99. So it would have been Hussein from Jordan, right? I think. Faisal of Saudi Arabia, Hussein and Salal. Okay, Kennedy rushed from his plan was that Nasser's troops should withdraw from Yemen while Saudi Arabia and Jordan halted their aid to the Imam. Nasser agreed to pull out his forces only after Jordan and Saudi Arabia stopped all aggressive operations on the frontiers. Faisal and Hussein rejected Kennedy's plan since it would involve U.S. recognition of the rebels. They insisted that the U.S. should withhold recognition of Salal's presidency until the Imam, or since the Imam might still regain control of Yemen, and that Nasser had no intention of pulling out. The Saudis argued that Nasser wanted their oil fields and was hoping to use Yemen as a springboard for revolt in the rest of the Arabian Peninsula, which was probably true, right? King Hussein of Jordan was also convinced that Nasser's target was Saudi Arabia's oil, and that if the Saudis went, he would be next. Okay. The U.S. under John F. Kennedy, tried to resolve the dispute while communicating with Nasser, Faisal, Hussein, and Salal. Should I just write this just to... Egypt. Whoa. It's Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Salal, Yemen. Is this why the FBI killed Kennedy? Nasser agreed to pull out only if Jordan and Saudi Arabia also stopped their aggression, but Jordan and Saudi Arabia did not trust Egyptian intentions for the peninsula. And of course, Nasser would agree to it because his fucking dude won, right? Obviously. The community note is back on Hassan's tweet. Good job, guys. You did it. Community note wars. Okay. Salal declared, "I warn America that if it does not recognize the Yemen Arab Republic, I shall not recognize it." Okay. U.S. Charge d'Affaires and Taiz, Robert Stuckey. So this is basically like, what? Oh.
I feed you.
Thank you. Why? Jesus Christ. Why do you do this, Lycan?
It's good.
I believe you, okay?
It's safe, I promise.
Okay. What is that pork?
Pork would not be halal. Maybe it is.
Is it duck or turkey or what is it?
No, it is pork.
Wasn't?
Allah forgive me.
Okay. Is it spicy sauce?
Yes.
Rice cakes? No, this is lettuce.
No.
And then
It's not
noodles.
lettuce.
What is it?
It's bok choy.
Bok choy? It sounds like lettuce to me. What is this? Cookies? Oh, okay.
Enjoy.
I will enjoy. Okay.
It's pork broth.
Thank you.
Good day, my friend.
Thank you so much. Okay, what do we watch while we eat? Something related to Yemen Civil War. Fuck it, might as well. Yemen Civil War. Yemen's complicated war. Explain. Oh, this is just going to give me modern shit. Literally nobody gives a fuck about Yemen 60 years ago, so I'm not going to find a single YouTube. Oh, wait. The Yemen Civil War. Iran and Saudi Arabia's proxy battle. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah. Fuck. We're not gonna, there's no YouTube video ever to watch on this, is there? Do South Yemen history? The Yemen Arab Republic, post-World War II. Oh! Boom!
Out of all the...
Okay, here we go, boys! We got something. Hold on, I'm gonna take these stupid things out of my mouth. 1 sec. Oh shit, sorry, you guys also can't see me. 1 sec. Let me take these out. Ugh. Okay.
Theaters where the Cold War was waged, the Middle East ranks as one of the most complex. Far from the simple binary struggle between the Americans and the Soviets, it was, and remains, a place of many conflicts. Colonial powers fought against local powers, nationalists fought against monarchists, Sunnis fought against Shias, and most of them all fought against Israel. Egypt, Britain, Iran, Israel, and Saudi Arabia were all considered significant players in the region, in addition to the two superpowers. I'm your host, David, and today we are looking at the...
Okay, just to be clear, also, I have no... Listen, I don't know anything about Saudi Arabian history. I've only done Israel, okay? So I can only go by, like, the things that I feel from the Israel-Palestinian crisis, okay? I am not convinced that Saudi Arabia has any military or has ever had a military ever. I am not convinced. I don't know where they were. I don't know what they do. I don't know where they participate. But we sell them. I always hear this thing. We sell Saudi Arabia so many arms. U.S. arms deal, Saudi Arabia. I don't know where they are. What do they do? We just read that in the 60s, they tried to fly 4 planes to Yemen to give them some supplies, and all 4 pilots just flew to Egypt and said peace. Where is the Saudi Arabian military presence ever? They didn't exist at all between Palestine and Israel. Like every time Jordan, Syria, and Egypt wanted to go and fight, Saudi Arabia would send like 5 planes or like where the fuck, what is their shit? What are they doing ever? Where is their stuff? I don't understand. But we'll see. Maybe it's coming up here, or maybe we'll do Saudi Arabian history. Maybe they keep like they fall into the ocean or something. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Destiny, they destroyed Yemen though. Yeah, but it seems like at least up to this point, up to 1963, Yemen is literally like 5 tribes, right? Like there's like a bunch of people that fight. Like Yemen is what people thought that Afghanistan was. Okay, like but they're actually that. That's what it seems like. But I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll keep reading. We'll keep reading. I just take issue with this. Saudi Arabia is a major military... I feel like Saudi Arabia doesn't do anything, okay? They're like a larger, just as worthless version of Jordan. But we'll find out. Who knows?
He's fought against Shias, and most of them all fought against Israel. Egypt, Britain, Iran, Israel, and Saudi Arabia were all considered significant players in the region, in addition to the two superpowers. I'm your host, David, and today we are looking at the Kingdom of Yemen, which began as a traditional Arab monarchy, survived several anti-monarchist coups, grew close to both the Nasserite and Soviet camps, would eventually become a republic, and would, for many years, play host to a proxy war between regional powers. This is the Cold War. Okay, so we're going to start with the basics here, simply because a lot of people know very little about Yemen. To start, it's a country in the southwest of the Arabian Peninsula, and although not nearly as rich in oil or natural gas as its neighbors, Yemen enjoys more rainfall and can therefore sustain...
Okay, I don't understand. Okay, I'm so confused. Everything about this country confuses me. Okay. Okay. You have a country. This is Yemen, okay? What would you call this, and what would you call this? I would call it West Yemen and East Yemen, but they don't. This is Southern Yemen, and this is Northern Yemen. Why? This guy just said that Yemen is in the southwest part of the Arabian Peninsula. Is it? Wouldn't you just say it's in the southern part? Like, would you call this southwest? Like, if you were to draw a line down the Arabian Peninsula, I'm pretty sure most of this would even be like in the... It's not like... Why not just call it the south? Why not just call it the southern tip of? Like, would we ever say, for instance, South Africa is in the southeast part of of Africa? It's because it's tilted?
Steven.
Oh, shit, maybe. What do you want?
For your friend, there is soup on the stove for her. And I will unfuck the rest of the kitchen after my raid. Or tomorrow morning.
Okay, be careful.
Assalamu alaikum.
Love you. Fuck this country and fuck everything about this country.
Or natural gas as its neighbors, Yemen enjoys more rainfall and can therefore sustain more inhabitants. Until very recently, it had the largest population in the Arabian Peninsula. Most Yemenis live in the north and follow Zaydism, which is a branch of Shia Islam.
I didn't know that. Yemen population. Yemen population. 30. Holy shit. What the fuck? Wait, how many people live in Oman? Oman population. Where did all these people come from? Yemen. What do they even like have in this country? Some oil? Is it a lot? Maybe per capita? Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. My God. Okay. I would have assumed that this country had like 5 million people. That was my assumption prior to looking this up. Okay. Like today. Jesus. Okay. All right. Let's go.
For centuries, the Zaydis followed the Imams, their spiritual and political leaders, from the Banu Rasi clan, tracing back as far as the 9th century. Like many places in the Middle East, Yemen was colonized. Muhammad Ali, a semi-independent ruler of Egypt, invaded the north in the 19th century, while the British took control of Aden and expanded in the south. This chaotic struggle was resolved in March of 1914 when the British and the Ottomans divided their claims in South Arabia, splitting Yemen into two with the Violet Line, yet another largely arbitrary straight line on the maps of the Middle East. With the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, control over North Yemen fell to the Imam, Yahya Muhammad Hamid ad-Din. He became the first king of the Mutawakkilite Kingdom of Yemen, ran the country as an autocrat, and did anything he could to isolate his realm from foreign influence. Under Imam Yahya, Yemen was firmly in the club of the most backward states in the world. As an example of Imam Yahya's conservatism, he refused to even let himself be photographed. The inevitable outcomes of the Imam's ultra-conservatism came in 1934. Yemen was firmly in the club of the most backward states in the world. As an example of Imam Yahya's conservatism,
most backward states in the world. I thought he was going to be like, as an example, they had mass rapes, they had slavery, they executed and tortured I thought it was going to be some crazy. And he's like, as an example of how backwards and conservative they were, he didn't like to be in photographs.
He refused to even let himself be photographed. The inevitable outcomes of the Imam's ultra-conservatism came in 1934 when Yemeni tribal militias lost a war to Saudi Arabia. Jizan, Najran, and Asir, the border regions claimed by Yemen and inhabited by Shia Muslims, were now firmly under Saudi rule. In need of a combat-capable army, Imam Yahya sent students to the military academy in Baghdad. Another group of 40 teenagers was sent to study abroad in 1947 by Crown Prince Ahmad. This famous 40 would later give Yemen 2 prime ministers and several high-ranking officers. One of the Yemeni alumni in Baghdad, Abdullah al-Salal, would become Yemen's first president. This is how he recalled his time in Iraq. Quote, "We talked about Arabism and the future of the Arab struggle, and I was thinking while listening to these discussions about my country, which was ruled by despotism, in ignorance, backwardness, and underdevelopment. Hope began to stir in my chest. Why don't we spread the call for progress when we return to Yemen?" It didn't take long for the young and educated Yemenis to coalesce into groups. There was the Committee of the Struggle, the Youth of Fulyahi, the Yemeni Review of Wisdom, the Grand Yemeni Association, and, most importantly, the Free Yemeni Movement. These groups were modernist, nationalist, and were composed of urban intellectuals who held a privileged position in Yemeni society. Some of them were based in Yemen itself, others in Aden, Baghdad, or Cairo. Gradually, the...
Okay, wait, hold on. Are we just kind of like glossing over the fact that Nasser like hijacked this movement or was a big part of this in order to basically conquer Yemen so he could be part of like the United Arab, what was it, the UAL, the United Arab League or whatever? Is it just all like a hopeful nice thing, or?
The number of emigres grew as studying abroad was now made possible and encouraged by family and tribal networks. In 1948, the first attempt to bring modernity to Yemen by force happened. Abdullah Ahmad al-Wazir, from a rival clan to that of the royal Hamid ad-Dins, launched a coup. 2,800 soldiers entered the Imam's palace and opened fire on the royal family. The elderly Imam Yahya died, diving in front of his youngest grandson to protect him from the bullets.
Yeah, this is
Two of
earlier,
Yahya's sons died as well. However, Crown Prince Ahmad escaped, and in a matter of weeks, he had rallied the support of the northern tribes, marched back to Sana'a, allowed the tribesmen to loot his own capital, and arrested the perpetrators. The coup was crushed. Some of the conspirators were executed, while others were sent to the Hajjah prison. Now, strangely enough, prison actually helped the modernist movement. Prisoners were not kept in solitary confinement, and the revolutionaries could talk to each other every day, as well as read books about the French Revolution or about Nasser. Salal, who was one of the prisoners, referred to this accidental think tank as...
Why the fuck would you have prisoners that are locked up as part of a coup, and then you let them read like revolutionary material? Like, hey, I want to check out that book on the Spanish Civil War again. Like, can we check that one out? Like, bro, what is happening here?
The University of Hajjah. In 1955, the Free Yemeni movement tried again. Colonel Thalaya, who had been trained in Iraq, gathered 600 loyal troops and surrounded the Imam's palace in Taiz. Inside the palace was the royal harem, the state treasure, an arsenal of somewhat modern weapons, 150 guardsmen, and last but not least, Ahmad bin Yahya, now Imam Ahmad. With a Tommy gun in hand, he confronted the soldiers, but soon conceded, offering to abdicate in favor of his son al-Badr. The rebels refused this offer, demanding instead that the throne be given to the king's half-brother instead. A stalemate ensued. Ahmad took 80,000 rials from his coffers and spent the next 5 days buying off the besiegers. After the number of rebels fell from 600 men to only 40, the Imam burst out of the palace wielding a scimitar, slashed 2 of the besiegers, and then retreated back inside. He exchanged his sword for a machine gun, led his guards to the roof of the palace, and began an attack on the rebels. Suffering the loss of 23 of his men in exchange for only 1 dead royal guard, Colonel Thalaya conceded defeat and surrendered. He was then
Why would you surrender to a guy on his roof? Why not just like run away? Do you think that like there was like a border on the map, like an invisible border, and they couldn't like actually get through? Like, why not just like leave? Like, he's on the roof, just leave. What did this battle actually look like? Like, oh no, they've got the high ground. We have no choice but to sit here and get shot. Also, why did 560 of my 600 troops leave?
Decapitated. The coup was crushed. While this siege was still going on, Crown Prince al-Badr had traveled north to rally the tribes in support of the monarchy. In the end, it wasn't necessary, but in the eyes of Ahmad, it did make al-Badr a worthy heir to the throne. The Crown Prince was allowed to make a foreign trip to China, the Soviet Union, and to Eastern Europe. This was a big deal. You see, al-Badr was a modernist, a self-proclaimed Nasserite. Surrounded by Yemeni poverty, a lack of infrastructure, and political irrelevance.
Why didn't Salal just work with Badr and just like do that? Why the fuck did he have to coup I don't even understand. I feel like we're never gonna understand. I feel like there's no history. They just didn't bother writing it for Yemen. That's why it's filled with all this bullshit here. I don't even think that story that we just listened to is probably not even true. I bet the guy that was writing was like, bro, I'm literally like the only guy writing about Yemeni's history. What if I talk about like some fucking Rey Mysterio Jr., WWE, like scimitar-wielding machine gunner defeating, an attempted coup, and then he just like read it. Like he just wrote it, and it's like, who's gonna contest this? Like who's gonna argue? Who's gonna debate me on Yemeni's history in the 1940s and 50s?
He genuinely wanted his kingdom to develop and prosper. And the country that offered the crown prince help in exactly this regard was the Soviet Union. Al-Badr enthusiastically accepted the help, and the two nations signed a treaty of friendship. The Soviets started to supply Yemen with funds and launched several infrastructure projects, most notably a modern port in Hodeidah. By 1960, several hundred Soviet citizens and over 1,000 Chinese citizens were working on building Yemeni roads. Soviet weapons.
That's actually probably true. The reality is I bet there's a lot of Arabic history written, or history written in Arabic about some of these countries. We just don't have access to it because nobody's bothered to translate it. So if you guys are looking to do PhDs, speak Arabic and start translating books from these countries. There you go. Boom.
Were shipped to the country, including tanks and guns. This may have seemed curious to some, as the Yemenis lacked organization and training necessary to utilize these weapons, but British intelligence reports concluded that in times of war, this equipment would be manned by the Soviets or the Egyptians.
Bro, it's a gun you point and shoot. Come on.
The Soviets were pursuing a long-term, low-risk policy. If Yemenis used Soviet arms and machinery, they would also need Soviet technicians, spare parts, and shipments. There were never enough guns for Yemen to start a truly large-scale war somewhere, but it was just enough to harass the British in next-door Aden. In the end, Yemen could become the Soviet entry point into both Arabia and Africa. And if that meant cooperating with an absolute theocratic monarchy, well, so be it. For Pravda, the Imam was a fighter against colonialism and a reformer. Okay, so what about containment? If the Soviets were involved, we should expect that the Americans would be too, right? Well, President Kennedy quite literally couldn't find Yemen on the map, and Allen Dulles, when asked about Yemen, replied, "Yemen? Who's he? Oh, is it really important? Well, send him up."
I mean, true. To be fair.
Now, despite all of this, Americans did have a presence in the country, albeit through the oil companies. One Texan oilman even secured exploration rights in Yemen in exchange for the Imam getting half of the profits, a $300,000 bonus, and a bulletproof Cadillac.
Okay. Let me go wash my hands and put my teeth things back on. 1 sec. Jesus. I'm trying to know for you to do Arabic and Duolingo on Super. Fuck that. There's been massive activity in the past 24 hours in Yemen. The US might even be looking to invade. Cool. Okay. Oh, cool. The wind is back. Thank God. Okay, look at this later. Okay. Okay, I understand. I'm Yemeni major in history. I gotcha. Guinea pig. If I have questions, I'll ask. Okay, please. Chill. Okay. We don't need the rest of you now. We'll listen to you later. Salal declared, I warn America that if it does not recognize the Yemen Arab Republic, I shall not recognize it. The U.S. Charge d'Affaires in Taiz, Robert Stuckey, reported that the Republican regime was in full control of the country, except in some border areas. However, the British government was insisting on the strength of the imam's tribal support. A letter written by President Kennedy to Faisal dated October 25th, which was kept confidential until January of 1963, said, you may be assured of full U.S. support for the maintenance of Saudi Arabian integrity. American jet aircraft twice staged shows of force in Saudi Arabia. The first involved 6 F-100 jets staging stunt flying demonstrations over Riyadh and Jeddah. And Jeddah, where was Riyadh again? Okay, basically like central eastern Saudi Arabia. And Jeddah is here, coastal. Red Sea shit. Okay. What does an F-100 plane even look like? Cringe. Yikes, bro. Jeddah is a really important holy site. Is that number 2 after Mecca or whatever? Jeddah. Okay. No. Oh, wait. Some people said yes. Some people said no. Jeddah is just the surrounding area around Mecca. Gotcha. Okay. No, that's Medina. Okay. Jesus. Okay. On the 2nd, 2 jet bombers and a giant jet transport, while returning to their base near Paris after a visit to Karachi, Pakistan, put on a demonstration over Riyadh. Karachi. Wait, Karachi is... Where is this in Pakistan? Ooh, show me. Karachi, down here. Okay, cute. Salah proclaimed Yemen's firm policy to honor its international obligations, including a 1934 treaty pledging respect for Britain's aid and protectorate. Nasser promised to start gradual withdrawal of its 18,000-man force, provided Saudi and Jordanian forces also retire from border regions, but would leave his technicians and advisors behind. On December 19th, the U.S. became the 34th nation to recognize the Yemen Arab Republic. The United Nations recognition followed that of the U.S. by a day. The UN continued to consider the Republic the only authority in the land and completely ignored the royalist. So the Republic was the one supported by... Egypt, Italy, Yugoslavia, and the USSR, and the U.S. recognized that. Okay. And Badr was the... with a royal was the guy that would have had the royalist, the old imam. Okay. Salal intended or proclaimed to follow Yemen's international obligations, including respect for Britain's Aden Protectorate, and Nasser promised a gradual withdrawal of its 18,000-man force. When the fuck did these 18,000 men show up? How big is a battalion? How large is Egyptian when the battalion with the special forces showed up? Is that 18,000 people or no? When the fuck did 18,000 troops get there? I feel like I never. I guess they just showed up over time? Okay, whatever. Draw this 18,000 man force. As long as Saudi Arabia and Jordanian forces. Saudi Arabian and Jordanian forces retire from border regions. On December 19th, we're still in 62, the U.S. recognized the Yemen Arab Republic, with the UN following the next day. Britain, with its commitment to South Arabia and its base in Aden, considered the Egyptian intervention a real threat. Recognition of the Republic posed a problem to several treaties Britain had signed with the sheikhs and sultans of the South Arabian Federation. Saudi Arabia urged the British to identify themselves with the royalists. On the other hand, there were some in the British Foreign Office. The fuck is a department of the government of the UK, equivalent to other countries' ministries of foreign affairs. Okay, gotcha. Who believed Britain could buy security for Aden by recognizing the Republic. However, Britain eventually decided not to recognize. Iran, Turkey, and most of Western Europe also withheld recognition. The Republic did receive the recognition of West Germany, Italy, Canada, and Australia, as well as the remaining Arab governments, Ethiopia, and the entire communist bloc. Let's see. Britain, Iran, Turkey, and most of Western Europe did not recognize the Republic, while West Germany, Italy, Canada, Australia, the remaining Arab governments, Ethiopia, and the entire communist bloc did. Oh, now we're getting operation names. Operation Hard Surface. While Bunch was reporting to UN Secretary General U Thant, the United States Department of State sought the help of Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker. I don't know who any of these people are. For what? His mission was based on a decision made by the National Security Council, the U.S. National Security Council, which was conceived by McGeorge Bundy and Robert Comer. The idea behind what became known as Operation Hard Surface was to trade American protection, or the appearance of it, for a Saudi commitment to halt aid to the royalists, on the basis of which the Americans would get Nasser to withdraw his troops. The operation would consist of 8 little planes. Okay, so it sounds like, the U.S.'s goal is to just get everybody to calm the fuck down, it sounds like. They're trying to chill out Saudi Arabia and Jordan, so that hopefully Nasser pulls his shit out. Bunker arrived in Riyadh, capital of Saudi Arabia, on March 6th. Faisal refused Bunker's offer, which was also hitched to pledges of reform. The original instructions for Operation Hard Surface were that American planes would attack and destroy any intruders over Saudi airspace, but were later changed to read that the Saudis could defend themselves if attacked. Bunker evidently stuck to the original formula and stressed that if only Faisal would halt his aids to the royalists, the U.S. would be able to pressure Nasser to withdraw. Faisal eventually accepted the offer, and Bunker went on to meet with Nasser in Beirut, not Beirut, where the Egyptian, this is still in 1962, this must be 63, I guess. I guess we just don't do dates for Yemen. They just are timeless, I guess. Okay. Meet with Nasser in Beirut, where the Egyptian president repeated the assurance he had given Bunch. Wait, what is this? Oh, never mind. Okay. The Bunch and Bunker mission gave birth to the idea of an observer mission to Yemen, which eventually became the United Nations Yemen Observation Mission. The UN Observer Team, which would be set up by the former UN Congo commander, Swedish Major General Karl von Horn. This isn't even a real sentence. The UN Observer Team, which would be set up by the former implies more of a sentence, right? Okay, sorry. His disengagement agreement called for, 1, establishment of a demilitarized zone extending 20 kilometers on either side of a demarcated Saudi Arabian-Yemen border, from which all military equipment was to be excluded. 2, stationing of UN observers within this zone on both sides of the border to observe, report, and prevent any continued attempts by the Saudis to supply royalist forces. On April 30th, von Horn was sent to discover what kind of force was required. A few days later, he met with Amir in Cairo and found that Egypt had no intention of withdrawing all of its troops from Yemen. After a few more days, he was told by the Saudi Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Omar Sakaf, that the Saudis would not accept any attempt by Egypt to leave security forces after their withdrawal. Saudi Arabia had already been cutting back on its support to the royalists, in part because Egypt's projected plan for unity with Syria and Iraq made Nasser seem too dangerous. By that time, the war cost Egypt $1 million a day and nearly 5,000 casualties. Although, what war? What is the writing? What war are we doing right now? Is it just, are they just like fighting with, are they just fighting in Yemen? Is it just ongoing affairs like fighting? It must be, I guess. And we just didn't, it just isn't mentioned anywhere here? Or, I guess it's just the ongoing civil war and they just haven't mentioned any of the... You skipped the thing. Did I? A week after the... wait, I did skip this paragraph, actually. A week after the American recognition, Salal boasted at a military parade the Republic had rockets that could strike the palaces of Saudi Arabia, and in early January, the Egyptians again bombed and strafed Najran, a Saudi Arabian city near the Yemenite border. The U.S. responded with another aerial demonstration over Jeddah, and a destroyer joined on January 15th. The U.S. reportedly agreed to send anti-aircraft missiles and radar control equipment to Najran. In addition, Ralph Bunch... Oh, we did skip a whole paragraph. It was when I was writing this. Ralph Bunch was sent to Yemen, where he met with Salal and Egyptian Field Marshal Abdel Hakim Amir. It's Amr. It's not Amir, I don't think. On March 6th, Bunch was in Cairo, where Nasser reportedly assured him they would withdraw his troops from Yemen if the Saudis would stop supporting the royalists. Okay, so I guess they've just been like fighting this whole time. I guess. Okay, that's what's been going on. It's Amir, not Amir, not Amr. It's Amir. It's Amir. It's lame. By that time, the war was costing Egypt $1 million a day and nearly 5,000 casualties. Although promising to remove her troops, Egypt had the privilege of leaving an unspecified number for the training of Yemen's Republican Army. In June, von Horn went to Sana'a, unsuccessfully trying to achieve the objective of 1, ending Saudi aid to the royalists, 2, creating a 25-mile demilitarized strip along the Saudi border, and 3, supervising the phased withdrawal of the Egyptian troops. In September, von Horn cabled his resignation to Uthant, who announced that the mission would continue due to oral assurances by Egypt and Saudi Arabia to continue financing it. The number of Egyptian troops increased, and in the end of January, the hard service squadron was withdrawn after a wrangle with Faisal. On September 4th, 1964, the UN admitted failure and withdrew its mission. Okay, so cringe. All of this was cringe. The UN attempted to launch a mission based on the U.S. National Security Council which a 25-mile demarcation or demilitarize a demarcation, not demilitarize. What are you doing? 25 or demilitarize. Sorry, 25-mile demilitarized strip along the Saudi-Yemen border Egypt didn't really want to withdraw its forces. Saudi Arabia had already begun cutting back support for royalists due to the threat of a combined Syria, Iraq, and Egypt, I guess. I don't know. September 4th, 1964, the UN admitted failure and ended the mission. Okay, cringe. Egyptian offenses. We're like way out of here now. Wait, this probably shouldn't be part of the coup d'etat, right? Okay. Okay. The Egyptian general staff divided the Yemen war into 3 operational objectives. The first was the air phase. It began with jet trainers modified to strafe and carry bombs, and ended with 3 wings of fighter bombers stationed near the Saudi-Yemeni border. Egyptian sorties went along the Tihama coast of Yemen into the Saudi towns of Najran and Jizan. It was designed to attack royalist ground formations and substitute the lack of Egyptian formations on the ground with high-tech air power. In combination with Egyptian airstrikes, a second operational phase involved securing major routes leading to Sana'a, and from there, secure key towns and hamlets. The largest offensive, based on the operational tactic, was the March 1963 Ramadan offensive that lasted until February of 1964, focused on opening and securing roads from Sana'a to Sada to the north and Sana'a to Marib in the east. The success of the Egyptian forces meant that royalist resistance could take refuge in hills and mountains to regroup and carry out hit-and-run offensive against Republican and Egyptian units controlling towns and roads. The third strategic offensive was the pacification of tribes and their enticement to the Republican government, meaning the expenditures of massive amounts of funds for humanitarian needs and outright bribery of tribal leaders. Okay, Egypt attempted to win an air war to substitute lack of ground power. Egypt also bought off and sent humanitarian aid to many tribal leaders in order to encourage them to be loyal to the new Republican government. What does the word Republican like actually mean? Is it just like republic? Political ideology. A type of government that is not a monarchy or dictatorship is usually associated with the rule of law. Okay. Like, comment, sorry, FYI, AirPod Pros 2 are incredible. Upgraded last week. Make sure to load your purse audiogram profile that you create with Mimi Hearing app. Wow, thanks, buddy. Good job, August. Dipshit. There are dictatorial republics, though. Okay, I don't know. All right, don't care. What is this? Apparently, more Mama Max stuff?
Literally.
Mama Max's unhinged rant. I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I'm the pedo hunter. What?
I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you. And I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. Like, I'm the friggin' pedo hunter. But I am being... I clicked this video because I thought he was talking about me.
Obsessed creep.
Are you okay? Are you sure?
Why do I do this to me?
Because I get it. Like, I get what I'm doing is creepy and obsessive. It is.
Why would you say this?
But I promised them I would not let them down, and I will not. I clicked this video because I thought he was talking about me.
You need to talk to this guy? I feel like this guy would probably never talk to me. Okay. Ramadan offensive. The Ramadan offensive began in February of 1963 when Amir and Sadat arrived in Sana'a. Amir asked Cairo to double the 20,000 men in Yemen, and in early February, the first 5,000 of the reinforcements arrived. When did Sadat take over in Egypt? It's Sadat. It's Anwar Sadat, right? Was he just a military guy then? Okay, I think he was just military duty then. Because he was president from 70 to 81. Okay. Okay, and then Amir, this guy, who is this guy again? So that I can... Egyptian Field Marshal Abdel Hakim Amir. Okay. It's pronounced Anwar. Sorry. We just don't do pronunciations here, ever, okay? Amir asked Cairo to double the 20,000 men in Yemen, and in early February, the first 5,000 of the reinforcements arrived. On February 18th, a task force of 15 tanks, 20 armored cars, 18 trucks, and numerous jeeps took off from Sana'a, moving northwards, heading for Sadah. More garrison troops followed a few days later. Another task force, spearheaded by 350 men in tanks and armored cars, struck out from Sadah southeastwards towards Marib. The maneuvered into the Rub al-Khali desert, perhaps well into Saudi territory, and there they were built up by an airlift. Then they headed westwards. I feel like I'm reading Google Maps. On February 25th, they occupied Marib, and on March 7th, they took Harib. A royalist force of 1,500 men ordered down from Najran failed to stop them. On the way out from Sadah, the royalist commander at Harib fled to Behan, town in western Yemen, on the British protected side of the border. In the Battle of El Argoub, 25 miles southeast of Sana'a, 500 royalists under Prince Abdullah's command attacked an Egyptian position on top of a sheer-sided hill that was fortified with 6 Soviet T-54 tanks, a dozen armored cars, and entrenched machine guns. The royalists advanced in a thin skirmish line and were plastered by artillery, mortars, and strafing planes. They replied with rifles, 1 mortar with 20 rounds, and a bazooka with 4 rounds. The battle lasted a week and cost the Egyptians 3 tanks, 7 armored cars, and 160 dead. Wait, what the fuck? The Egyptians were now in a position from which they could hope to interdict the royalist movement of supplies in the mountain north and east of Sana'a. Harib as in rib and K. Okay. At the beginning of April, the royalists held a conference with Faisal in Riyadh. They decided to adopt new tactics, including attempts to get supplies around the positions now held by the Egyptians by using camels instead of trucks to cross the mountains to reach the positions east of Sana'a. Camel caravans from Behan would swing into the Rub al-Khali and enter Yemen north of Marib. It was also decided that the royalists must now strengthen their operations west of the mountains with 3 armies. By the end of April, they began to recover and contended to have regained some of the positions the Egyptians had taken in the particularly the small but strategic towns of Barat and Safra, both in the mountains between Sadah and the Jaf, and were able to move freely in the eastern Kapt Desert. In the Jaf, they claimed to have cleaned up all Egyptian strongpoints except Hazm and the west town of Batana. Okay, so Ramadan offensive is in February of 1963. Mir and Sadat arrived in Sana'a. Amir requested 20,000 additional Men for Yemen. Fighting ensued between the Egyptian forces and the royalist forces for the next few months, I guess. With the royalist forces making gains. I guess that's what it seems like. Or with the royalist and Egyptian forces pushing into each other's territory. I don't know. I don't even know if this matters much. Harad offensive. I don't know if any of this matters that much, but we'll get there. On June 12th, Egyptian infantry, numbering at about 4,000, reinforced by the Republican Army and mercenaries from the Aden Protectorate, invaded the town of Bet Adaka, about 30 miles west of Sana'a, where Prince Abdullah held a front extending from the Hodeida Road through Kawa-Kapan province to southern Hajjah. In 2 days, the attackers advanced about 12 miles, but were being repelled by a counterattack. The royalists admitted about 250 casualties. Next, the Egyptians attacked Suda. About 100 miles northwest of Sana'a, they used the unpopularity of the local royalist commander to bribe several local sheiks and occupied the town unopposed. After a month, the sheiks sent delegations to al-Badr, soliciting pardons and asking for guns and monies with which to fight the Egyptians. Al-Badr sent new forces and managed to regain the surroundings of Suda, though not the town itself. On August 15th, the Egyptians launched an offensive from their major northwestern base in Harad. They had 1,000 troops and about 2,000 Republicans. The plan, as interpreted by British intelligence, seemed to have been to cut the 30-mile track southward through the mountains from the Saudi border at Al-Kuba to al-Badr's headquarters in the Qura Mountains near Washa, and then to split into two task forces, one moving east through Washa to the headquarters and the other northeast to the track. The Egyptians began to move on Saturday morning, moving along the Harad and Tasha ravines. On Saturday and Sunday afternoons, they were caught in heavy rain, and their vehicles, including 20 tanks and 40 armored cars, sank axle deep into the mud. The defenders left them alone until Monday at dawn. Al-Badr left his headquarters at 3 that morning with 1,000 men to direct a counterattack in the Tasha ravine, while Abdullah Hussein attacked in the Harad ravine. Meanwhile, the Egyptians had planned a coordinated drive from Sada to the southwest below the Razim Mountains, hoping to link up with the force coming from Harad. They were counting on a local sheikh whose forces were supposed to join 250 Egyptian parachutists. The sheikh failed to deliver, and the parachutists made their way back to Sada, suffering losses from snipers on the way. Al-Badr had sent radio messages and summonses by runner in all directions calling for reinforcements. He asked reserve forces training in the Joff to arrive in trucks mounting 55 and 57 millimeter cannons and 81 millimeter mortars and heavy machine guns. They arrived within 48 hours in time to face the attackers. They outflanked the Egyptian column still stuck in mud in the ravines. They later announced that they knocked out 10 of the Egyptian tanks and about half of their armored cars and claimed to have shot down an Ilyushin bomber. The royalists also carried out 2 supporting movements. One was a raid in Jihana, in which several staff officers were killed. The second was an attempt involving British advisors and French and Belgian mercenaries from Katanga to bombard creating the Belgian Congo. Christ. To bombard Sana'a from a nearby mountain peak. Other divisionary operations included raids on Egyptian aircraft and tanks at the south airport of Sana'a and mortar at the Egyptian Republican residence of in a suburb, oh my god, in Taiz. Although the Egyptians managed to drive al-Badr out of his headquarters to a cave on Jabal Shida, they could not close the Saudi border. They declared victory in the radio and on the press, but were obliged to agree to a ceasefire on the upcoming Irkut conference on November 2nd. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. More fighting. Don't care. Alexandria Summit and Irkut ceasefire. In September of 1964, Nasser and Faisal met in the Arab Summit in Alexandria. By that time, Egypt had 40,000 troops in Yemen and had suffered an estimated 10,000 casualties. In their official communique, right? The two leaders promised to, 1, cooperate fully to solve the existing differences between the various factions in Yemen, and 2, work together in preventing armed clashes in Yemen, and 3, reach a solution by peaceful agreement. The communique was widely hailed in the Arab world, and Washington called it a statesmanlike action and a major step toward eventual peaceful settlement of the long civil war. Nasser and Faisal warmly embraced at Alexandria's airport and called each other brother. Faisal said he was leaving Egypt with my heart brimming with love for President Nasser. Okay. In September of 1964, Faisal and Nasser met in an Arab summit in Alexandria and agreed to reach a peaceful settlement to resolve the conditions in Yemen. On November 2nd, at a secret conference in Irkut, Sudan, the Royalists and Republicans declared a ceasefire effective at 1 p.m. on Monday, November 8th. Tribesmen of both sides celebrated the decision until that day, and for 2 days after it went into effect, they fraternized at several places. On November 2nd and 3rd, 9 Royalists and 9 Republicans with a Saudi and Egyptian observer worked out the terms. A conference of 168 tribal leaders was planned for November 23rd. For the Royalists, the conference was to become an embryo National Assembly that would name a provisional national executive of 2 Royalists, 2 Republicans, and 1 neutral to administer the country provisionally and to plan a plebiscite. Oh, are these real words?
Plebiscite.
The direct vote of all members of an electorate on an important public question such as change of... Okay. Until that plebiscite, which would decide whether Yemen would be a monarchy or a republic, both Salal and al-Badr were to step aside. At the end of the 2 days, the Egyptians resumed their bombing of royalist positions. Why? The conference planned for November 23rd was postponed to the 30th and indefinitely. The Republicans blamed the royalists for not arriving, while the royalists blamed the Egyptian bombings. Okay. On November 4th, the Egyptians resumed their bombings of royalist positions. Why? Why did they do this? And the peace agreements fell through. Okay. Royalist offensive. Between December of 1964 and February of 1965, the Royalists discerned 4 Egyptian attempts to drive directly into the Razi Mountains. The intensity of these thrusts gradually diminished, and it was estimated that the Egyptians lost 1,000 men, killed, wounded, and taken prisoner. Meanwhile, the Royalists were building up an offensive. The Egyptian line of communications went from Sana'a to Amran, then Karath, where it branched off northeastwards to Harf. From Harf, it turned south due to Farah, and then southeastwards to Hamad. Don't care. Military convoy went over this route twice a month. Since Royalists had closed direct route access to the mountains from Sana'a to Marib, the Egyptians had no other way. The Royalists under the command of Prince Mohammed's objective, I don't know which prince this is, okay, they just spell Muhammad a different way sometimes, right? It doesn't matter. This is al-Badr, right? Why would they change it up sometimes? Okay, whatever. Okay. The Royalists under the command of Prince Mohammed's objective, so al-Badr's objective, was to cut the Egyptians' line and force them to withdraw. They intended to take over the garrisons along this line and establish positions from which they could interdict the Egyptian movement. They had prepared... hello?
Yo, are you busy for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Maybe. Why? What's up?
I want to know some descriptions of what you want the bridge's theme to sound like. I'm going to start working on it soon. So if there's any like vibes, if you just want to give like a couple adjectives or different textures or orchestration ideas, I can spin it from there. I already have some ideas, but I figure I would get some from you.
I think it should be chill and community oriented, like people coming together and fucking pigs. I have no idea. Fuck. What is how long is this supposed to be? What's like the
2 minutes or so. I've got like a
2-minute theme?
No. It's going to be like 2 sections. There'll be an A and a B, and it'll be a perfect loop. So you have a couple different, so editors can do different stuff with it, but it'll probably be like a 15-second, 20-second main hit theme, but then the rest will be like a contrast section that comes back through.
I don't know. I mean, I guess something jazzy and upbeat, my guess.
Okay, that's literally exactly what I thought you were going to say. So I already had that written down.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's easy enough. If you come up with anything, feel free to just let me know, okay?
Okay, have fun. Be careful.
All right, take care.
Bye. They prepared the attack with the help of the Nam tribe, who tricked the Egyptians into believing they were their allies and would take care of the mountain pass known as Wadi Humayt themselves. The royalist deal was that the Nam would be entitled to loot the ambushed Egyptians. The Egyptians may have suspected something was up as they sent a recon aircraft over the area a day before the attack. The royalists thus occupied 2 mountains installed 75mm guns and mortars overlooking the Wadi. On April 15th, the day after the last Egyptian convoy went through, the royalists launched a surprise attack. Both forces numbered at only a couple of thousands. The guns positioned on Asfar and Ammar opened fire, and then the Nam came out from behind the rocks. Finally, Prince Muhammad's troops followed. Al-Badr's troops followed. This time, the royalist operation was fully coordinated by radio. Some of the Egyptians surrendered without resistance. Others fled to Hira, 800 yards to the north. Both sides brought reinforcements to the battleship between Harf and Hazm. Meanwhile, Prince Abdullah bin Hassan... Who the fuck is this guy? Abdullah bin Hassan began to raid... Is this a Saudi prince? Or... He doesn't even link to anything. I don't even think this guy matters. Whatever, okay. Began to raid Egyptian positions northeast of Sana'a. Prince Mohammed bin Mohsin was attacking the Egyptians with 500... Okay, we don't need every single fucking... These details suck. Hold on. Okay. Muhammad's policy was to keep officers as prisoners for exchange and to allow soldiers to go and return for their arms. That means they're guns, right? Or do they mean they're actual arms? Okay. Stalemate. I don't know. More fighting. Don't care. Stalemate. The Royalist radio tried to widen the split in Republican ranks by promising amnesty to all non-Royalists. Once the Egyptians were withdrawn, al-Badr also promised a new form of government, a constitutionally democratic system ruled by a national assembly elected by the people of Yemen. At Salal's request, Nasser provided him with ammunition and troop reinforcements by transport plane from Cairo. By August, the Royalists had 7 armies, each varying in strength between 3,000 and 10,000 men, with a total somewhere between 40,000 and 60,000. Damn. There were also 5 or 6 times as many armed royal tribesmen and the regular force under Prince Mohammed. In early June, they moved into Sirwa in eastern Yemen. On June 14th, they entered Kaflan, and on July 16th, they occupied Marib. According to official Egyptian army figures, they had 15,194 killed. The war was costing Egypt 500,000 a day. The royalists had lost an estimated 40,000 dead. In late August, Nasser decided to get the Soviets more involved in the conflict. He convinced them to cancel a $500 million debt he had incurred and provide military aid to the Republicans. In early May, Salal fired his premier, General Hassan Amri, and appointed Ahmed Noman in his place. Noman was considered a moderate who believed in compromise. He had resigned as president of the Republican Consultative Council in December in protest against Salal's failure to fulfill the people's aspirations. Noman's first act was to name a new 15-man cabinet, maintaining an even balance between Yemen's 2 main tribal groupings, the Mountain Zaidi Shias, who were mostly royalist, and The Shaifil Sunnis, who are mostly Republican. Holy Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Lots of people dead on both sides. Salal. Let's see. Salal fired his premier, General Hassan Amri, and appointed a moderate, Ahmed Noman, in his place in order to attempt to unite Yemen's two main tribal groupings, the Mountain Zaidi Shias and Royalists, and the Shaifi Sunnis, Republicans. Something that bothers me about this region is how the word tribe or tribal is used. Does it mean something different than faction? Because surely they're not talking about people living in huts. Well, I think when we say tribe, I think tribe just refers to like a collection of people living under like a dude, absent like some big formal government structure. Like, it's just like a tribe. It's like a collection of like maybe some hundreds of people that just like live in an area and they do like subsistence farming and they kind of like that. That's like, I think what like basically a tribe is, I think. It's the actual like family structure. Well, it'll be it's not just one family. Like a tribe isn't just a family, right? It'll be like a collection of like families. But I mean, isn't everything like a collection of families? Like, but in the case of Yemen, they literally live in huts. Yeah, maybe in Yemen they might actually live in huts, but that's not what they mean by tribes. Okay, Jesus. Why isn't she asking Erudite? What the fuck is Hop Daddy talking about? Bruh. Oh, he was, never mind. Okay. Retard. All right. Jesus, how much more of this boring fuck war? I guess it's probably actually pretty important. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna get through this. We will get through this all today. Chemical warfare. Holy fuck. Okay, one distraction link. Because fuck this conflict.
We just got this PC in for repair and the customer was saying it's getting no display. He had mentioned that the fans spin and the lights turn on, but there's no post. As soon as I turn the PC on, I noticed that the lights turn on and there's no debug lights except for 2 zeros on the motherboard. I've seen this happen a few times before, and usually the first thing you want to do is try taking out the CMOS battery and resetting it. In my case here, I have a clear CMOS button on the back of my motherboard, so I'm going to use that instead. After giving that a try and turning the PC back on, I can still see the same 2 zeros on the motherboard. Next thing I'm going to try is taking out the CPU and just reseating it. Maybe one of the pins wasn't making proper contact, so reseating it should solve this issue. I go to turn the PC back on and I notice that the 00 goes away immediately.
Maybe reseating the CPU because one of the pins isn't making proper contact? I've never heard that in my entire life. Is this a troll channel?
We just got this
Oh my god, and it resets it.
PC in for repair and the customer was saying it's getting no display. He had mentioned that the fans spin and the lights turn on, but there's no post. As soon as I turn the PC on, I notice that the lights turn on and there's no debug lights except for 2 zeros on the motherboard. I've seen this happen a few times before, and usually the first thing you want to do is...
Somebody said it's really common on new CPUs? Is it?
Try taking out the CMOS battery and resetting it. In my case here, I have a clear CMOS button on the back of my motherboard, so I'm going to use that instead. After giving that a try and turning the PC back on, I can still see the same 2 zeros on the motherboard. Next thing I'm going to try is taking out the CPU and just reseating it. Maybe one of the pins wasn't making proper contact, so reseating it should solve this issue. I go to turn the PC back on and I notice that the 00 goes away immediately, and now it's just boot looping. This is great news for our customer. It means he has no broken hardware and he just needed a simple reseating of the CPU. In the end, we found out it was a bad overclock causing this instability. We just got this...
Okay. So that caused the incorrect seating? Maybe, I mean, like, maybe if by reseating the CPU, by taking it out and putting it back in, maybe it resets the overclock settings? But I don't know why clearing the CMOS wouldn't have done that. So I have no idea. Don't know, don't care. Nasser's long breath strategy. Egypt had run up a foreign debt of nearly $3 billion, and the gap between exports and imports had widened to a record $500 million for 1965. On Victory Day in Port Said, it's a city that lies in northeast Egypt. Okay. Okay. On Victory Day in Port Said, Nasser conceded, "We are facing difficulties. We must all work harder and make sacrifices. I have no magic button that I can push to produce the things you want." Premier Zakaria Mohidin raised Egypt's income tax, added a defensive tax on all sales, and boosted tariffs on non-essential imports. He also hiked the cost of luxury goods by 25% and set low price ceilings on most foodstuffs. He sent 400 plainclothes men to Kairos to arrest 150 shopkeepers for price violations. In March of 1966, the Egyptian forces, now numbering almost 60,000, launched their biggest offensive. The royalist counterattack, but the stalemate resumed. Egyptian-supported groups executed sabotage bombings in Saudi Arabia. Let's see. Egypt had run up a foreign debt of nearly $3 billion. Conceded they were facing difficulties and raised a variety of taxes on the public to afford the war effort. The fuck? Okay. In a speech on May Day, 1966, Egyptian festival, or I'm sorry, European festival of ancient origins marked the beginning of summer. Cringe, don't care. Nasser said the war was entering a new phase. He launched what he called a long breath strategy. The plan was to pare the army from 70,000, from 70,000 men to 40,000, withdraw from exposed positions in eastern and northern Yemen, and tighten the hold on particular parts of Yemen, the Red Sea coastline, a northern boundary that takes in the well-fortified town of Haja and Sana'a, and the border with the South Arabian Federation, which was to become independent in 1968. Nasser insisted that attacks on Najran, Kizan, and other bases of aggression would continue, arguing that these were originally Yemeni towns, which the Saudis usurped in 1930. In 1966. So we're 1 year away from the Six-Day War in Israel. Right? That was 67? Wait, oh my god, I don't want to open this one. Yes, okay. Yikes. On May Day of 1966, Nasser said the war was entering the long breath strategy, where he would draw down troops from 70K to 40K and simply focus on reinforcing tighter positions. He also insisted on attacks on Najran, Kizan, and other bases of aggression, claiming they were originally Yemeni towns stolen by the Saudis in the 1930s. Cringe. Dumb. The Assistant Secretary of State for the Near East of South Asia flew in for talks with both Faisal and Nasser. Assistant Secretary of State for the Near East and South Asia. Is this a British loser? Or is this a United States position? In Alexandria, Nasser refused to pull out his troops, despite the risk of losing part or all of the new $150 million U.S. food distribution program and another $100 million worth of industrial development aid. Later that month, Alexei Kosygin counseled Nasser not to risk a stoppage of the U.S. Food for Peace program because Russia could not afford to pay the bill. The Soviets were also willing to aid Nasser with arms and equipment in Yemen, but feared that a widening of the conflict in Saudi Arabia would lead to a hot war confrontation in the Middle East. Nasser was warned that the Soviet Union would be displeased to see an attack on Saudi Arabia. Oh, it's not Faisal, it's Faisal. Faisal. Nasser was warned by both the U.S. and the Soviets and the USSR not to escalate the conflict to a hot war with Saudi Arabia. Okay. In October, Salal's palace in Sana'a was attacked with a bazooka, and insurgents began targeting an Egyptian army camp outside the city and setting fire to Egyptian installations, killing a reported 70 Egyptian troops. Salal arrested about 140 suspects, including Muhammad Rouhani, the ex-minister for tribal affairs, and Colonel Hadi Issa, former deputy chief of staff of the armed forces. Salal accused Rouhani and Issa of organizing a subversive network seeking to plunge the country into terrorism and panic. Oh wait, we should actually include that so also supported Egyptian sabotage bombings in Saudi Arabia. That's kind of important. It's good to know, I think. Okay, that's a position within the State Department. Gotcha. Assistant Secretary of State for the Near East and South Asia. Is that still a position, or are they renamed now? I don't know. I feel like we don't really use the term Near East anymore, but rebranded. In October, Salal's palace. Salal accused financed by. Okay, plunged country. Okay, planning a campaign of assassination, financed by Saudi Arabia, Britain, Israel, and the U.S. Rouhani, Issa, and 5 others were executed, while 8 others received prison sentences ranging from 5 years to life. In February of 1967, April, May, June. Nasser vowed to stay in Yemen 20 years if necessary, while Prince Hussein bin Ahmed said, "We are prepared to fight for 50 years to keep Nasser out, just as we did the Ottoman Turks." Tunisia broke diplomatic relations with the Republic, saying that the Salal government no longer has power to govern the country. Salal's charge d'affaires in Czechoslovakia flew to Beirut and announced that he was on his way to offer his services to the royalist. Nasser said that as the situation now stands, Arab summits are finished forever. Jesus. Okay. Clusterfuck. I looked at it and we still have it. The current director is Barbara A. Leaf. Okay, I think we saw that on Google. Tunisia broke diplomatic relations with the Republic. While Czechoslovakia flew to Beirut and announced the whole country did. Services to the royalists. Oh, and not while. In the oh wait, shit, hold on. Salal's Oh, Jesus. Fuck. Okay. Salal, who was the Republic leader of South Yemen right now, his ambassador to Czechoslovakia flew to Beirut, why, in Lebanon, to announce that he was going to go to offer services to the royalists in North Yemen. What the fuck are these people doing? I don't even care. You're fucking retarded. Attention whore. Don't care. Okay. On the verge of collapse, I guess? I don't know. Jeez, these guys are fucked. All right. Okay. Chemical warfare. The first use of gas took place in June 8th, 1963 against Qama, a village of about 100 inhabitants in northern Yemen, killing about 7 people and damaging the eyes and lungs of 25 others. This incident is considered to have been experimental, and the bombs were described as homemade, amateurish, and relatively ineffective. The Egyptian authorities suggested that the reported incidents were probably caused by napalm, not gas. Oh, I think we read about this, that supposedly the Egyptians were testing chemical warfare weapons in Yemen to maybe use against Israel. I think we read about this a little bit in the precursors to the Six-Day Wars, I think. The Israeli Foreign Minister, Golda Meir, suggested in an interview that Nasser would not hesitate to use gas against Israel as well. There were no reports of gas during 64, and only a few were reported in 65. The reports grew more frequent in late 66. On December 11th, 1966, 15 gas bombs killed 2 people and injured 35. On January 5th, 1967, the biggest gas attack came against the village of Kitaf, causing 270 casualties, including 140 fatalities. The target may have been Prince Hassan bin Yahya, who had installed his headquarters nearby. The Egyptian government denied using poison gas, claiming that Britain and the U.S. were using the reports as psychological warfare against Egypt. On February 12, 1967, it said it would welcome a UN investigation. On March 1st, UTHANT said it was powerless to deal with the matter. From 1963 to 1967, multiple gas attacks occurred against those North Yemen villages. With claims that the Egyptians were behind the gas attacks. On May 10th, the twin villages of Gahar and Gaddafa in Wadi Hiran, where Prince Mohammed bin Mohsen was in command, were gas bombed, killing at least 75. The Red Cross was alerted, and on June 2nd, it issued a statement in Geneva expressing concern. The Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Bern made a statement based on a Red Cross report that the gas was likely to have been a halogenous derivatives, phosphine, mustard gas, lewisite, chlorine, or cyanogen bromide. Cyanogen bromide? The gas attack stopped for 3 weeks after the Six-Day War of June, but resumed on July against all parts of royalist Yemen. Casualty estimates vary, and an assumption considered conservative is that the mustard and phosphine-filled aerial bombs caused approximately 1,500 fatalities and 1,500 injuries. Jesus. By the end of July 1967, estimates are 1,500 fatalities and 1,500 injuries were estimated among royalist Yemen villages. If Nasser didn't do it, what else could he do other than accept a UN investigation? I mean, we'd have to check the sourcing on that to see, like, when he made that, did he know he would never get caught? Was he confident that, like, I don't know, I'd have to check, you know? I don't know if I care that much. Is this like a contested claim? Like, who else would be gas bombing the villages, I guess? I guess if somebody contested in the future, we can research it more or dig into that more. Let's see. Egyptian withdrawal. Cringe, cringe, cringe. Chemical warfare. Okay. Egyptian withdrawal. What the fuck are we even on right now? Oh, this is just the whole thing for the North Yemen Civil War. Okay, cool. Okay. By 1967, Egyptian forces relied exclusively on defending a triangle linking Hodeidah, Taiz, and Sana'a while striking southern Saudi Arabia and North Yemen with air sorties. Bro, what the fuck? This is some Saudi bullshit flag, right? Because it's got the sword on it for like northern Yemen, I guess, or... Or is it just the... Read the description. That's just a northern Yemen flag. Okay. Or yeah, that's what I meant for northern Yemen. But I'm guessing, like, do all the Saudi allies or whatever, do they all put the dumb fucking sword on their flag? I shouldn't say dumb, I'm sorry. It's kind of cool. The scimitar. We have a ruined simi on our flag. No, the sword is just a thing. Okay. In August of 1967, in order to make for the 15,000 Egyptians killed, captured, or missing as a result of the Six-Day War, Nasser recalled 15,000 of his troops from Yemen. Egypt imposed higher taxes on its middle and upper classes, raised workers' compulsory monthly savings by 50%, reduced overtime pay, cut the sugar ration by a third, and curtailed practically all major industrial programs. Only military expenditures were increased by 140 million to an estimated 1 billion. Nasser also increased the price of beer, cigarettes, long-distance bus and railroad fares, and admission to movies. Egypt was losing $5 million a week in revenues from the closing of the Suez Canal, on the other side of which the Israelis were sitting on the Sinai wells that had produced half of Egypt's oil supply. Egypt's hard currency debt was now approaching $1.5 billion, and its foreign exchange reserves were down to $100 million. Oh, right, because in the Six-Day War, Israel captured the entire Sinai, right? They didn't give it back until after Yom Kippur. They didn't give it back until 76, actually, with the Egyptian peace. Was it 76 or 70? Or 79? It was 79, sorry. Yeah. Damn, Egypt is fucked. Egypt's hard currency debt was now approaching 1.5 billion, and its foreign exchange reserves are down to 100 million. As part of the Khartoum resolution of August, Egypt announced that it was ready to end the war in Yemen. Egyptian Foreign Minister Mahmoud Riyad proposed that Egypt and Saudi Arabia revive their Jeddah Agreement of 1965. Faisal expressed satisfaction with Nasser's offer, and al-Badr promised to send his troops to fight with Egypt against Israel. Should Nasser live up to the Jeddah Agreement. Nasser and Faisal signed a treaty under which Nasser would pull out his 20,000 troops from Yemen, Faisal would stop sending arms to al-Badr, and 3 neutral Arab states would send in observers. Salal accused Nasser of betrayal. Nasser unfroze more than $100 million worth of Saudi assets in Egypt, and Faisal denationalized 2 Egyptian-owned banks that he had taken over earlier that year. Saudi Arabia, Libya, and Kuwait agreed to provide Egypt with an annual subsidy of $266 million, out of which $154 million was to be paid by Saudi Arabia. Jesus. Okay. So, Egyptian withdrawal. As part of the Khartoum resolution, Egypt announced an end to the Yemen war. Egypt and Saudi Arabia revived their Jeddah Agreement of 1965. Salal accused Nasser of betrayal. Salal's popularity among his troops declined, and after 2 bazooka attacks on his home by disaffected soldiers, he took Egyptian guards. He ordered the execution of his security chief, Colonel Abdel Qadir Qatari, after Qatari's police fired into a mob attacking an Egyptian command post in Sana'a, and had refused to recognize the Committee of Arab Leaders appointed at Khartoum to arrange peace terms. He also fired his entire cabinet and formed a new one, installing 3 army men in key ministries, and took over the army ministry and the foreign ministry for himself. Meanwhile, Nasser announced the release of 3 Republican leaders who had been held prisoner in Egypt for more than a year and who were in favor of peace with the royalists. The 3 were Qadi Abdul Rahman Iryani, Ahmed Noman, and General Amri. When Salal met with Nasser in Cairo in early November, Nasser advised him to resign and go into exile. Salal refused and went to Baghdad, hoping to get support from other Arab socialists. As soon as he left Cairo, Nasser sent a cable to Sana'a, instructing his troops there not to block an attempt at a coup. Jesus, okay. Salal rapidly lost popularity at home, firing and appointing an entirely new cabinet. Nasser would later, in November of 1965, I believe, right, encourage him to resign and go into exile. Once Salal refused, he went to Baghdad, hoping to get support from other Arab socialists. Nasser sent a cable to Sana'a, instructing his troops there not to block an attempt at a coup. All right. Siege of Sana'a. Christ, what is this? Where does the actual, like, fucking Disney World? Good one. The actual, like, oh, it can be spelled any way you fucking want. Okay, based. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Siege of Sana'a. It has its own fucking article, really. I don't think we care that much. On the 5th of November, Yemeni dissidents, supported by Republican tribesmen, called down to Sana'a, moved 4 tanks into the city's dusty squares, took over the presidential palace, announced that over the government radio station that Salal had been removed from all positions of authority. The coup went unopposed. In Baghdad, Salal asked for political asylum, saying every revolutionary must anticipate obstacles and difficult situations. The Iraqi government offered him a home and a monthly grant of 500 dinars. Okay. The new Republican government was headed by Qadi Abdul Rahman Iryani, which was one of the guys that was released, I think, by Nasser from Egypt, right? All 3 of them, I guess. Ahmed Noman and Muhammad Ali Uthman. Oh, no, wait, that guy's different, I think. The prime minister was Mohsen al-Aini. Noman, however, remained in Beirut. It was doubtful of his colleagues' reluctance to negotiate with the Hamidan family, preferring to expel it instead. On November 23rd, he resigned and his place was taken by Hassan Amri. Prince Mohammed bin Hussein told the country's chiefs, "We have money, and you will have your share if you join us. If not, we will go on without you." The chiefs agreed to mobilize their tribes. 6,000 royalist regulars and 50,000 armed tribesmen, known as the Fighting Rifles, surrounded Sana'a, captured its main airport, and severed the highway to the port of Hodeidah, a main route for Russian supplies. Okay, wait. Who's fighting? Just listen to this story. Shit, what the fuck? I don't need you anymore. Who the fuck is fighting who here? So we've got a new Republican government forms. after Salal is kicked out because nobody likes him anymore. Yemeni dissident supported by Republican tribesmen. Okay. In a battle 12 miles east of the capital, 3,200 soldiers of both sides were killed, and an entire Republican regiment reportedly deserted to the Royalists. Bin Hussein gave them an ultimatum: surrender the city or be annihilated. Iriani went to Cairo for what the Egyptian official press agency called a medical checkup. Foreign Minister Hassan Maki also left Yemen, leaving the government in charge of Amri. Amri declared... Okay, I see. So the new government was formed by Nasser's people, and then eventually... but the Royalists just basically took over. I guess, right? Yes? That's what it looks like. Amri declared at 6 p.m. curfew and ordered civilians to form militia units to defend the Republic. In Liberation Square, 6 suspected Royalist infiltrators were publicly executed by firing squad, and their bodies were later strung up on poles. The Republicans boasted a new air force, while the Royalists claimed to have shot down a MiG-17 fighter with a Russian pilot. The U.S. State Department said that this claim, as well as reports of 24 MiGs and 40 Soviet technicians and pilots who had arrived in Yemen, were correct. In January, the Republicans were defending Sana'a with about 2,000 regulars and tribesmen, plus armed townsmen and about 10 tanks. They also had the backing of a score or more fighter aircraft piloted by Russians or Yemenis who passed a crash course of the Soviet Union. The city could still feed itself from the immediately surrounding countryside. Between 4,000 and 5,000 Royalists suffered from Republican air power, but had the advantage of high ground. However, they did not have enough ammunition, as the Saudis had halted arms deliveries after the Khartoum Agreement and stopped financing the Royalists after December. The Royalists sieged the newly created Republican government headed by Qadi Abdul Rahman Hiryani, Ahmed Noman, and Mohammed Ali Uthman. Thanks, Courtney, for giving 5 memberships, buddy. Final accords. Oh, we almost fucking done? Oh, we are. Oh my god. By February of 1968, the siege was lifted and the Republicans had essentially won the war. The Royalists suffered due to Saudi Arabia no longer shipping them arms after the Khartoum Agreement, however. Arms nor financing them. By February of 1968, the siege was lifted. The Republicans had essentially won the war. Meanwhile, the British had withdrawn from the Federation of South Arabia, which had now become South Yemen. The Royalists remained active until 1970. Talks between the two sides commenced while the fighting went on. The foreign minister, Hassan Maki, said better years of talk than a day of fighting. Oh, better years of talk than a day of fighting. In 1970, Saudi Arabia recognized the Republic and a ceasefire was effected. The Saudis gave the Republic a grant of $20 million, which was later repeated intermittently, and Yemeni sheiks received Saudi stipends. Okay. By February 1968, the siege was lifted and the Republicans had won. The British had withdrawn from South Yemen. Talks commenced, and in 1970, Saudi Arabia recognized the Republic, and a ceasefire was effected. Cute. Okay. Aftermath. How is there still so much? By 1971, both Egypt and Saudi Arabia had disengaged from Yemen. South Yemen formed a connection with the Soviet Union. In September of 1971, Amri resigned after murdering a photographer in Sana'a, and more power was given to Iryani. What the fuck did he do? What does this mean? He beat him up? Hey, Jack the Wendigo. I hope you feel better, buddy. Amri resigned after murdering a photographer in Sana'a, and more power was given to Iryani, the effective president. By then, the royalists were integrated into the new republic, except for al-Badr's family, and a consultative council was established. Clashes along the border between the states rose, and in 1972, a small war broke. Oh, the Yemenite War of 1972. We're getting there. After the war, the tribes were better represented in the Republican government. In 1969, sheiks were brought into the National Assembly, and in 71, into the Consultative Council. Under Iryani, the sheiks, particularly the ones who fought for the Republicans and were close to the mediation attempt. By the end of the war, there was a breach between the older and more liberal politicians, Republican sheiks, and certain army sheiks and activists from South Yemen. In the summer of 1972, a border war broke and ended with a declaration from both North Yemen and South Yemen that they would reunite, but they did not. There were complaints in North Yemen about foreign influence by Saudi Arabia. Okay, so nothing really happens. I don't know. Aftermath, nothing. No one cares. Let's see. Opposing forces. Oh, this just goes over the... Okay. The royalists. Muhammad al-Badr led his campaign with the princes of the House of Hamidaden. Those included Hassan bin Yahya, who had come from New York. Mohammed bin Hussein. Bro, what are these names? Come the fuck on. I feel every time I read like Middle Eastern names, I feel like I'm going to Taco Bell. It's like 5 ingredients mixed into 400 different menu items. Holy Christ. Mohammed bin Ismail, Ibrahim al-Kipsi, and Abdul Rahman bin Yahya. At 56, Hassan bin Yahya was the oldest and most distinguished. Prince Hassan ibn Yahya was made prime minister and commander-in-chief. The imam was joined by his childhood pen pal, American Bruce Condy, who set up the post office and would later rise to the rank of general in the royalist forces. Who the fuck are you? Why? Born Bruce Calmers in San Juan Capistrano, California, was orphaned and put up for adoption. As a young boy, he was an avid stamp collector and wrote to the King of Yemen asking for local postage stamps for his collection. His reply came from the Imam's young son, Muhammad al-Badr, which started a lifelong friendship between the two. Bro, what the fuck is this? What? Okay. Having given up his U.S. citizenship many years before, Condi eventually found himself once again stateless, without a passport and unable to leave Morocco. He died there on July 20th, 1992. This is so fucking random. What the fuck? I don't know if these articles are real. This article does not cite any sources. Who wrote this? Why would you write? Who was... Oh, Schmidt. Oh, it comes from that same fucking book. And I guess it made sense that the stamp collector guy would renounce his U.S. citizenship, move to Yemen, set up a post office, and then become the general of the royalist forces. Bro. Okay, we're gonna do World War II history or some shit. Oh, we have to do Iran next. Jesus Christ. Dream lived, I guess. Truman's daughter said Zionist group Stern Gang tried to assassinate dad by mail. Cool. Yeah, this country is deeply unserious. In 1963, the Saudis spent $15 million to equip royalist tribes, hire hundreds of European mercenaries, and establish their own radio station. Pakistan, which saw a chance to make money in the conflict, extended rifles to the royalists. Remnants of the Imam's army also had elements of the Saudi National Guard fight alongside its ranks. Iran subsidized royalist forces on and off as the Shah, a ruler of a predominantly Shia country, felt compelled to provide al-Badr, a Zaidi Shia leader, with financing. The British allowed convoys of arms to flow through one of its allies in northern Yemen, the Sheriff of Bejan, who was protected by the British administration in Aden. RAF planes conducted night operations to resupply al-Badr's forces. The MI6 was responsible for contacting the royalists and used the services of a private company belonging to Colonel David Sterling, founder of the Special Air Services, the SAS. Who recruited dozens of former SAS men as advisors to the royalists. Britain participated in a $400 million British air defense program for Saudi Arabia. The Lyndon Johnson administration was more willing than Kennedy's to support long-range plans and support of the Saudi army. In 1965, the U.S. authorized an agreement with the Corps of Engineers to supervise the construction of military facilities, and in 1966 it sponsored a $100 million program which provided the Saudi forces with combat vehicles, mostly trucks. Faisal also initiated an Islamic alignment called the Islamic Conference to counter Nasser's Arab socialism. The tribes of southern Saudi Arabia and northern Yemen were closely linked, and the Saudis enticed thousands of Yemeni workers in Saudi Arabia to assist the royalist cause. In addition to the Saudis and British, the Iraqis also sent plane loads of Ba'athist Yemenis to undermine Salal's regime. The royalists fought for the Imam, despite his father's unpopularity. One sheikh said, "The Imams have ruled us for 1,000 years. Some were good and some were bad. We killed the bad ones sooner or later, and we prospered under the good ones." The hill tribes were Shia, like the Imam, while the Yemenis of the coast and the south were Sunni, as were most Egyptians. President Salal was himself a mountain Shia fighting with the lowland Sunnis. Al-Badr himself was convinced that he was Nasser's biggest target, saying, "Now I'm getting my reward for befriending Nasser. We were brothers, but when I refused to become his stooge, he used Salal against me. I will never stop fighting. I will never go into exile. Win or lose, my grave will be here." Al-Badr had formed two royalist armies, one under his uncle Prince Hassan in the east and one under his own control in the west. Both armies controlled most of the north and east of Yemen, including the towns of Harib and Marib. The provincial capital of northern Yemen, Saddah, which would have given the Imam a key strategic road towards the main capital, Sana'a, was controlled by the Republicans. There were also areas like the town of Hajjah, where the royalists controlled the mountains, while the Egyptians and Republicans controlled the town and fortress. Mercenaries from France, Belgium, and England who had fought in Rhodesia, Malaya, Indochina, and Algeria were sent to assist the Imam in planning, training, and giving the irregular forces the ability to communicate with one another. And the Saudis, Jesus Christ, like two people from every fucking country in the world involved in this stupid shit. And truly, actually, stupid shit. They trained tribesmen in the use of anti-tank weapons, such as the 106mm gun, and in mining techniques. The numbers of mercenaries are estimated in the hundreds, although Egyptian sources at the time reported 15,000. Royalist tactics were confined to guerrilla warfare, isolating conventional Egyptian and Republican forces and conducting attacks on supply lines. British involvement from 62 to 65. Between 1962 and 1965, Britain engaged in covert operations in support of royalist forces fighting the Egyptian-backed Republican regime that had seized power in the Yemeni capital, Sana'a, in September of 1962. Till the end of 65, the British presence in Aden was considered of high interest to the United Kingdom, linked to the realization of oil assets in the Middle East. Wait, why is this considered Egypt's Vietnam if eventually their backed government won? Do they collapse immediately after? Or I guess we haven't gotten there yet. Or maybe just because they lost the 6-Day War and so much money and everything was sunk into this stupid shit. The The means to secure this presence, however, involved a bitter argument within the British government with no coherency in decision-making on the Yemen issue. The objective of the British was mainly keeping the Aden base via cooperating with the Federation of South Arabia, which complicated British relations with many global and regional players. Okay. As well as with the rulers of South Arabia themselves. The British involvement was executed mainly via the British Mercenary Organization, which was capable to stage its own covert operations, independent of London and away from the view of their sponsor, Saudi Arabia. The BMO was specifically formed to train and support the royalists on the course of the war. According to Duff Hart Davis, the British mercenary leader, Jim Johnson, imagine how, like, fucked up this is, that, like, in 67 in the 6-Day War, like, Egypt is getting help, kind of, no, definitely, from, like, Jordan and Saudi Arabia to fight against Israel, but then at the same time, Egypt is sending troops in Yemen to fight against royalist chieftains and tribes that are also backed by Jordan and Saudi Arabia. It's like when I was talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, one of the observations I made was that it always seemed like Arab nationalism was more important to anybody than like an actual holy war against Jews. And like it seems like even more like in the background, there's like all this stupid shit going on. Jesus, I'm sure there are. It's probably, I guess, in every other fucking country too, huh? According to Duff Hart Davis, the British mercenary leader Jim Johnson had originally considered buying their own aircraft, a Lockheed Constellation 749. He then flew to Tehran. Is this supposed to be Tehran in Iran? Is it just spelled wrong, or is this an alternate spelling of... Cannot wait for the college football arc. Yeah. Alternate spelling. Okay. Okay. He then flew to Tehran to try to persuade the Iranians to do an airdrop. Hart Davis further claims that success was finally achieved by an advisor of the mercenaries, the MP Neil Billy McLean, who privately, without the British government's knowledge, flew to Tel Aviv to meet Moshe Dayan, defense minister, and Mayor Amit, head of the Mossad. According to the Haaretz newspaper, Tony Bile contacted David Caron, the head of the Middle East Department in the Tevel section of the Mossad, and met with IEF commander Ezer Weizmann, and his officers. It was decided that the airdrops would be made. When we say airdrop, does that always just mean like supplies, or does that ever mean troops, or... According to Haaretz newspaper, Tony Bile and kind of okay. Oh my god. Besides airdrops made, Haaretz suggested the crew of the airdrops were British, while according to Hart Davis, the crews were Israeli, including the pilot named Arya Oz, with Tony Bile on board as an observer. 3 decades after the war, former Mossad director Shabtai Shavit and Ariel Sharon both said Israel had been clandestinely involved in Yemen, though both remained vague concerning the nature and scale of the involvement. Okay. So, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan were all supporting the same group against Egypt. Well, Egypt was working with Jordan and Saudi Arabia against Israel in the 6-Day... This is like so many clusterfucky, stupid things going on. The airlists were originally codenamed Operation Gravy. I'm sorry. But were later renamed Operation Porcupine. The IAF's largest transport plane, a Stratofreighter, was recruited for the British operation. According to Jones, what is clear, however... Oh, thank you. We'll get to the clear part. Is that some of the mercenary airdrops to the Royalists, codenamed Mango, were organized by the British using an aircraft which were contracted privately from IAF to the British mercenary operation, or were either using Israeli air bases or Israeli transport planes themselves making the drops. Okay, nobody cares about any of this. According to Hart Davis, the Israelis had systematically concealed the sources of the weapons delivered by the mercenaries, brazing out all of the serial numbers, using Italian parachutes, and even ensuring that the packaging consisted of wood shavings from Cyprus. Jesus. The contracted aircraft flew along the Saudi coastline. The Saudis did not have radar systems and would later state that they were not aware of the airlift. What the fuck? This is what I mean when I said, I don't think Saudi Arabia, I still don't think today, I don't think they have an army. I don't think Saudi Arabia, I think they just buy the weapons to like scare other people off. Like, can we invade Saudi Arabia? Well, I don't know. They just bought $100 billion of weapons from the United States. Oh, well, they must have some real shit. I don't think they've just ever had anything. I don't think anything exists down there. The contracted aircraft flew along the Saudi coastline. The Saudis didn't have radar systems, apparently, and would later state that they weren't even aware of the airlifts. The planes would make the drops and then refuel in French Somaliland, now Djibouti, and return to bases in Israel. The porcupine operation went on over a period of slightly more than 2 years, during which the Stratofreighter carried out 14 nighttime sorties from Tel Naf to Yemen. British support to the royalists remained covert throughout. The Prime Minister Alec Douglas Home replied to Michael Foot's parliamentary question on the 14th of May, 1964, having acquainted Hart Davis. So we're just sorting all this. We're just summarizing Hart Davis's book, I guess, with this whole passage. To skate across thin ice by saying our policy towards the Yemen is one of non-intervention in the affairs of that country. It is not therefore our policy to supply arms to the royalists in the Yemen. And the Yemen government have not requested these or other forms of aid. To a further question by George Wigg, Douglas Holmes said that at no time in the last 18 months have British arms been supplied to the Imam's government. Hart Davis notes that this may have been strictly true, but a great many weapons of non-British provenance had been spirited into the Yemen through Jim Johnson's machinations. The content was published by Al-Aram and then broadcast by Cairo Radio on the 1st of May, 1964. Al-Aram quoted an estimate for British, French, and other foreigners of over 300 officers directed from Britain and most probably under the command of British intelligence. On the 5th of July, 1964, the Sunday Times published letters connecting these Buchanesque freebooters, Cooper and his team, with Tony Boyle. However, the British government was able to continue denying any knowledge of mercenary activity. On the 21st of July, 1964, Douglas Home replied to a parliamentary question by saying, both the present High Commissioner and his predecessor have assured us that they were not aware that the person in question, Tony Boyle, was involved in any way. Douglas Home sent a memorandum to the Foreign Secretary in which he decreed that the United Kingdom should make life intolerable for Nasser with money and arms, and that this should be deniable if possible. The result was that a secret joint action committee was created to handle British policy on Yemen. The British support continued until 1965 when the kingdom decided to abandon its Aden colony. Okay. We're almost to the end of this article. Oh, God. Saudi and Jordanian support. Saudis and Jordanians provided an active support to the royalists through the first years of the war. The September 1962 coup d'etat in Yemen was perceived a threat to the monarchies in both Saudi Arabia and Jordan, prompting shipments of weapons to the royalists beginning October 1st. The support to the monarchists was quickly countered by the Egyptian aid of the Republicans, rapidly spiraling the country into a full-scale war, as the Republicans called for general mobilization and the Egyptians dispatched their troops. On November 4th, with the war expanding across North Yemen, the Mecca radio reported of Egyptian Air Force attacks on Saudi villages. The same day, a military alliance of Saudi Arabia and Jordan became widely known. Following the Egyptian raids on Saudi Arabia and the official joint defense pact between Egypt and the Republicans, the Saudis decided to launch attacks on the Republicans in North Yemen. Okay. The Jordanians withdrew from the war in 1963 by recognizing the Republicans, but the Saudi support continued. At some point, Saudi border towns and airfields were attacked by Egyptian forces in order to prevent Saudi supplies and ammunition from reaching royalist-held areas in Yemen. The Republicans, Republicans and Egyptian deployment. The Republicans are supported by Egypt, were supplied warplanes from the Soviet Union. Anwar Sadat was convinced that a regiment reinforced with aircraft could firmly secure al-Salal and his free officer movement, but within 3 months of sending troops to Yemen, Nasser realized that this would require a larger commitment than anticipated. A little less than 5,000 troops were sent in October of 1962. 2 months later, Egypt had 15,000 regular troops deployed. By late 63, the number was increased to 36,000, and by 64, the number rose to 50,000 Egyptian troops in Yemen. And in late 65, the Egyptian troop commitment in Yemen was at 55,000 troops, which were broken into 13 infantry regiments of 1 artillery division, 1 tank division, and several special forces, paratrooper regiments. Ahmed Abu Zaid, who served as Egypt's ambassador to royalist Yemen from 57 to 61, sent numerous reports on Yemen. that did not reach the Ministry of Defense officials. He warned Egyptian officials in Cairo, including Defense Minister Amir, that the tribes were difficult and had no sense of loyalty or nationhood. He opposed sending Egyptian combat forces and, arguing that only money and equipment be sent to the Yemeni free officers, warned that the Saudis would finance the royalists. Egyptian field commanders complained a total lack of topographical maps, causing a real problem in the first months of the war. Commanders had difficulty planning military operations effectively or sending back... Wow, Daniel Carroll, thanks for gifting 20 memberships. I love you, buddy. Okay. Planning military operations effectively or sending back routine and casualty reports without accurate coordinates. Field units were given maps that were only of use for aerial navigation. Chief of Egyptian intelligence Salah Nasser admitted that information on Yemen was non-existent. Egypt had not had an embassy in Yemen since 1961. Therefore, when Cairo requested information from the U.S. ambassador to Yemen, all they provided was an economic report on the country. In 1963 and 1964, the Egyptians had 5 squadrons of aircraft in Yemen at airfields near Sana'a and Hodeidah. They were using Yak-11 piston-engine fighters, MiG-15 and MiG-17 jet fighters, Ilyushin Tu-28 twin-engine bombers, Ilyushin Tu-14 twin-engine transports, and Mil-Me-4 transport helicopters. They were also flying 4-engine Tupolev bombers from bases in Egypt, such as Aswan. All the aircrew were Egyptian, except for the Tupolev bombers, which were thought to have mixed Egyptian and Russian personnel. The Ilyushin transports flying between Egypt and Hodeidah had Russian crews. Throughout the war, the Egyptians relied on airlift. In January of 1964, wow, Carol, thanks for gifting 20 more memberships. And Gaston, thanks for gifting 20 memberships. Wow. Slaughtering the white names in YouTube chat. The Egyptians estimated that hundreds of million... Oh, wait. In 64, the royal... Throughout the war, the Egyptians relied on airlift. In 64, when royalist forces placed Sana'a under siege... royalist sieged... I don't have a date on that. Whatever. Don't care. I don't care about any of this, actually. Nothing. Don't care. Fuck all this shit. When royalist forces placed Sana'a under siege, Egyptian Antonov heavy-lift cargo planes airlifted tons of food and kerosene into the region. The Egyptians estimate that hundreds of millions of dollars were spent to equip Egyptian and Republican Yemeni forces. In addition, Moscow refurbished the Al-Warada airfield outside Sana'a. The Politburo saw a chance to gain a toehold in the Arabian Peninsula and accepted hundreds of Egyptian officers to be trained as pilots for service in the Yemen War. Is this some Soviet bullshit? Yeah. The Political Bureau of the Central Command guy. Egyptian air and naval forces began bombing and shelling raids in the Saudi southwestern city of Najran and the coastal town of Jizan, which were staging points for royalist forces. In response, the Saudis purchased a British Thunderbird air defense system and developed their airfield in Khamis Mushat. Riyadh also attempted to convince Washington to respond on its behalf. President Kennedy sent only a wing of jet fighters and bombers to Dhahran Air Base, demonstrating to Nasser the seriousness of American commitment to defending U.S. interests in Saudi Arabia. Okay. Final part. Peace attempts. Kamir, Jeddah, and Harad conferences. Noman spoke over Radio Sana'a, offering reconciliation and inviting all tribes of all persuasions to meet with him the following week at Kamir. Oddly Gamers, thanks for giving 10 more memberships. 50 miles north of Sana'a. Daniel Carroll, thanks for getting another 20 memberships, my dude. Damn. To meet with him in the following week at Kamir, 50 miles north of Sana'a, to achieve the one thing which we all prize over anything else, peace for the nation. In order to convince al-Badr to come to the conference, Noman announced that he personally would head the Republican delegation at Kamir and that Salah would stay in Sana'a. Al-Badr and his ranking chiefs did not attend the conference, but a handful of pro-royalist sheiks were present. The conference named a committee of 5 tribal and 4 religious leaders who were charged with seeking out the beguiled brothers al-Badr and his friends. Noman's efforts, including a private promise to reach a withdrawal of Egyptian troops, was backed by Nasser. Radio Cairo hailed the Khmer Conference as the dawn of a new era. Salal called the talks a complete success, while al-Badr stated that it is essential that the conflict which has devastated our beloved country be brought to an end by peaceful negotiation between the Yemeni people themselves. However, by early June, when Noman said that Egypt's 50,000 troops would have to be replaced by a joint royalist Republican peace force, the Nasserites lost interest in the deal. After Noman flew to Cairo to protest directly to Nasser, Salal threw 7 civilian cabinet ministers into jail. Noman resigned, saying it's obvious that Salal and his cronies are more interested in war than peace. Salal soon named a new candidate to replace Noman's with 13 military men and 2 civilians. Okay. And then Jeddah. By August, the war was costing Nasser $1 million a day. When he arrived in Jeddah harbor aboard his presidential yacht Huria, Freedom, to negotiate with Faisal, it was Nasser's first visit to Saudi Arabia since '56. At the request of the Egyptians due to assassination rumors, the banners and flags normally put up to celebrate a visiting dignitary were omitted. The sidewalks were cleared of people, and the car was a special bulletproof model. On the opening of his arrival, Nasser was welcomed at a banquet and reception for 700 guests. In less than 48 hours, they reached full agreement. Once the agreement was signed, Faisal embraced Nasser and kissed him on both cheeks. The agreement provided for the gradual withdrawal of the Egyptian force within a 10-month period and the cessation of all Saudi help with the royalists and the formation of a Yemen Congress of 50, representing all factions, which should be charged with forming a transitional regime and establishing procedures for a national plebiscite to determine Yemen's future government. Harad, on November 23rd, the two sides met in Harad. The first issue was the name of the transition state that was supposed to exist until a plebiscite could be held the following year. The royalists wanted the name Kingdom of Yemen, but were willing to settle for a neutral title like State of Yemen. The Republicans insisted on having the word Republic or Republican in the title. It was agreed to suspend the conference until after the month-long fast of Ramadan, which was about to begin the following week. The conference reached a deadlock when the Egyptians, possibly due to a tactical decision made by Amir, encouraged the Republicans to take a headstrong stand. Couldn't figure out the name of the country. Okay. Okay. These articles are written like dog shit. My God. On November 23rd, the two sides met in Harad. The first issue is the name of the trans. What are the dates here that we're talking here? Is this like in 19? Is this 67? Dialogue of the Death, 1965. Oh, it might have been 1965. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Whatever. Okay. The North Yemen Civil War. Whatever. We survived this bullshit. The Yemeni War of 1972. Fuck, were we in an article of an article? Okay, whatever. My God. Modern History of Yemen. Why wouldn't the Modern History of Yemen include, like... Or does it have it up here? Why would it not include, like, this whole fucking civil war? Oh, it was this. It was this one paragraph. Was that? Okay. Christ. Okay. Jesus. Okay. After this deep dive, I'm convinced Yemen is not real. It's just a place other countries go to fight each other. I don't know. What a wacky civil war. Okay. A PvP zone. True. Okay, so we did all of this just so that we could get to the... I don't even know what the fuck this. Okay, God, the organization's article is dog shit. Okay, the Yemenite War of 1972. This is like 3 paragraphs. Really? Background. The South Arabian League. I don't even know who the fuck were these guys again? The South Arabian League. Are these even like a real thing? Okay, dude. All right. Let's see. Yemenite War of 1972. Conflict between the Yemen Arab Republic. Okay, I think it's literally 1 paragraph. The war, initiated by North Yemen, started on the 26th of September 1972. The 10th anniversary of the start of the North Yemen Civil War, a force composed of members of different political groups and exiled tribesmen from South Yemen, equipped with Alavis Saladin armored cars provided by Libya, and artillery donated by the North Yemeni military, invaded South Yemen in the Kataba area. In response, the South Yemenis brought several of their battalions to the area of the border with the Yemen Arab Republic, North Yemen. The South Yemeni Air Force also started bombing the areas invaded by the Northerners and their military positions. Over the course of one such mission, on the 30th of September, a PD, just the South Yemeni Air Force, I guess, MiG-17 fighter was shot down and his pilot killed. In the end, South Yemeni counterattack supported by airstrikes caused over 200 casualties to the invaders and recovered all the lost territory. Overall, during the short war, the Southern military demonstrated its capability to run well-planned operations. Its logistics system proved adequate, and the Air Force's actions and ground attack and supply missions were deemed effective. During the conflict, the Yemen Arab Republic in the north was supplied by Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Iran, the United Kingdom, and the United States, and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen was supported by the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, Iraq, Libya, and Cuba. Okay. 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 Prime Minister Al Nasir Muhammad survived an assassination attempt. Yeah, okay, whatever. Aftermath. The Cairo Agreement 1972. The fighting was short-lived. The war ended 23 days later on 19th of October. Why is this even called a war? I don't know. On the 19th of October by a ceasefire. This was followed by the Cairo Agreement of the 20th of October, which put forth a plan to unify the two countries in a Republican, national, and democratic state based on free and direct elections. Jesus. Envy gifted 20 memberships in YouTube chat. Thank you, my duder. Supported by the Soviet Union. Just keep writing this. I don't remember that. Czechoslovakia, Iraq, Libya, and Cuba. Over the Yemen Arab Republic, north, supplied by Saudi Arabia, Jordan, United Kingdom, and you. Wait. The Yemen Arab Republic in the north was supplied by Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Iran, the UK, and the US. Wait, who is even fighting? Who are these people? South Yemen instigated and funded a broad-based opposition movement in the north, the National Democratic Front, during the mid-1970s. Is this later Egypt? I mean later as in like in 1972, I guess. Did Egypt stop supporting the southern Yemen? Thanks, Oddly Gamers, for gifting 5 memberships. Okay, don't care. I don't care. Don't care. All right. Okay. Yemenite War of 1972, done. Cringe war. Cringe war by cringe people for cringe things. Everything you just read was North Yemen? What do you mean everything I just read was North Yemen? Wasn't Egypt always for the Republican Yemens? During the conflict, the Yemen Arab Republic... Well, yeah, but there's like two different republics now. Generally, Egypt supported the south. But this time, Egypt was supporting the north alongside Saudi Arabia and Jordan. But Egypt was supporting the southern Yemen people before. Or is the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen... The People's Democratic Republic of Yemen from 679. This was the one that won the war, right? You weren't even reading about South Yemen. Wait, what are you talking about? I wasn't even reading about... Daniel Carroll, thanks for gifting 50 subs. That whole last civil war we just read about from 62 to 1970 was only in North Yemen? Wait, hold on. Oh, North Yemen Civil War. Okay, true. Oh, okay. This makes more sense. I'm sorry. Because it's not really North and South. It's East and West. They just have retarded fucking names. Okay. I understand. This is Civil War in North Yemen. Okay. That makes sense.
Yo, Destiny.
Hi, what's up? Hello?
Are you up? What's up, man?
Hi.
It's fun.
What?
What are you researching Yemen for?
I just want to learn the modern history of Yemen. I figure we can probably do it in a week or less. Just good to know for all the Houthi shit and everything, all the dumb shit that people say about it.
Yeah, you think that's gonna stick around for a while? That the Houthis bullshit?
No, but I figure if I can learn like 3 countries here, I think I'll have most of it under my belt. Like if I could do like Israel, Palestine, and then Yemen, and then Iran, I think I'm good. Learn enough by everybody, just by these 3 dudes. I think that's the dream.
True. No, this is a shit ton of information.
I guess of like random people and tribes fighting each other in the fucking mountains of Yemen. It's just like random shit. All this is random as fuck. But how have you been doing? What's up?
I wouldn't remember any of this shit. I wanted to call you out on one of your takes that I heard.
Okay. Well, before you call me out, please be aware that I've never had a major cavity in my entire life. Not that that's going to be related to anything you're going to say, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think that's possibly due to luck. Do you eat a lot of sweets?
Yeah, I drink a Red Bull every day. And I eat chocolate constantly, always. I think I eat exclusively sweets.
Are you telling me your dentist, and I know you probably go on a regular basis, has never told you that an electric toothbrush is 100 times better than manual?
No, but I have the 1 out of 10 dentists. What is it? I don't understand. It's plaque. You just rub the toothbrush across and it goes away. What does the electric toothbrush even do?
On what metric is a manual toothbrush better? What do you base this off?
I don't know. You can just push it in and get it around everywhere. Like, I feel like an electric toothbrush, if I try to actually like, get in between my gums or anything, it's just going to snap in half. These like fragile, disgusting, stupid things. I don't need like a fucking 20,000 RPM vibrator rattling inside my mouth. I feel like it's not doing anything.
No, it's going to clean your teeth
Lots of people
100 times better. It's like it's going at Mach speed in your mouth, and you can just hold it there against your teeth gently. Trust me.
It's literally plaque. You just have to like brush against it and it goes away.
No. You can't get it all. Dude, you should be up in your oral hygiene game. I heard you don't floss either. What the fuck?
That's cringe. No one cares about flossing. That's also cringe.
You can't even get to some of the stuff with your
Wow,
toothbrush.
Gaston, thanks for the 20 gifted subs.
I'm just saying
nice
this for your audience
goalpost move, by
because-
the way. I'm just saying, like, what is this? Like, Do you really need like, oh, thank God the toothbrush, vibrated 50 million more times because the first 20 million vibrations like didn't get it? Well, this is retarded. Fuck this shit. This is dumb.
Dude, you should also be using a water pick too. I'm just saying this for your audience, man. It takes me like 10 minutes to do my teeth at night, and so worth it. You're doing the whole Invisalign now. You're gonna have these beautiful teeth. I'm sure you're gonna bleach them and everything.
Fuck
so
no, that's gross
why not?
as fuck. Because bleaching looks gross and it's not healthy for your teeth and it's
No.
cringe. What?
Dude, I want to see some beautiful white chompers when you're done.
Fuck no.
And what is this? You said you're only on Invisalign for like 4 months? That's impossible.
Well, the correction is like really, really, really minor. I just have like a little bit of a turn tooth on the bottom. That's it.
And they told you seriously 4 months? And I guess you're gonna have to wear them all the time for another 4 months after that.
Well, it's 15 sets of retainers or 15 sets of trays, and then I think you have to wear a retainer. I think at least every day for a couple months after, and then afterwards it's like 3 to 5 times a week or something. I guess I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, I had a year worth of retainers, and then they made me, or a year worth of aligners, and then they made me take the retainer for a whole year too.
Yeah. Well, and then you still have to wear your retainer, right?
All day long. Yeah, it sucks.
All day
2 years,
long?
I'm almost done. Yeah, all fucking day long.
Wait.
Now you can be more charitable. You can take it out for like 3-4 hours. Not the end of
Hold
the
on,
world.
wait. We're using different. Wait, when you say retainer, when did you get your braces removed? Or Invisalign?
So after Invisalign, you get your aligners. Those are the ones you change out every week or 2 weeks, and then you get retainers that are like more. I don't know. They're tougher, and you wear them for like a year. I mean, that's what they made me do. So I imagine it's the same for you too.
I don't know. I guess I have to look into it more. I don't even think I've heard of aligners. I thought my understanding is I'm doing trays for 4 months, and then I think afterwards they'll check to see if everything worked. If there's still something they need to do, they might order more trays. Apparently that's common with like serious adjustments, but mine aren't that serious. Assuming there are no more adjustments to be made, they give you retainers, which you're supposed to wear, I believe, every single night. I don't know if you have to wear them during the day. I think it's just during every single night for like several months, and then after that you just have to wear them like 3 to 5 nights a week or something. I think it's something like that, but I don't know anything about like aligners. What's interesting, the aligners and the tray?
Well, I meant the trays.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. They made me wear after I had the trays, they made me wear the aligner or whatever, the retainer for all day long for a year. That may be different for you. I hope. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to bum you out, but I'm just saying that was my experience.
Oh, trays are the aligners. Oh, okay. Huh. Okay. Well, what's up? What else? Anything else, buddy? How you doing?
I'm good. I saw you checked out the Iowa caucuses results a little bit. Did that interest you? What did you think?
I mean, it looks like Trump is absolutely on track to destroy, right? DeSantis is still falling off like a loser. Haley looks like a very, very, very distant second place. Yeah, I don't know. I saw a news story today saying that DeSantis might be looking for an off-ramp, which is surprising to me. I would have expected him to fight till the very end, because you never know if Trump is going to get like indicted or Supreme Court kicked off the ballots. Unlikely, but possible. Yeah.
Or heart attack. Yeah, I do think that's what he was banking on.
Maybe. Yeah, what about you?
Well, what do you think? Well, it looks like DeSantis might be dropping out too, because he canceled appearances tomorrow on CNN's Sunday show and Meet the Press. That's pretty big. But his team put out a statement saying, no, it's just we had some conflicts. What kind of conflict do you have with Meet the Press?
When is the do you know when the Florida primary is? Florida primary Republican.
I do not. I don't think you guys matter.
March 19th.
Unless you're Super Tuesday. March 19th. No, Super Tuesday already happened.
Well, because the only reason I bring that up is because like losing your own primary look really, 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 really bad. Like something that people want to avoid at all costs. Yeah, but I don't. But I think all the caucusing and primary shit might be way over by then. When is Super Tuesday is Republicans as well. Super Tuesday 2024. When is this happening?
Beginning of March. March 5th, I think.
March 5th. 2024 primary presidential election. Hold on.
It'll be over on that day right there. It'll be over probably before then, to be honest. The thing is, Trump, he only got 51% of the vote in Iowa. 49% of people came out and voted for someone else. That stuck out to me.
Did Trump campaign in Iowa at all?
Yeah.
He was out there doing speeches and shit?
Yep. He was like going to restaurants and hanging out with the peons.
If you are a DeSantis and Haley split the vote basically between the two of them, right? They were within a point or two of each other.
DeSantis beat her 21-19.
Yeah.
2 points.
So I feel like most of DeSantis' supporters, like at least 60, 70, 80%, are probably going to go to Trump. That'd be my guess. Do you think? Do you think a DeSantis supporter is more likely to go to Trump or to Nikki Haley? Yeah.
Way more likely to go to Trump, yeah.
I don't see any path for Haley to ever reasonably win, unless something crazy happens.
Damn.
Right? Or do you disagree?
Well, she did not campaign much in Iowa, so she didn't really care. She even pissed them off and was like, New Hampshire, we're going to correct what Iowa does. So she invested everything in New Hampshire, and there's some polls from New Hampshire, and the Iowa polls were pretty correct, believe it or not. The New Hampshire polls, some of them have her within 4 points of Trump.
Let me look. Do you know when New
So
Hampshire
I don't know.
is?
That's the only thing I can point to, but I'm with you. I don't think she wins it. If she gets within single digits, like 9, 10 points of Trump, I'll be impressed.
Do you think I just don't see Trump supporters going to Nikki Haley. I don't know how she turns them.
No way. And 43% of Nikki Haley's voters in Iowa said they would not vote for Trump if he was the nominee. Almost half. They vote for Biden.
Jeez.
Another thing, though, listen, what about this? In New Hampshire, if you're undeclared, and there's a lot of independents in New Hampshire, like just as many as Republicans, they can vote in the Republican primary. They can show up to the voting booth and just get a Democratic primary or a Republican.
Yeah.
So they might play spoiler, and maybe she looks like she has more support because of that.
I feel like I don't know if it's undeserved confidence. But I gotta do this tonight. Okay. I feel like there's a really high chance that Biden wins the election. And I feel like
I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah, I feel like from here on out, it's hard to imagine him losing because I feel like every planned surprise or every potential surprise coming up just seems like it could be fucked for Trump, you know? Like for Biden, the biggest fear for Biden, I think, the only fear is the economy. And you like just recently we saw that huge consumer sentiment bounce back. And as long as things continue to trend in this direction, like if the economy is not in the absolute shitter, like if the economy is in the absolute shitter, I think it's a difficult road for Biden, but I think he still has an edge. If the economy is doing fine, if people feel like the economy is fine, it's 2%, I don't know how Trump has any chance to win. And then if anything new leaks from any of the indictments, if any of these cases start to actually go to trial, if anything else comes out relating to any Trump, like I just feel like none of it plays well for him. Like all the potential surprises just seem like overwhelmingly bad. Like where is Trump going to find an edge on any of this?
Yeah, I agree. We've only heard like half of what the prosecutors have on Trump too.
Yeah,
that was just an outline. They have way more details. Like every day something comes out. For example, today I think it was revealed in a court filing by Jack Smith that they have the cell phone locations of Trump's aides, Walt Nada, who are involved in the documents stuff, who helped him move boxes. So they keep trickling out like little evidence, and I think it's going to be damning as hell. But I was curious. I was going to ask you about that because I heard you say a few times that you think Biden's going to win, but I didn't know if you were joking or you're trying to.
I mean, like the thing is that like you've already ran Trump against him once and he lost, and the situation has only gotten worse for Biden. I think for the economy, I think that's the only thing that like really hurts him. But like for Trump and like the Republicans, like I feel like they're like it's just a total shit show.
Well, the border is a big problem, and that was like the number 2 reason that got Republicans out to the polls in Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think the border could hurt Biden?
I don't know. That just all comes down to like rhetorical maneuvering. I don't think the border is a real problem. I think that's a manufactured conservative problem. I don't think it's a real thing. But I guess maybe we'll see what that comes out to be as, you know. I don't know. But also, like, I don't know how you don't just like beat Trump. I don't know. It all comes down to rhetorical movement. It's not like Trump did anything about the border. Like, he did nothing. He didn't get anything done, you know? And like, can't Biden just push on the fact that he got a $1 billion commitment from Mexico, that he actually worked with like Nicaragua, and there was another country down there to like set up like asylum registration places, and that like, you know, Trump was able to use Title 42 and Biden can't because COVID's not a state of emergency. Like, I just don't know how Trump, I mean, on the policy, he loses like 10 out of 10, of course. I feel like it's all just going to come down to rhetoric, because as much as like Trump might say like, well, here are these problems, he didn't fix anything. He didn't do anything at all when he was president. Like, what the fuck? Like, what record can he even fucking run on? The only thing he can ever run on is triggering the libs, which was funny in 2016, but then his presidency was just a miraculous fucking failure. And then now what does he have, right? Like, I don't know, like indictment out, 92 charges. Like, I feel like if I was Biden and I did a debate with Trump, I would like sneak a fucking recorder in with me, and I would just play clips of him talking over and over and over and over again about Hillary Clinton. Nobody facing an FBI investigation or criminal indictment should ever be allowed to run for president. I'm going to make sure nobody ever mishandles secured classified information. That's the most important thing. Our men, like, I would just play clips of Trump over and over and over again for the entirety of the fucking debate. That's what I would do. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I feel like he's completely fucked, but.
No, Biden he's fine. Trump is losing his mind. Mm-hmm. Last night at a rally, he was saying that he was confusing Nancy Pelosi with Nikki Haley. He sent Nikki Haley over and over like 4 times in a row when he meant Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, yeah.
So I think he's going to be his own worst enemy for sure. I don't even think you need recordings. He's probably going to embarrass himself if they debate. I'm not convinced they'll debate. But
that
that's
Biden,
super cool
or I'm sorry, that Trump will debate, or?
Yeah. I mean, Trump skipped all the primaries, and he might just skip the generals too.
Yeah.
Not Biden.
Well,
Biden's
no.
like, let's go, motherfucker.
Yeah, Trump.
Let's
I don't
go.
think Trump
I'm
would
ready.
skip. Trump. There's no way Trump skips a general debate with Biden. No shot.
He might.
With the Republicans, I can get it, but no way, not with Biden. That'd be wild.
If he's losing his mind, like,
that would look
I don't
so
know.
bad. No offense to my man Biden, but like, if Biden is calling you out for a debate and you won't go to it, like, Jesus.
Biden is talking mad shit on Twitter. Biden doesn't care. He's going right at Trump.
Mm-hmm.
The old man still got it. That's cool, though, because I thought maybe you were saying it like, yeah, you believed it, but it sounds like you've convinced yourself on it. So
No,
that's
I've just
awesome.
always thought, like,
And
the
I agree.
idea of rerunning a candidate that already lost against another candidate is just so weird to me. Has that ever happened? Like,
Yep.
it just seems like it's just a
I don't
stupid
know.
idea. Like,
Both of them have a record to run on, so it's kind of cool. It's not something we've seen before, but I think the economy's definitely headed in the right direction. Sounds like there's going to be a couple interest rate drops next year or this year, and so that's going to help with housing, which it seems to be the only thing people are bitching about, rightfully so. And so I think he's going to like reschedule marijuana possibly, or take a big step towards that. That's going to make a lot of people happy. The Israel-Gaza stuff's going to be a distant memory.
I think something. I feel like foreign policy can fall off as distant memories. I feel like abortion can come back though. That's just such a huge
That's front and center, dude. Issue number one. That and democracy, I think, is what people come out for, out of a fear of Trump destroying everything.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
Right on. Well, I just want to come in here and give you a little break and tease you about the toothbrush stuff. But I'm serious, bro. I understand if you don't have any problems, but like, you must have some amazing genetics, because your teeth are missing out, man.
Well, listen,
And
guys.
I hope
If
your
you
audience...
guys want electric toothbrushes, the studies say they do better. 9 out of 10 dentists recommend. So not
Please. Guys, please get an electric toothbrush, water pick, floss. Do not listen to this guy. He's nuts.
All right, well.
All right, man. Have fun with your Yemen research. You couldn't pay me enough to research this stuff, man. God bless you.
Pretty exciting sometimes, but not usually. All right, have fun. Peace out.
Later.
Bye. Okay. I'm sorry. I was confused. I understand. Okay. So the Civil War that we just read about was a Civil War. Wait, hold on. No shot. Okay, I'm sorry. Bro, I don't know which one is North Yemen and South Yemen. Because North Yemen is south of... I don't know why it can't just be West Yemen and East Yemen. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So we read about the North Yemen civil war. But this is like where everything happens, right? Is in northern Yemen? Is it here? Like Aden and all that shit. Wait, hold on. Aden is used to be the capital of South Yemen until its unity with North Yemen. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, where is Sana'a? Is in... Okay, Sana'a is in South Yemen. Okay. Okay, so Aden was down here when the Brits left. Okay, all right. Okay, so we just read about the North Yemen Civil War. That's fine. And then in 72, it was a conflict between the Yemen Arab Republic, which was North Yemen, and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, which is this whole chunk of no one gives a fuck. Okay, I understand. Okay. The South Arabian League was from Saudi Arabia, though, right? Was working with them, I think. And they attacked positions in eastern South Yemen, arriving from Saudi Arabia. Okay. They were defeated by the South Yemen government, which nobody knows or cares about, I think. The war initiated by North Yemen started on, okay, the 10th anniversary of the North Yemen Civil War, force composed of members of different political groups and exiled tribesmen from South Yemen, equipped with cars brought by Libya and artillery donated by the North Yemeni military, invaded South Yemen. The South Yemenis brought several of their battalions. Wait, why? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, man, okay. I actually can't do it. Sana''s capital of North Yemen, Aden is capital of Sana'a. Yeah, okay. Sana'a is north of Aden, so that's why that one's north and the one's south. Okay, this is North Yemen, this is South Yemen. North Yemen started the war. Okay. Asmad people from South Yemen that were in North Yemen invaded South Yemen in the Qadaba area. In response, the South Yemenis brought several of their battalions to the area of the border with the Yemen Arab Republic, which is North Yemen. The South Yemeni Air Force all started bombing the areas invaded by the Northerners and their military positions over the course of one such mission. Okay. In the end, South Yemeni counterattacks supported by air strikes over 200 casualties. The invaders recovered all the lost territory. Overall, during the short war, the Southern military demonstrated... Who even supports the South? Okay, I understand. Okay. Belligerent strength. Okay, so South Yemen was supported by the Soviet Union, Libya, Iraq, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, North Korea. Okay. And then North Yemen, which was now the whole Republican government that the royalists, I think, are now kind of all rolled into. That's why... Okay, I understand. That's why Saudi Arabia, the US, the UK, Jordan, Iran, and Egypt are all supporting now North Yemen. No, not the North Yemenis royalists of the North Yemen civil war, but the North Yemen government of North Yemen, which is actually more to the south of South Yemen, but is still North Yemen, was fighting South Yemen, who was supported by Elizabeth. Okay, we got it. Okay. Destiny, I will try to make this as succinct as possible, but I think your rhetoric regarding conservatism has gone too far for too long. I'm in your Discord and I want to debate. Come tomorrow, okay, and I'll do it. Because I'm almost at we're almost at our 8 hours. What is your debate with Glenn Greenwald about? Probably Trump and all that shit. Trump and the indictments and the coup or something. Okay. The Yemenite War of 1970. Okay, I understand now. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're good. Boom, we're good on this. Boom, we're good on this. Okay. The next was in 79. How long do you think this article was going to be? Yemenite War of 1979. Boom. Oh, another quick one. Could you think we do this in like 10 minutes? Then we have the 80s. Then we've got the South Yemen Civil War, which is Also super easy. Unification talks. Then we have the Republic of Yemen, and then we're already to 1990. Then we've got a 94 civil war, 2000s, and the 2011 Yemeni revolution. Wait, where's the rest of the history? Is this one that's ongoing today? I thought that's the current war started way more recently. 2013. Yemeni is Yosemite? Yemenity? Did you ever watch that Monday Night Raw on WrestleMania with Donald Trump performing? No. It's all Arab Spring? Wait, where is the current Yemen Civil War Wikipedia? Yemeni Civil War. Wait, why is the modern civil war not part of the Modern History of Yemen Wikipedia? Hello? Oh, or maybe because do you have to go to the Republic of Yemen page? Or yeah. Bro. Okay, sorry. History. Modern History of Yemen. Eilat and the Yemeni Zadi state. What the fuck? Unification and Civil War. Contemporary Yemen. Why does all the history... It's not history yet, it's current events? Oh. Maybe? Is that even real? Do they do that? Contemporary Yemen. The revolution and aftermath. Jesus. Okay. Okay. 1972. Okay, so next is going to be... Okay. I bet we can finish this tomorrow, maybe. Maybe. If we just read 6 hours, we can do it. Need Jerma to do this with his hair before he cuts it. I don't get it. Don't get it, don't care. What is this? Why were people so mad at XQC earlier? I thought like one of the developers of this game was like ass mad that XQC was like doing an early play or something, or... Former dev.
To being a country of law, go back to being a country of law and order. Have to do it. And you will have, very seldom, but you will have the rogue, we call it the rogue cop, the bad apple, and perhaps you'll have that also with president. But there's nothing you can do about that. You're going to have to give the president, you're going to have to allow a president, any president, to have immunity so that that president can act and do what he feels and what his group of advisors feel is the absolute right thing.
What is this like? Sometimes you have a rogue cop. Sometimes you got a bad apple. And maybe you'll even have a president with full and absolute criminal immunity. The ability to do whatever he wants. It happens. What the fuck?
Otherwise, you're going to have presidents that are totally impotent.
Could you imagine like Biden saying something like this?
And we've had enough of them already. We've had enough of them already. So having immunity is so important, and I hope the Supreme Court has the courage to do that, because otherwise you're just not going to be in a very strong position very long. It'll totally change our country, in my opinion.
We'll read this about the Houthis tomorrow. I'll also support my biggest fan on Twitter. Okay, guys, Destiny isn't a liberal. I like how they always like put the things in my name. What, so people can't find them? This is what he uploaded on January 9th. He's a white nationalist. Oh no. There it is, boys. Me and Turkey Tom. White nationalist brothers forever.
By the way, they never report the crowd on January 6th. You know, Nikki Haley, you know, did you know they destroyed all of the information, all of the evidence, everything, deleted and destroyed all of it, because of lots of things. Like Nikki Haley is in charge of security. We offered her 10,000 people, soldiers, National Guard, so whatever they want. They turned it down. They don't want to talk about that.
Rip. Fucking Nikki Haley, dude. You know, that's how we know. She's living rent-free right now. Okay. You should do American history at some point. Bro, fuck American history. Get the fuck out of here. You know why I don't need American history? Because I already know all 50 states every time flawlessly. Virginia. New York. Florida. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. It's all coming back to me. Hold on. Kansas. Alabama. This one. Boom. New Hampshire. Boom. Rhode Island. Nebraska. Montana, yep. Connecticut, yep. West Virginia, Maine. Hold up. Up here, right? The top one? Yep. Washington. Oklahoma. Iowa. Delaware. North Carolina. Colorado. Kentucky. Yep. Easy. Louisiana. Yep. Vermont. Wyoming. This one. No. It's this one. These aren't even real states. Literally nobody goes to either of these. No one fucking cares. Utah? Nevada? Wisconsin. It's up here. New Jersey. New Mexico, Arizona. Which one is on next to Texas? Arizona. I was living in California. Arizona must have been next to me, right? An actual god. Undefeated. Arkansas? Is this one, right? Utah. Utah? This one. I think, yeah. Cringe. Cringe. Pennsylvania. Boom. 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 There you go. We don't even need U.S. history. Get fucked. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. We'll be back tomorrow. Do deep dive into the Iraq War, at least settle the debate on justified war or not. Well, I don't think it was. I don't know if I want to have that hot opinion, okay? All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. Reverend Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Dappuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Appuccino, my dear nerds. I will catch you guys tomorrow arena. Be careful.